Chapter 1 My cat can do backflips. Do you have a room? No. What about the car? Neither do I. Then why are you here for a blind date? In 1918, Shanghai. Inside a restaurant with high consumption. Zhang Jun saw that Gong Fangyu, the blind date sitting in front of him, was about to get up and leave after asking him questions, so he said, "Since you don't like her, let's split the bill for the meal." Speaking of, Zhang Jun put the bill on the table. Bang! Zhang Jun doesn't want to be generous. At this time, Gong Fangyu was looking at the Bugatti that suddenly appeared outside and couldn't help but take out the cosmetic bag from her handbag. But after hearing what Zhang Jun said, Gong Fangyu immediately frowned. She didn't rush to open her makeup bag, but just turned around and looked at Zhang Jun. "What's wrong with you? Why is there such a personality?" Gong Fangyu glanced at the Bugatti car keys on the table. Then, Gong Fangyu smiled and looked at Zhang Jun. "I am quite interested in this. How about going shopping later? And send me home? I forgot to tell you, my cat can do backflips." Gong Fangyu sat back and talked to Zhang Jun about all sorts of things. But Zhang Jun ignored her at this time. Because Zhang Jun was now staring in a daze at the Bugatti car key that suddenly appeared in front of him. He remembers it very clearly. No one came to put anything in his place. And he hasn't bought a car yet. But how come there was suddenly an extra Bugatti car key? Zhang Jun found this quite strange. Seeing that Zhang Jun hadn't said anything, Gong Fangyu thought that what she had just said disgusted him, so she couldn't help but cover her chest with her hands, revealing a face full of shame. "I'm sorry. The question I just asked may have been a little offensive. It was my first blind date, so I was nervous and didn't know how to talk. Well, even if you feel disgusted with me because of this, it doesn't matter. Since we are from the same hometown, can we be friends?" The more Gong Fangyu asked, the more humble she became. It's so humble that it's reduced to dust. No way. Although she has the desire to cling to the rich and powerful. But her circle is too narrow. So it was difficult for her to recognize a rich young man driving the latest Bugatti. To her, even if Zhang Jun borrowed the car, it meant that Zhang Jun had done quite well and had reached a circle that she could not reach, so he could borrow such a car. After all, this limited edition latest model is not available for rent outside. "No need, I don't like friends." Zhang Jun smiled and waved his hand. Then, Zhang Jun stood up, put the Bugatti car keys in his pocket, and went to the parking spot outside. He had just seen it. Suddenly a Bugatti appeared outside. Although he didn't know how to understand this strange phenomenon. But in his spare time, he read a lot of online articles and knew about the system rewards that fell from the sky. He also didn't know whether it was a reward from the system. But he decided to come out and give it a try. Then, Zhang Jun left his seat, paid the bill, walked out, and quietly pressed the car key in his trouser pocket. Result: the Bugatti actually lights up. Then, Zhang Jun got into the driver's seat under everyone's curious gaze. Zhang Jun couldn't help but touch the steering wheel. The corners of his mouth stretched out in a grin. Could it be that a system has really descended upon me? But why didn't you say anything? For example, a prompt sound for binding to the host appears. One way or another. Zhang Jun still drove the Bugatti back to his residential area. He has passed the driving test and can drive. He often drives his father's Santana to the countryside to go fishing. After driving the car back to the basement of the community, Zhang Jun did not rush to get out of the car, but continued to play with and appreciate the car. After all, this is for him. This is also the first time I own such a nice car. Otherwise, he had been in society for a few years and had a deeper understanding of human nature. He wanted to yell a few times right now, then posted on his moments to show off. But Zhang Jun held back. Moreover, after being silent for a while, Zhang Jun thought about selling the car. Because what he lacks more now is money, not a car. His parents still live in the old building in the town. The old building has stairs. His parents are old and going up and down the stairs hurts their knees, so it is no longer suitable for them to live in a house like this. He remembered that his mother would always complain about her knee pain every time it was cloudy. To this end, Zhang Jun took out his cell phone. He decided to search how much the Bugatti could be sold for. Bite. Tests revealed that the host had been given too many nice guy cards in the past, and after deciding to seal his heart with cement, the phenomenon of rejecting the opposite sex became too serious. In order to let the host pursue love again and chat with beautiful people of the opposite sex, the system has bound the host. As long as the host chats with beautiful people of the opposite sex, there will be rewards. The reward just now is a reward for the host's first experience. It should be noted that if the host does not need the reward, he can silently ask the system to recycle it and convert it into the corresponding value of the local currency. It turned out to be a system sent from heaven upon me. Zhang Jun was very happy. What made him even happier was he can directly let the system recycle the rewards and turn them into cash. So Zhang Jun systematically recycled his Bugatti car. Byte. The bank reminds you that account 3088 has been credited with 2,000 of XX currency, and the balance is 2,095.27. Zhang Jun received the text message soon. This made him smile slightly. This is a huge sum of money for him. He couldn't help being unhappy. When Zhang Jun thought that he would get a reward if he just chatted up with girls, he raised his head and began to search the basement to see if there were any girls. Anyway, in order to get the reward, he also has to change his old habit of not interacting with girls outside of work. Soon, Zhang Jun then noticed that his colleague Wei Shanshan, who lived in the same residential complex as him, was getting out of an Audi car. Zhang Jun took the initiative to walk towards her. Although Zhang Jun already knew that Wei Shanshan lived in the same community as him, but he never communicated with Wei Shanshan, nor did he take the initiative to say hello to Wei Shanshan, because he knew that Wei Shanshan would not bother to contact him. After all, his level is too low and he is the most ordinary employee in the company. Although Wei Shanshan is also an ordinary employee, she doesn't take colleagues of the same level seriously. Therefore, Zhang Jun knew his own limitations and never came to Wei Shanshan to cause trouble. Logically, he couldn't afford to live in the community where Wei Shanshan lived. But he applied for a single room in a talent apartment, which offered a very low price and was only limited to 2 years. Therefore, Zhang Jun was able to live in the same community with Wei Shanshan. Wei Shanshan! Zhang Jun shouted at this time. Wei Shanshan looked up and saw that it was Zhang Jun. She pretended not to hear anything and walked straight towards Zhang Jun. Zhang Jun didn't know if this was considered a successful approach, so he walked over to stop her and asked, "Are you free?" "No time." Wei Shanshan walked away with a pout. After she was some distance away from Zhang Jun, she picked up her phone and said to her bestie, "Baby, Wu Yuzi, there was an ordinary man harassing me today. In order to block them, I even took out a loan to buy a nice car to show off my status, but there are still people from Puxin who dare to harass me, and they are a colleague I used to know. I thought he was quite self-aware, so he didn't bother me when he first saw me. But now, he has started to bother me. It's really speechless. Besides, when he called me the first time, I pretended not to know him, but he didn't understand and even came after me to harass me. You should have reported it to the police at that time." Her best friend said on the phone. "Forget it, let's not waste public resources." Zhang Jun didn't hear what Wei Shanshan said, he just stood there. Because he felt like there was an extra card in his pocket. Zhang Jun couldn't help but take out the card, only to see the room number 1501 written on it. Is this a system reward? Regardless of whether the pickup is successful or not, as long as you chat up a beautiful girl, you can win a big prize? That should be it. Chapter 2, Girls Send Photos to Me. Zhang Jun carefully looked at the information on the room card and saw that it clearly stated the community and building where the room was located. Zhang Jun became more and more certain that this should be the house rewarded to him by the system. Moreover, the community is the one where he lives. This made Zhang Jun even happier. You know, the houses in the community where he lives are not cheap. Zhang Jun didn't notice that Wei Shanshan had left. He just walked towards the building indicated on his room card. What a coincidence! Just when Zhang Jun arrived at the 15th floor of his building and came to the house that he was rewarded by the system, Wei Shanshan had just gotten off the elevator and went to room 1502 next door. 1502 is the room that Wei Shanshan and her best friend share. When Wei Shanshan saw Zhang Jun appear, she couldn't help but frown, thinking that Zhang Jun was following her, so she hurriedly took out the room card to open the door. However, Zhang Jun didn't notice her, because he is completely focused on the system rewards. So, as soon as Zhang Jun arrived at the door of his house, he immediately swiped his card and walked in. Wei Shanshan was stunned when she saw this scene, and she even forgot to use the room card to open the door. Because she clearly remembered that the building manager said that no one was renting room 1502. But why did Zhang Jun suddenly swipe the room card and walk in? Wei Shanshan soon had the answer in her mind. That is, this house should belong to Zhang Jun himself. Those who own houses here are at least multi-millionaires. Wei Shanshan therefore regretted not paying attention to Zhang Jun in the basement. But she had to admit that this was mainly because Zhang Jun was too low-key. He wore very ordinary clothes and rarely drove. Even when he took out his mobile phone to give a PPT in a meeting, the screen of the phone was broken and shattered, but he was reluctant to replace it. One can tell at first glance that it is Guanan, a very poor and low-class person. Zhang Jun entered the house and looked around. He found that the house had already been renovated and there was no smell. Even the furniture and appliances are fully equipped. Therefore, Zhang Jun decided not to let the system reclaim the house. He planned to live in it himself and give up the single room he had rented before. After thinking about this, Zhang Jun sat on the sofa and looked around for a while. After a long time, he took out his cell phone. Because he suddenly realized that there was nothing in the refrigerator. So, he decided to use his mobile phone to order some fruits, vegetables, meat, eggs, milk, drinks, etc. But as soon as Zhang Jun opened his phone, he saw that Wei Shanshan had sent him a WeChat message. He remembered that he had added Wei Shanshan's WeChat before because of work connection needs. However, apart from work, he never talked about anything else with Wei Shanshan. But he didn't expect that Wei Shanshan would suddenly send him a message. This made him feel very strange, and he couldn't help but wonder, could it be that Wei Shanshan also saw that he had a house here? I'm sorry, I've been in a bad mood recently, so you were very rude when you greeted me just now. I hope you don't mind. Wei Shanshan said this on WeChat. Zhang Jun didn't want to pay attention to it. But he didn't know whether the system would continue to reward him if he continued to chat with Wei Shanshan. Therefore, Zhang Jun decided to reply so that it would not be too awkward when he approached Wei Shanshan in the future. Fine. Zhang Jun just replied with these two words. After returning to the bedroom, Wei Shanshan searched for Zhang Jun's WeChat and sent him a message. After sending the message, Wei Shanshan's heart started pounding and she kept looking at her phone from time to time. Seeing her like this, her best friend Yao Jingya couldn't help but ask with a sly smile, "Who made our Shanshan so upset?" "Baby. I feel my love is coming." Wei Shanshan immediately hugged Yao Jingya, who sat over. Yao Jingya was very surprised. Really? Real. Wei Shanshan nodded, then glanced at her phone. When she saw Zhang Jun had replied, she grinned happily, then sent another message to Zhang Jun. "Excuse me, do you live in 1502? Yes. Zhang Jun was replying to her messages while shopping. Wei Shanshan pretended not to know and asked, "Did you rent this house?" "No." Zhang Jun replied. Wei Shanshan asked again, "So this is your house?" Zhang Jun replied with an okay and continued to shop on the food delivery platform. Wei Shanshan was stunned for a while. "I don't know what to say in response." Then, Wei Shanshan asked Yao Jingya, "Baby, how do you think I should continue chatting with him?" "Huh? Where are the people?" Wei Shanshan discovered that Yao Jingya was gone. "Baby!" Wei Shanshan shouted. At that time, Yao Jingya knocked on Zhang Jun's door holding a cantaloupe. She secretly saw the chat between Wei Shanshan and Zhang Jun, and knew that there was a rich and high-quality man worth dating living in room 1502. Zhang Jun was stunned for a moment when he saw the smiling face that suddenly appeared. The other party, Yao Jingya, smiled and took the initiative to say, "Hello, I live next door. I thought a friend was coming over, so I bought an extra cantaloupe. But she didn't come, so I thought I'd give it to my neighbor. Do you want one?" Zhang Jun thought that if the woman approached him, there might be a reward, so he took it and said, "Thank you." "You're welcome." Yao Jingya smiled sweetly, then waved at Zhang Jun and said, "I won't bother you." Zhang Jun nodded. Yao Jingya also took the initiative to close the door, and then suddenly opened it again, still smiling flatteringly and said, I forgot to introduce myself. My name is Yao Jingya." "Zhang Jun." Zhang Jun replied. Yao Jingya said him and gently closed Zhang Jun's door. When Yao Jingya came back, she saw Wei Shanshan standing at the door, staring at her warily. "What were you doing?" "I'll bring him some fruit." Yao Jingya replied. Wei Shanshan said angrily, "If someone is being nice to you for no reason, he is either a traitor or a thief. Why are you looking at me like that?" "I took the initiative to approach him because you said he was your love, to help you find out about him." Yao Jingya said, pretending to be angry. Then, Yao Jingya turned around and sat on the sofa. "I'm not going to pay attention to you." Wei Shanshan hugged her and said with a smile, "Don't be angry. I was just joking." Yao Jingya snorted. Wei Shanshan asked Yao Jingya, "How is he? He is still quite handsome, right?" "Yes, quite handsome. Bite. Because a girl took the initiative to chat with me, I will reward the host with a chance to repair and improve his body." Repair and improvement in progress? After a few seconds. Repair and improvement completed. The host has now bid farewell to the sub-health state. Zhang Jun didn't expect that a girl would approach him and the system would repair his body. He felt it carefully at this time and found that he really felt much more comfortable, and the fatigue brought by long-term work at the desk was also swept away. This made Zhang Jun very happy. After all, this was more valuable than receiving cash rewards. My cat can really do backflips, look. But just as Zhang Jun continued shopping on his phone, he discovered that Gong Fangyu had sent him a message at this time, and immediately followed it with a photo of her in black stockings sitting on a chair with her cat's hind legs lifted up. Chapter 3. It's so cool to own a mansion. I don't fancy you. It's not just that I don't want to be with you, I don't even want to be just ordinary friends with you. Let's delete each other. Zhang Jun replied to Gong Fangyu like this. If it weren't for the fact that they were from the same hometown and that his parents had asked him to meet her, Zhang Jun would really want to continue the in-depth communication with her and see if there would be any system rewards if he had sex with the beautiful woman. But assumptions are just assumptions after all. In order to avoid misunderstandings on the other side, the key is to avoid misunderstandings on your parents' part. So, after deleting Gong Fangyu, Zhang Jun sent a screenshot to his parents and then made a phone call. Not interested? I think she's pretty in the photo. After hearing Zhang Jun say that he didn't like her, his mother Li Yumei began to ponder in confusion, and then asked Zhang Jun, "Is it because she didn't like you and made some demands on you, and you deliberately said that you didn't like her?" No one knows a son better than his father. Father Zhang Hongbing said hurriedly, "Don't ask. We just believe what our son said. Why ask so many questions?" To put it bluntly, it's because we, as parents, are not good enough to create good conditions for our son. A girl who is working in a big city and has a good appearance must have high requirements. Li Yumei hung up the phone after instructing Zhang Jun. She sighed and said, "You're right. We should find a way to buy a house for our son first. We can borrow money from everywhere and add our savings. If we can't afford a place like Shanghai, we should buy one in the city, or even in the county." Zhang Hongbing nodded, "Then I'll take some time to visit his uncle and ask him to borrow some money." As for Zhang Jun, he selected the vegetables, meat and drinks after his mother hung up the phone. Then he turned on the TV and started watching. As for Gong Fangyu, after seeing Zhang Jun's reply, she was naturally heartbroken. She didn't expect Zhang Jun's reply to be so unconditional. "Have I disappointed him so much? Don't you even have the slightest desire to sleep with me? But I seem to like him more because of this. After all, he seems to be very honest and decisive. He also respects me. He didn't get angry because of my presumptuous question. He has high emotional intelligence and is very manly." Gong Fangyu felt heartbroken and couldn't help but touch her face, then she immediately replied to Zhang Jun. "I'm sorry. My performance today may really disappoint you. But I'm not that kind of person." Gong Fangyu realized that she had been deleted by Zhang Jun only after she sent 3 messages. This made her even more heartbroken. But besides being heartbroken, she couldn't let go. After watching TV, Zhang Jun opened his mobile phone out of habit. Then he saw that Wei Shanshan had sent him another message 10 minutes ago. "What are you doing?" "Watch TV." Zhang Jun replied. Wei Shanshan saw that Zhang Jun had finally replied to the message, so she quickly picked it up and asked, "What are you looking at?" After sending, Wei Shanshan touched her hot face and smiled foolishly. Historical drama. Zhang Jun originally wanted to type "The Ming Dynasty 1566, but he thought the title was too long, so he changed his reply and replied, "I'm going to take a shower." What historical drama? Oh, okay. Wei Shanshan was sending a message asking what drama it was, but when she saw Zhang Jun said he wanted to take a shower, she had no choice but to reply. Zhang Jun really went to take a shower here. Taking a bath in the big bathroom of his own mansion was really a wonderful experience for him. The pleasure brought by this experience even made him care less about beauty. Certainly. He has been single for a long time, and has been an ordinary person for a long time. Except when he was young, he has rarely encountered girls taking the initiative to communicate with him, so he is a little uncomfortable. When a girl suddenly starts to take the initiative towards him, he instinctively rejects it and does not want his accustomed life of living alone to change suddenly. So, Zhang Jun went to bed after taking a shower. He was no longer like he did many years ago, when he would tell a girl that he was going to do something and then share or chat about it after he was done. The next day. The sky is clear and bright. The air is fresh and clear. Zhang Jun woke up naturally. No alarm was set. But because he has been working for many years, he naturally wakes up very early. So, this doesn't delay his work time. However, Zhang Jun plans not to go to work. He is quitting. Because he already has 20 million in hand. His job pays 4,000 a month plus bonuses, which makes a total of 5,000 a month. Even if he continued to work for 100 years, he would not be able to earn that much. The key point is that there is no room for promotion or salary increase in this job, but he is still very worried. It can be said that he is earning money from selling cabbages but is worried about selling methamphetamine. In addition, sometimes you have to work overtime until late at night or even have no rest on weekends. So, Zhang Jun decided to resign and let those who needed the job more take the class. Even if he has to find a new job, Zhang Jun plans to find a job with less work. It would be best if it is interesting, but less work is the key. To this end, Zhang Jun still needs to go to the company and submit his resignation application. Just as Zhang Jun sat up from the bed and picked up his cell phone out of habit, he saw that Wei Shanshan sent him another message last night. Are you done washing? I also like watching historical dramas. For example, the Kanshi dynasty. Are you asleep? Good night. Then there is a cute emoticon. Zhang Jun couldn't help but sneer. He laughed because he seemed to see himself in college. For the sake of future system rewards and to pay tribute to his former self, Zhang Jun replied to Wei Shanshan. Excuse me. I went to bed after taking a shower last night and didn't check my phone. After Zhang Jun finished replying the message, before he had time to turn off the phone screen, the other party replied. It's okay, it's okay. Good morning. Have you had breakfast? I accidentally cooked too much preserved egg and lean meat porridge. Do you want some? After reading Wei Shanshan's message, Zhang Jun chose to refuse. Because he doesn't like porridge. But when Zhang Jun finished cleaning up and went out, he saw Wei Shanshan and Yao Jingya also went out. They both smiled sweetly at Zhang Jun. Are you going to work? Are you driving? No. How about taking my car? Zhang Jun thought that he had already refused once, and it would not be good to refuse again. After all, he might need to chat with them again to get the reward. Therefore, Zhang Jun nodded and agreed, okay, thank you very much. Wei Shanshan was delighted when she heard this, you're welcome. Yao Jingya also hugged Wei Shanshan's arm and said coquettishly, baby, you can also give me a ride today. Didn't you call a taxi? Wei Shanshan frowned and asked in confusion. I cancelled, the driver is too far away. While answering, Yao Jingya glanced at Zhang Jun. Chapter 4 I drink milk tea with ice. Zhang Jun was in a good mood. This is certainly not because two beauties are taking the elevator with Zhang Jun today and are going to work together. This is because the system discovered that Wei Shanshan had taken the initiative to talk to him in real life, so the system gave him another reward. This time the reward was to further repair his body, that is, to repair his teeth. So, he suddenly discovered that the decayed tooth that he had not undergone root canal treatment for because he was worried about the money was suddenly gone and returned to its former perfect state. This made him very happy. After all, root canal treatment is troublesome. But Wei Shanshan was not very happy. Because Yao Jingya suddenly asked her to send her off too. For the first time, she found her best friend somewhat annoying. When Zhang Jun and Yao Jingya arrived in front of her Audi, she saw Zhang Jun sitting in the back seat, followed by Yao Jingya, and she became even angrier. She couldn't help but ask, why did you sit in the back? Yao Jingya then stood up and left, smiling awkwardly as she sat back in the passenger seat, explaining, I didn't know Zhang Jun would be sitting in the back. Wei Shanshan felt a little disappointed after hearing what Yao Jingya said. Zhang Jun ignored the conversation between the two. He is still immersed in the world of understanding his own system. Because he found that his system could not be awakened by him actively. Therefore, he can only take the initiative to understand through contact. But he now discovered that his system did not reward online pickups. To this end, Zhang Jun knew that this meant that he didn't have to bother with girls he didn't want to talk to online. There is no reward after all. He didn't waste any more time and energy. In this way, he can completely depend on his mood and needs. He can reply when he wants to and not reply when he doesn't want to. Thank you. After Zhang Jun sent Wei Shanshan to his company, he expressed his gratitude to Wei Shanshan again. Wei Shanshan smiled and said, "You're welcome." Then, Zhang Jun first went to a restaurant near the company to solve the problem of breakfast. He specifically chose a breakfast from a brand name store that he had always wanted to eat. Although a bit expensive. But he has so much money now, so he doesn't have to care about whether it is expensive or not. And because of this, he felt more and more that it was really good to be rich, which made people feel much more cheerful. Indeed, money is also a healing thing. Wei Shanshan went to the company first, in order to get more system rewards. Zhang Jun has begun to actively search for beautiful women around him, ready to strike up a conversation with them. After all, regardless of whether the pickup is successful or not, the system will give generous rewards. Why should he let the fear of failure in picking up girls or even being ridiculed affect his mood? What's more, his mood is different now than before. However, from the time Zhang Jun had breakfast to the time he went to the company, he did not notice the beautiful woman. It wasn't until he first joined the company that he met a beautiful woman. This beautiful lady is the receptionist of the company where he works. Fair skin and beautiful appearance. She also has a slim figure. Although Zhang Jun didn't know her name, he would glance at her from time to time when entering and leaving the company. Certainly. He was just looking. After all, he had already sealed his heart. Not to mention actively chatting up beautiful women. Even if a beautiful woman came to talk to him for work reasons, he would not talk about anything other than work. Zhang Jun, who had hardly communicated with girls, no longer knew how to approach them. Just like when he was chatting with Wei Shanshan before, he already seemed rather stiff. The same is true now. Zhang Jun gritted his teeth and walked up to the front desk girl, smiling and saying, "Is Mr. Liu from the Human Resources Department here? I'll ask for you." The girl at the front desk glanced at Zhang Jun and then started making a phone call. After a while, "Thank you," Zhang Jun replied. Bite. The chat is too formal and not ambiguous enough, so it does not meet the reward conditions. Please change to a more appropriate way to arouse each other's emotional fluctuations. At this moment, the system suddenly gave a reminder. Damn it! Zhang Jun didn't expect that after he finally mustered up the courage to approach the front desk clerk in front of many acquaintances walking around the company, the system refused to reward him because his approach was too formal. At this time, the girl at the front desk had finished her call. "Mr. Liu is not here." Zhang Jun nodded, thought about it, and asked, "You are pretty, I have a crush on you, can I buy you some milk tea?" The girl at the front desk was startled. "Let me think about it." "No, buddy. Where do you get the confidence to strike up a conversation?" At this time, a man who came to the front desk with breakfast heard what Zhang Jun said, so he walked up to Zhang Jun and asked him a question with a smile. Then, Zhang Jun knew this man. He was Wang Wei from the department next to his. After Wang Wei said this, he took out the BMW key from his trouser pocket and turned it around in his hand. But Zhang Jun had no intention of paying attention to Wang Wei. I didn't even think about whether I was embarrassed or not, because he realized there was something extra in his pocket. He knew it must be a system reward, because his system is too cool. Rewards are never announced. Zhang Jun had no choice but to take it out and have a look. Result: Zhang Jun only saw that the system rewarded him with a watch. A very sophisticated looking watch. But Zhang Jun couldn't tell whether the watch was good or bad, because he rarely pays attention to watch brands, especially high-end luxury brands. Wang Wei's eyes widened and he couldn't help but put the car keys back in his pocket. Then, Wang Wei smiled at Zhang Jun and said, "Brother Zhang, you are a very capable person." Lu Shui looked at Wang Wei, then at the watch in Zhang Jun's hand, and then asked Zhang Jun, "I've made up my mind. I want to drink it, with ice. But I suddenly don't want to invite you anymore." Zhang Jun said with a smile. Since he had already received the reward, there was naturally no need for him to waste more energy on Lu Shui, because he needed to chat up more beauties and get more rewards. Lu Shui's eyes opened wide. She stood there in a daze, then she couldn't help but clench her fists. So angry. Wang Wei shook his head, followed Zhang Jun upstairs, and asked Zhang Jun, "Brother Zhang, are you free to go out for lunch at noon? I'll treat you." "No." Zhang Jun also refused with a smile. He just wanted to get the rewards now, so he kept scanning his colleagues at various workstations to see if there were any beautiful women. However, Zhang Jun found that there were no beautiful women in the places he passed by, which made him a little disappointed. He had no choice but to return to his workstation and prepare to apply for resignation, but he found that the receptionist Xiaoxu has suddenly applied to add him on the company's WeChat. Zhang Jun passed. After Zhang Jun passed, Lu Shui sent a message saying, "How about I treat you? Let's talk about it next time we meet." After Zhang Jun replied with one word, he quickly opened his mobile phone and used the object recognition function to identify his watch. Vacheron Konstantin Lofcrafter. Worth more than 10 million? Zhang Jun was overjoyed. And at this time, Zhang Jun discovered that his superior, Vice President Qin, was walking towards his office in white high heels. He had to admit that although Vice President Qin was not young, about 30 years old, she was still a beautiful woman with charm. Therefore, he decided not to apply for resignation immediately, but to strike up a conversation with Vice President Qin first. Chapter 5. The female president agreed to a date, but I want to quit. Although in order to get the system reward, Zhang Jun had enough motivation to approach Mr. Qin. But when Zhang Jun walked towards Mr. Qin Sinyan, his heart couldn't help but pound. After all, this is an attempt to strike up a conversation with one's superior. But Zhang Jun thought that as long as he struck up a conversation, he would be rewarded handsomely. He still mustered up the courage. And comfort yourself in your heart. Isn't he just a vice president with a net worth of over 10 billion? Put aside all social attributes. Essentially a woman. The same biochemical reaction occurs when you take off your clothes. Then, Zhang Jun bravely knocked on Qin Sinyan's door. "Come in." Zhang Jun walked in after hearing a sweet voice. Qin Sinyan did not look up at Zhang Jun, but just lowered her head to look at the documents, supporting her head with her fair and slender right hand, letting her black curly hair slide down from the back of her hand. "Boss Qin, can I go on a date with you?" Zhang Jun sniffed the faint fragrance coming from Qin Sinyan's body, swallowed a few times, and finally said it out loud. Qin Sinyan raised his head at this time and looked at Zhang Jun in surprise. Zhang Junzi swallowed again and clenched his fists. "Can." But what Zhang Jun didn't expect was that Qin Sinyan agreed very calmly. Then, Zhang Jun saw Qin Sinyan turned on his phone, and frowned and asked Zhang Jun, "When, where, and what is the appointment?" Zhang Jun half opened his mouth. After a while, Qin Sinyan suddenly came to him, patted his shoulder, smiled and said, "Tell me when you have thought it through." Zhang Jun nodded subconsciously. "No?" She actually agreed? Zhang Jun was quite surprised by this. But because Qin Sinyan had already walked out of her own office, Zhang Jun had no choice but to follow him out and return to his workstation. Qin Sinyan had already come to the tea room and called his superior, Old Yang, the company's 10th largest shareholder, has suddenly changed. "Who did you become?" Chairman Lao Yang immediately asked a question on the phone. Zhang Jun, his information is exactly the same as that of an employee in our company. Qin Sinyan replied. Then don't make it public for now. He might be someone with a complicated background. Just try your best to meet his requirements in the company. Good. Only then did Zhang Jun return to his workstation. But he was confused because he didn't know what reward he had received after chatting with Qin Sinyan. What exactly is the reward? Did Qin Sinyan agree to go on a date with me because the system gave me some mysterious reward that made her excited? But what kind of reward can make her excited? When Zhang Jun was puzzled, his boss Lu Chang walked towards him with a sullen face. When he came to Zhang Jun, he asked seriously, "What did you do in President Qin's office?" "What's it to you?" Zhang Jun replied. After hearing this, Lu Chang was furious and decided to make things difficult for Zhang Jun. "Lu Chang, come here for a moment." At this time, Qin Sinyan walked out of the tea room and called Lu Chang over. Lu Chang turned around and ran over, smiling, "Boss Qin, what do you want?" "Zhang Jun from your group. Take good care of him. If he has any requests, try to satisfy them," Qin Sinyan ordered. Lu Chang was shocked when he heard this. This is what the chairman meant. Qin Sinyan added one more sentence and then returned to his office. Lu Chang stood there in a daze for a while. Then, Lu Chang walked back to Zhang Jun and said with a grin, Zhang Jun, are you free at noon? I'll treat you to a meal. No time. Zhang Jun replied. Lu Chang looked disappointed. Zhang Jun, why are you talking to brother Lu like that? What a lack of emotional intelligence. Guan Lu, a colleague of Zhang Jun who had joined the company a few years earlier than him, criticized Zhang Jun and directly attacked Zhang Jun for having no emotional intelligence. Because Guan Lu knew that Zhang Jun had an ordinary background, and seeing that his leader Lu Chang was unhappy, he wanted to please Lu Chang and attack Zhang Jun. Brother Lu, I'm free at noon, how about I treat you? Lay along man hot pot, or shalixiang grilled fish? Guan Lu was still smiling and chatting with Lu Chang. Lu Chang turned around and pointed his index finger at Guan Lu, gritting his teeth and saying, do you think you can please your boss by doing this? Did no one teach you how to respect others since you were a child, or did I not teach you how to get along with your colleagues in a friendly way? Guan Lu was stunned for a moment. No, brother Lu, it's me. Having someone like you will undoubtedly affect the working atmosphere of my team. I was just saying why my group's performance has been unsatisfactory recently. It seems that it's because of you who only know how to please others and not work hard that you ruined everyone's enthusiasm. Lu Chang continued to teach Guan Lu a lesson. Firstly, he was afraid that his discipline was not harsh enough, which would make Zhang Jun dissatisfied with him. Secondly, he was indeed disappointed and dissatisfied with Zhang Jun's rejection of him just now, so he simply vented his dissatisfaction on Guan Lu. He was an old hand and knew that Guan Lu was a person who did not respect others and was a mean person with no self-esteem, so no matter how he scolded him, it would not matter. He was just like a dog, which would come back as long as he was given a bone. Therefore, Lu Chang had no scruples in disciplining the law. Guan Lu was surprised and frightened at this time, but not angry. He felt that it was right for his leader to scold him. Just like he would train his employees if he became a leader. Therefore, Guan Lu hurriedly bowed to Lu Chang and said, I'm sorry for your teaching, brother Lu. I will definitely change next time. Apologize to Zhang Jun. Lu Chang said something. Guan Lu became a little embarrassed. He can apologize to his superiors proactively and without hesitation. But he would be very reluctant to apologize to people of the same level or even to people who he thinks have a lower social background than him. Apologize. It was not until Lu Chang reminded him again that Guan Lu reluctantly bowed to Zhang Jun and apologized, I'm sorry. Call me Jun. You only know how to say that others have no emotional intelligence, but where is your own emotional intelligence? Lu Chang reprimanded Guan Lu again. Guan Lu couldn't help but frown, but he was afraid of Lu Chang's power, so he had to bow to Zhang Jun again and gritted his teeth and said, Brother Jun, I'm sorry. Sorry for what? Zhang Jun asked. Guan Lu thought for a moment and said, I shouldn't have said that to you, and I'm not qualified to teach you. Zhang Jun nodded and ignored it. Be it Lu Chang or Guan Lu, he had no intention of continuing to make friends with them, and was too lazy to talk to them anymore. Although you apologized, your ability to do this is clearly still lacking. From now on, all of Zhang Jun's work will be given to you. If you don't want to, you can choose to resign. Lu Chang gave an order to Guan Lu. Guan Lu was stunned for a moment, and then had to say yes. Lu Chang looked at Zhang Jun again and put on a smile, Zhang Jun, if you have any difficulties in work or life, remember to tell me at any time. I am a few years older than you, so I will act like an older brother and do my best to take care of you. I want to quit. Can you approve it quickly? Chapter 6 My superior is trying to please me. Lu Chang was stunned for a moment. Guan Lu was also stunned for a moment, his face full of astonishment. Can you tell me why? Lu Chang asked Zhang Jun with a smile. Then, Lu Chang then continued to ask Zhang Jun carefully, is it because of me? Or because of him? Lu Chang pointed at Guan Lu. Brother Jun, I was really wrong, please don't bother with me. Guan Lu smiled awkwardly and said with a look of fear on his face. If it's because I didn't care enough about you before and treated you too hard, I apologize to you. Lu Chang also spoke up here. He was really afraid that Zhang Jun was going to resign because of him. In that case, if the chairman or Mr. Qin blamed him, he would not know how to explain. It was the first time that Zhang Jun saw Lu Chang so nervous in front of him, so he couldn't help laughing and said, no. Lu Chang heaved a sigh of relief after hearing this, smiled awkwardly, and asked, why is that? I just don't want to do it anymore. Zhang Jun replied. Good. Then apply as soon as possible and I will approve it as soon as possible. Lu Cheng said with a smile and left Zhang Jun's workstation. Thank you. Zhang Jun still replied politely. You're welcome. Lu Cheng immediately went to Qin Xinyan's office. He's leaving? After Qin Xinyan knew the purpose of Lu Cheng's visit, he still asked in surprise. Lu Cheng said stiffly, yes, I asked him the reason and he said he simply didn't want to do it anymore. Qin Xinyan frowned and thought about it, then acted as if he was thinking seriously. Then, Qin Xinyan looked at Lu Cheng and said seriously, you must try your best to keep him. At least until the chairman comes back after the new year, you must keep him. Tell him that he can ask for anything. If you can keep it, it's your credit. If you can't keep it, the chairman and I will be very disappointed in you. After Qin Xinyan said this, he lowered his head and continued to deal with the work in his hands. Lu Cheng smiled awkwardly, I understand. Then, Lu Cheng walked out. He really didn't expect that Zhang Jun's background was so complicated. He knew that this was both a challenge and an opportunity for him. So, Lu Cheng clenched his fist, put on a smile again, and walked towards Zhang Jun. Can we talk? Can. Zhang Jun stood up and followed Lu Cheng to a small public meeting room. Lu Cheng closed the door and sat opposite Zhang Jun, smiling and asking, well, I admit that I didn't care enough about you before, and I also said some unpleasant things. I apologize to you again. But I have always valued you and cared about you in my heart. Now that you suddenly asked to resign, I personally feel very reluctant emotionally. At the same time, from a work perspective, I also feel very reluctant, so can you reconsider it? No. My job can be done by any college student who has trained for a few months, right? You don't have to act like my resignation is a major blow to the company. Zhang Jun laughed and asked Xiang Lucheng, did President Qin tell you something? She told me something, asking me to try to keep you. He said the chairman also took this matter very seriously. Lu Cheng told the truth. Zhang Jun became more curious after hearing this, is the chairman even alarmed? That should be it. You should know this better than me. Lu Cheng spread his hands and smiled. Zhang Jun actually had no idea at all. He now only suspected that the System S reward was too great, which was why the chairman also paid attention to him. The key is, he still doesn't know what reward the system gave him after he chatted up Qin Xinyan. Who made his system so cool? The rewards are never announced. It makes me angry just thinking about it. Lu Cheng continued to plead with Zhang Jun, I don't know why you don't want to do this anymore, but I sincerely hope you stay. Then be sincere and tell me why you want me to stay. At this time, Zhang Jun crossed his right foot on his left leg and said with a smile. Lu Cheng took a deep breath and said, well, I'll tell you the truth. President Qin asked me to try to keep you. She said that if I can't keep you, she and the chairman will be very disappointed in me. You know, I have elderly parents and young children to take care of, and I have a mortgage of tens of thousands of yuan every month. The key is that I'm not young anymore. I'm 38 years old. I don't know when I will be laid off. TSK. You have enough weaknesses. Zhang Jun smacked his lips. Lu Cheng smiled bitterly. Zhang Jun thought for a moment and said, let me be frank. I want to quit because I want to find a job with less work. Of course, it would be best if it pays more. If you can reduce my work to almost nothing, I can consider not quitting. Your company is too arrogant, especially when you are the one doing it, it's even more arrogant. I'm not short of money now, so there's no need for me to follow suit. It's better to let those who need it more do it. Zhang Jun also complained a few more times. Lu Cheng sneered, then frowned and began to think. Then, Lu Cheng said, well, at my level, I can apply for a position as an assistant director, but I haven't applied for it yet because I want to reduce costs and increase efficiency for the company. But now I'll apply for it, and you'll be my assistant director in the future, and you won't have to do anything. The basic salary is 20,000 a month, what do you think? Zhang Jun thought about it and nodded, not bad. Lu Cheng then asked Zhang Jun, excuse me, what is your relationship with the chairman? Is that something you can ask? Zhang Jun asked back in a mysterious way. 2. Lu Cheng stood up with a smile and said, I'll tell you when I get a new position for you. Okay. Zhang Jun responded and returned to his workstation, submitted the leave application process, and did not apply for resignation again. He then left the company. He would take advantage of his free time to continue chatting up beautiful women and get rewards. As for what reward he got for chatting up Qin Xinyan, he decided not to rush to ask, because he believed he would know in the future. After leaving the company, Zhang Jun couldn't find any beautiful women for a long time. But just when he couldn't help wondering if there were too few beautiful women in Shanghai, he suddenly remembered that his company was not far from Shanghai University. He decided to try college. But when Zhang Jun was about to take a taxi to Hudan University, he saw that Wei Shanshan had sent him a message. The content of the message is a picture of Japanese food. And there is a text message at the end saying, "I want to eat." Just 2 words. Be frugal with words. Zhang Jun was speechless. He knew what Wei Shanshan meant. She just wanted him to treat her to Japanese food. But Zhang Jun pretended not to understand. Before he had the system, he decided not to be a bootlicker anymore. Now that he has a system that can reward various gifts at any time, there is naturally no need for him to be a bootlicker anymore. Therefore, Zhang Jun did not reply to the message, but directly opened the taxi app and went to Hudan University. As far as he could remember, he had a high school female classmate named Xin Ningwei who was admitted to Hudan University. Xin Ningwei was the top female student in their class and an extremely beautiful woman who amazed almost all students at that time, regardless of gender. However, Zhang Jun, like most boys, did not dare to approach her, and did not even dare to have a secret crush on her. Because many people know that she is very cold and never smiles. Most importantly, she is picked up and dropped off by a nanny car every day, so people are afraid to get close to her. Therefore, he was not familiar with this female classmate and did not even have her contact information. He only saw on the college entrance examination list that she was going to attend Hudan University. Naturally, he did not know whether she was still studying at Hudan University. But to his surprise, as soon as he arrived at Hudan University, he saw Xin Ningwei sitting on the lawn by the water with a drawing board in her hand. Then, Zhang Junqiao took a deep breath and walked quickly towards Xin Ningwei. Chapter 7: The Other Side of the Cold Goddess. When Zhang Jun shouted, Xin Ningwei was slightly startled, and then she looked towards him in the direction of the voice. Zhang Jun also saw her extremely beautiful face. He was stunned for a moment. "I don't know where to put my hands." Xin Ningwei didn't say anything. She just turned around and looked at the drawing board, but didn't paint. Zhang Jun also looked away, then mustered up the courage to look back at Xin Ningwei and asked, "What are you drawing?" "Drawing buildings." Xin Ningwei replied. Zhang Jun decided to get straight to the point. "Can I take you to the movies?" "Able." Xin Ningwei replied. Zhang Jun was quite surprised that Xin Ningwei agreed so readily. He thought the other party would refuse. Zhang Jun couldn't help but look at her carefully. He found that Xin Ningwei had a calm expression, and the pair of watery eyes under her eyebrows were only staring at the red building opposite. She looked cold and arrogant, and unapproachable. "So when are you free?" Zhang Jun asked with a smile. He was happy that Xin Ningwei agreed to go to the movies with her, and he was also happy for the reward he had just received. Because he had discovered that there was an extra car key in his trouser pocket. Obviously, the system rewarded him with another car. Xin Ningwei replied to Zhang Jun, "We are all free today." Zhang Jun had already opened the movie selection software and brought it to Xin Ningwei. "Which one do you want to watch?" "This." Xin Ningwei chose an animated film. "Okay. Then I'll choose an afternoon session." "Well, thank you." Zhang Jun really didn't expect that it would be so easy to date this extremely beautiful woman who, in his impression, was so cold and aloof in high school that no one dared to approach her. This made Zhang Jun start to doubt whether he was actually very attractive. But reason told him that this was impossible. But this made him bolder and looked at Xin Ningwei again. It is indeed a feast for the eyes. The white jade face, the naturally red lips, the slender neck, the plump tiger head outline under the floral dress, and the slender waist against the green grass all made Zhang Jun feel that the scenery at this moment was much more beautiful. Cool. However, beauty is good, but it cannot be used to make a living. Because it was almost noon, Zhang Jun felt a little hungry. "Are you hungry? You treat me to a movie, and I treat you to lunch?" Xin Ningwei suddenly spoke at this time. The voice is gentle and pleasant. Zhang Jun was slightly stunned. This was the first time that a girl who was not a blood relative of his took the initiative to invite him to dinner. Zhang Jun nodded, "Okay. So what do you want to eat?" Xin Ningwei asked. Zhang Jun replied, "Let's go to the cafeteria." I want to try your school's cafeteria and relive the feeling of eating on campus. Good. Shin Ningwei stood up and put away the drawing board. When she was putting away her drawing board, Zhang Jun secretly took a look at the peach-shaped part under her dark blue jeans. After Shin Ningwei put it away, he turned around, stood up, turned his back to Shin Ningwei, put his hand into his trouser pocket and moved it, then walked to the main road of the campus. Shin Ningwei followed with a drawing board hanging on one shoulder and combing her long black hair that fell in front of her shoulders. It's really big. Shin Ningwei looked down at her chest and blushed. I'm talking about your school. Zhang Jun, who was looking at Shin Ningwei's profile, saw this and hurriedly reminded her in a low voice. Then he couldn't help laughing and turned his head away. Shin Ningwei's face turned even redder. Neither of them spoke anymore and just walked quietly on the campus. Many students passing by looked at Zhang Jun with envy or confusion. Zhang Jun didn't care about it and just looked at them openly. But when he saw the pretty female college student coming over, he didn't even think of striking up a conversation with her to get the reward. He knew this was because Shin Ningwei was walking with him. But he had to admit that it was because of Shin Ningwei that he did not have such a strong urge to get rewards at this moment. When they arrived at the cafeteria, Shin Ningwei placed her drawing board and handbag on an empty table, then went to get a plate, then held the plate with both hands and asked Zhang Jun, "What do you want to eat?" Zhang Jun selected some home-cooked dishes and rice. After the cafeteria aunt prepared the dishes, Shin Ningwei paid the bill and then took the full plates back to the table where the drawing board was. Then, Shin Ningwei also went to get one for herself and handed a pair of chopsticks to Zhang Jun, who was already sitting on the dining chair. Thanks. Zhang Jun said this and started eating. But Shin Ningwei just smiled. Then, she also sat down and ate her meal. There was no expression on his face, which looked like a stranger would never approach him. He didn't say anything to Zhang Jun during the whole process. Zhang Jun just thought that she had the habit of eating without talking, so he didn't speak. After finishing the meal, seeing that she was still sitting opposite him coldly, not playing with her phone, not looking around, but staring straight ahead, Zhang Jun asked, "On the way, you didn't take the initiative to ask me to help you get the drawing board. After serving me the meal, you didn't give me the plate and let me take it myself. Instead, you brought it back and served your own. You are socially anxious. Can you not talk if you can?" Shin Ningwei nodded. Zhang Jun nodded. No more questions. After dinner, Zhang Jun and Shin Ningwei went to the cinema. The cinema is not far from Shin Ningwei's school. So, Zhang Jun and Shin Ningwei walked to the cinema. Although the movie was an animated film that Zhang Jun didn't like very much, after all, the person sitting next to him was the beautiful Shin Ningwei, so Zhang Jun didn't feel bored. When he smelled the faint fragrance coming from Shin Ningwei, he boldly reached out and held Shin Ningwei's hand. Shin Ningwei looked back at her and asked, "Why do you want to hold hands?" "Because when you watch a movie, you have to hold hands so that you know the other person hasn't left." Zhang Jun replied with a smile. After hearing this, Shin Ningwei didn't say anything else and just continued to watch the movie seriously, but she still let Zhang Jun hold her hand. Zhang Jun held Shin Ningwei's hand and felt his whole body soften and comfortable. Even after the movie was over, the two of them still walked out of the cinema hand in hand. But as soon as they left the cinema, Shin Ningwei stopped by the claw machine and took the initiative to say to Zhang Jun, "Can I treat you to this?" Zhang Jun frowned, "No. Play." Shin Ningwei shook Zhang Jun's hand. Seeing her pouting and acting like a spoiled brat, Zhang Jun couldn't help but agree, "Okay." So Zhang Jun accompanied Shin Ningwei to buy coins. "You catch it yourself. I'll wait for you nearby." "I won't catch it." Zhang Jun replied. "No." Shin Ningwei forcibly grabbed a handful of coins and gave them to Zhang Jun. Zhang Jun had no choice but to take it. But he didn't put in the coin, just watched Shin Ningwei catch it. But Shin Ningwei obviously didn't have the skills or luck, and she failed to catch all three. Seeing that he had been watching from the side, Shin Ningwei pushed him and ordered, "You catch it too." Zhang Jun was bored waiting, so he went to the machine next to him and started playing. As a result, Zhang Jun grabbed one at once. Shin Ningwei looked over in surprise. That's called professionalism. Zhang Jun raised his eyebrows and smiled. Chapter 8, Holding Hands to Win an Unexpected Prize. Shin Ningwei curled her lips. Then, she started to catch it again, but still failed. This made her a little unhappy. Zhang Jun continued to catch them. As a result, Zhang Jun grabbed another one. When Shin Ningwei looked over, Zhang Jun smiled and said, "I told you I'm more professional than you at catching dolls, right?" Shin Ningwei frowned her beautiful dark eyebrows. And she had to keep grabbing, but she still didn't catch it. Zhang Jun continued to catch them, and as a result, he caught another one. Shin Ningwei couldn't help but walk towards him. Zhang Juanzi was also a little surprised. He frowned and thought, I guess I'm just lucky. Then catch it again. Shin Ningwei said. Zhang Jun nodded, and continued to grab the dolls, and gave all the dolls he caught to Shin Ningwei. As a result, Zhang Jun really caught another one. Shin Ningwei couldn't help but say, You are so amazing. What good luck. Zhang Jun doesn't think he has such good skills. This made Zhang Jun suddenly realize that it might be that the system gave him a reward of great luck because he held hands with Shin Ningwei. Because of the successful hand holding after the chat, the system rewards the current date girl with extra good luck for half an hour according to the rules. The countdown enters 10 minutes. Damn it. High cooling system. There are no rewards. I won't notify you until it's almost over. Teach me. At this time, Shin Ningwei returned to the claw machine where she had just been and said something to Zhang Jun. Then help me choose a number first. Zhang Jun opened the lottery selection app on his mobile phone and handed the phone to Shin Ningwei. Shin Ningwei nodded and started to choose. Bite. Special reminder, in order to prevent the host from losing the motivation to chat up too early, if you use your luck to buy lottery tickets during the peak period, it is only applicable to single bets. At this moment, a system voice suddenly appeared in Zhang Jun's mind. Grass. Dog system. Not only is he aloof, but he also makes people richer all of a sudden. Zhang Jun couldn't help but curse the system in his heart, and had to place only one bet. Then, he left the captured doll in the cinema, and then held Shin Ningwei's hand, while Shin Ningwei held the joystick and picked up the doll. This time Shin Ningwei caught the doll. This made Shin Ningwei smile immediately. Then, when Shin Ningwei was trying to catch the next one, she caught it again. Shin Ningwei couldn't close her mouth for a moment. You're really amazing. It's not that I'm good, it's that I cast a spell on you. 10 minutes later, after trying several times and failing to catch the doll, Shin Ningwei gave up trying to catch the doll and turned to look at Zhang Jun. The magic failed? Zhang Jun saw Shin Ningwei looking back at him, and she was very close to him, so close that he could hear her heartbeat and smell her faint body fragrance. His heart suddenly started pounding, and his face became hot. He nodded and let go of Shin Ningwei. Yes, it's time to go back. Good. Shin Ningwei agreed. Zhang Jun then brought the dolls stored in the cinema and said, These are all for you. Real? Shin Ningwei asked with a smile. Zhang Jun nodded. Shin Ningwei then spread her arms and said, Let me carry some of them myself, and how about you carry the rest back to the dormitory for me? Can. Zhang Jun replied. After accompanying Shin Ningwei to the dormitory and waiting for Shin Ningwei to put all the dolls back in the dormitory, Zhang Jun was ready to turn around and leave Huden University. For him, today is indeed a very special experience. Etc. But just when Zhang Jun was about to leave, Shin Ningwei suddenly came out of the dormitory again and called him. Are we good friends now? When Zhang Jun turned around, Shin Ningwei suddenly asked him a question. Joy was revealed in eyes as clear as springs. And a fair and delicate face is even more beautiful than anything else. Zhang Jun was slightly startled, then replied, Yes. So what is your name, my good friend? Shin Ningwei then asked with a smile on her face. Zhang Jun looked at her pure and flawless face and couldn't help but smile. Zhang Jun. So, what class are you in high school? Class 3. Shin Ningwei nodded. Why did you think of coming to see me today? Shin Ningwei asked again. Zhang Jun replied truthfully, Today I suddenly wanted to visit your school, and I happened to meet you. Why didn't you come earlier? Shin Ningwei suddenly snorted and asked with a frown, then she smiled playfully and formed 2 dimples. Seeing this, Zhang Jun suddenly felt that the cement sealing his heart had more cracks and was about to break. But when he thought about the past, he felt that the ambiguity at this time might not be real, and did not necessarily mean that the other party was really interested. It might just be intentional. Therefore, Zhang Jun had to pour another ton of cement into his heart instead of directly pouring 10 tons. Then, Zhang Junkai smiled and replied, If you come earlier, you may not be able to meet him. Now is the perfect time to come. 2. Shin Ningwei nodded and said, I'll take you there. No, I want to walk alone. Zhang Jun rejected Shin Ningwei's offer to send her off. Because he was afraid that if he continued to have contact with Shin Ningwei, he would fall completely, and that the heart that was sealed by cement would become completely active and out of control. When Zhang Jun forced Shin Ningwei to go back to the dormitory and Shin Ningwei walked towards the school gate alone, Zhang Jun couldn't help but rub his face, took a deep breath, and thought to himself that he might have met a master of love ambiguity. The key is that she is such a stunningly beautiful person with such a graceful figure. Such a person, when playing with ambiguity, even if he only uses 6 points of his skill, is several times stronger than an ordinary person using 10 points of his skill. Zhang Jun had to admit that if he had not added enough cement in the past, his psychological defenses would have completely collapsed and he would have become the other party's bootlicker. Moreover, he felt that if he wanted to stop harboring illusions and completely lose himself in front of Shin Ningwei, he would have to add more cement and recall more of his painful memories of being a bootlicker in the past. That's right. Zhang Jun used to be not as straight as he is now, nor was he as indifferent to the opposite sex as he is now. On the contrary, he used to be warmer and more attentive to the girls he liked than anyone else. If someone was ambiguous with him, once he was moved, he would give his heart to that person and would flatter them better than anyone else. But now, after realizing how stupid he had been by completely losing his self-esteem, he chose to seal his heart with cement. And every time a girl showed ambiguity towards him, he would take the initiative to add cement to seal his restless heart that was about to break through the cement seal. However, today was an exception. He didn't know why he took the initiative to hold Shin Ningwei's hand. Was it because the atmosphere was right, or because he suddenly wanted to try and see if there would be a reward if he succeeded in holding hands? Maybe it was both. After Zhang Jun rejected Shin Ningwei and kept adding cement to his heart by recalling past pains, Zhang Jun remembered that he still had a system reward that he had not checked. This was the car that the system rewarded him with for chatting up Shin Ningwei. This also made Zhang Jun sigh. Shin Ningwei was so strong in losing her mind, so strong that when he was dating her, he even forgot to pay attention to the system reward he received. While sighing, Zhang Jun took out the car keys that had been in his trouser pocket. When he took out the car keys and looked at them, he was stunned and immediately delighted. Rewards are still good. After all, it is a reward that is difficult to earn in real life. Chapter 9: The top student wants to be my driver. Zhang Jun had to admit that although his system was aloof, it was still very generous in terms of rewards. Very generous indeed. After all, every time it was very generous. Although he still didn't know what reward the system gave him when he approached Qin Xinyan. But just based on the Bentley he was rewarded with during the blind date, and the mansion worth 20 million yuan he was rewarded with when he chatted up Wei Shanshan, he had to admit that his aloof system was really generous. He was so generous that if it weren't for the cement sealing his heart, he would have learned not to be restless long ago. He would jump up every time he received a reward, and he couldn't wait to tell all his close people immediately to tell them how happy he was. Zhang Jun began to search for his car near Hudan University. Because his system is too cool. Every time, he was unable to awaken his system through his thoughts. So, he always needs to find out where his rewards are. According to his experience, the rewards given by his system will be placed near his current location by default. Thus, Zhang Jun started searching around Hudan University. Coincidentally, there was a parking lot near where he was. He just walked over. Then, Zhang Jun discovered that his car was really here. By pressing the car key, he found the car that the system rewarded him. Hello? Can we talk for a minute? But just as Zhang Jun put the car keys into his trouser pocket and was about to walk towards his car, 2 men and 1 woman in extraordinary clothes stopped him. These people were all very young, but there was some unfriendly look in their eyes. But the man standing in the middle still asked him politely. Seeing that the other party was so polite and restrained, Zhang Jun stopped and said, "Okay." The man continued, "My name is Luo Ingsong, and I am Shin Ningwei's senior. He is Zhao Run, Shin Ningwei's graduate student classmate, and she is Wang Lu, Shin Ningwei's graduate student classmate. Hello? Hello?" After Luo Ingsong introduced the other 2 people to Zhang Jun and the other 2 greeted Zhang Jun, Luo Ingsong asked Zhang Jun again. "Excuse me, are you Shin Ningwei's boyfriend? We just saw you guys, you seem to be having a lot of fun." "No." Zhang Jun replied. Luo Ingsong breathed a sigh of relief after hearing this. Then, Luo Ingsong asked again, "So you are his classmate?" Zhang Jun replied with a smile. After hearing this, Luo Ingsong asked again, "Undergraduate classmates?" "High school." Zhang Jun replied. Luo Ingsong nodded and asked, "Were you on a date just now?" "Certainly," Zhang Jun said with a slight grin. Luo Ingsong pursed his lips, then smiled slightly. "Please forgive me for being a little bit presumptuous in what I'm going to say next. I think you shouldn't be so confident. After all, to be honest, you are pretty ordinary, if you only look at your clothes. Please forgive me if this is offensive. But I'm telling the truth. She deserves a better place if you really like her." After Luo Ingsong said this, the two people beside him also nodded in agreement. At this time, a boy named Zhao Ran also said, "That's right. Senior is the head of the student union after all. He has published important journals, and his parents are professors at local colleges. He feels ashamed in front of Ning Shu and doesn't dare to ask her out without permission." "You actually dare to ask her out. It's surprising and admirable. All ordinary men are like this. What's so strange?" Wang Lu spoke nonchalantly. Luo Ingsong couldn't help but frown at Wang Lu's words, then looked at Zhang Jun, who had a grim expression, and bowed and said, "I'm sorry again for any offense we caused. But I'm reminding you out of kindness, hoping that you can face reality. You may not know that every weekend, her driver drives a Cullinan to pick up Shin Ningwei. So, you should be able to imagine what kind of family background she has. So, even if you can seduce her due to various factors, it may not be a good thing for you." "Cullinan? I have this car too. It's just that I'm in need of a driver." Zhang Jun nodded after hearing this. Then, Zhang Jun just said these few words with a smile, then turned around and got into his own car. This Cullinan was awarded to him by the system and happened to be parked here as a reward for chatting up Shin Ningwei today. After Zhang Jun got in the car, he started the engine and drove towards the road outside. Luo Ingsong, Zhao Run and Wang Lu were all stunned. Wang Lu said, "So he is not ordinary." Then, Wang Lu asked Zhao Run, "Do you think he rented this car?" "No. This is the latest limited edition. You can't rent it at a car rental company." Zhao Run swallowed his saliva and said with emotion, "Rich people are too low-key nowadays. Fortunately, I was more restrained just now and didn't lose my manners too much." Luo Ingsong gritted his teeth, then walked quickly towards Zhang Jun's car and shouted, "Hello, I've thought about it, and what I said just now was actually a bit too much. I want to apologize in person again. Is that okay?" But Zhang Jun had no intention of stopping and just turned on the navigation. But just as Zhang Jun turned on the navigation, he saw a man kneeling in front of his car. This person is Luo Ingsong. Naturally, Zhang Jun couldn't just run over it. After all, he is an outstanding student of Huden University, the future pillars of society. So Zhang Jun had to stop, open the car door, and walk towards Luo Ingsong. "What are you doing?" Luo Ingsong also stood up at this time, bowed to Zhang Jun, and said with a smile, "I'm so sorry. I have to use this method to make you see how guilty I am. My words just now were too emotional and too disrespectful to you and Shin Ningwei, and even too realistic. After all, whether you should date Shin Ningwei or not, and whether Shin Ningwei is willing to accept your date, are your freedom and rights. I have no right to interfere and should only respect it. But because I also like Shin Ningwei, I became jealous and lost my mind, which is why I behaved very impolitely and emotionally. So, I apologize again, and I hope you can forgive me for going too far." After Luo Ingsong said this, he bowed again. Zhang Jun looked at Luo Ingsong with a complicated expression, and then said meaningfully, "In fact, you are very restrained. If it were me, I wouldn't be able to be as restrained as you. That's how today's incident has passed. If you really feel bad, please don't waste my time." Zhang Jun really cares about his own time now. After all, if he chats up one more beautiful woman every day, he will get one more reward. "Thank you for your generosity. Well, you said you were in need of a driver, can I be your driver?" Luo Ingsong suddenly looked at Zhang Jun eagerly and asked with a smile. Chapter 10, Fight Back Against the Boss Who Has a Strong Sense of Daddy. "Can't," Zhang Jun replied without hesitation. "That's such a pity." Luo Ingsong smiled awkwardly, with a look of disappointment on his face. "Since you are Shin Ningwei's classmates, please don't tell her about my situation without permission, so as not to cause unnecessary trouble." "Thanks." Zhang Jun made a request to Luo Ingsong and others, and then got back into his car. "Don't worry. Goodbye." When Luo Ingsong heard what Zhang Jun said, he immediately answered with a smile. After Zhang Jun left, Zhao Run came over and said to Luo Ingsong, Brother, I really admire you. Seeing such a wealthy person dare to talk to me, I don't know what to say. I feel that if I try to get close to him, I will appear too humble and people will look down on me. But if I pretend to be noble, I am worried that I will miss the opportunity to get in touch with higher circles. You're so considerate that you actually thought of kneeling in front of his car to stop him. A person who owns such a car at such a young age must have a background that we cannot imagine. It is an opportunity to meet him. If you can get to know him, it is already a fortune. However, not everyone has the courage to seize this fortune, but you do. Zhao Run said while looking at the taillights of the car Zhang Jun was driving. Unfortunately, I don't know his name yet. Luo Yingsong sighed. Wang Lu's also said with a moved face, now I know what a rich person in the top circle is like. He is emotionally stable, gentle and elegant, and is no longer dazzled by vanity. He is low-key and introverted. What we said just now was actually a bit excessive, but he didn't get angry. He just said lightly at the end, Cullinan, I have one too. This kind of condescending attitude of disregard and indifference makes people angry, but also makes people feel cool and handsome. Wang Lu said this in a rather intoxicated manner and then looked at Luo Yingsong and Zhao Run. What do you think? Luo Yingsong nodded, now I understand why he can get close to Shen Ningwei. Okay. The excellence of these people is inherited, and we cannot learn or compare with them. I still admire my senior brother more. He is the only one who deserves my learning now. He is willing to risk everything to cross the circle, but at the same time, he can maintain great restraint when facing major challenges. As Zhao Run spoke, he looked at Luo Yingsong solemnly. Luo Yingsong smiled slightly and patted his junior fellow apprentice on the shoulder. Wang Lu also nodded, that's right. Senior brother's courage is admirable. But, that person just now really has a very attractive temperament. It feels like a banished immortal from the world. Maybe this is the true aristocratic temperament? After Wang Lu said this, Luo Yingsong also said to Wang Lu. Okay. Do you think you can compete with Shen Ningwei? Wang Lu's expression suddenly became gloomy. Brother, don't tear down people when they are in trouble. Let us talk about it. As it was getting late, Zhang Jun chose to go home and cook something. He had no plan to continue hanging out outside and chatting up beautiful women. He bought vegetables, meat and rice yesterday, so naturally he wanted to cook a meal at home. Besides, he hadn't eaten home-cooked meals for a long time. Because the house he rented before didn't have a kitchen, he basically ate out. After Zhang Jun returned to the community where he lived, he had just parked his car and walked towards the apartment building when he saw Wei Shanshan pushing and shoving a middle-aged man. Adhering to the principle of minding one's own business and avoiding trouble, Zhang Jun didn't intend to pay any attention to it. He simply prepared to take a detour and go home from another apartment building. Zhang Jun. But at this time, Wei Shanshan, however, walked towards him quickly in high heels and carrying a handbag, and stopped him. Don't misunderstand. There's nothing going on between me and Brother Tang. I just had a meal with him because he said he wanted to talk to me about the evaluation of outstanding employees. But I didn't expect that he wanted me to be his mistress. I didn't agree, but he still wouldn't give in. Wei Shanshan said with rapid breathing. Xiao Wei. How can you say this to others casually? At this time, the middle-aged man called Brother Tang by Wei Shanshan walked over. Zhang Jun recognized this man and knew that his name was Tang Jian, and that he was at the same level of the company's management as his boss Lu Chang. After Tang Jian came over, he also put his hands in his pockets and looked at Zhang Jun with a serious face. Your name is Zhang Jun, right? You seem to be someone under Lu Chang? Zhang Jun nodded, do you know me? Some impression. Tang Jian replied, then frowned and thought for a moment, then said, well, don't spread what happened tonight. I am older than you and have eaten more salt than you have eaten rice, so I would like to advise you not to meddle in other people's business. Otherwise, it will not do you any good. Do you know? Tang Jian asked Zhang Jun, and then looked at Xiao Wei, and you, Xiao Wei, I have to say something about you too. If you don't want to, then why bother telling others? Speaking of this, Tang Jian suddenly realized and asked Wei Shanshan, do you like him? Tang Jian then pointed at Zhang Jun. Wei Shanshan glanced at Zhang Jun, her eyes somewhat evasive. No. You say one thing and mean another. You women just love to say one thing and mean another. But it's not a big problem. I don't mind. Tang Jian smiled and continued to say to Wei Shanshan. But Xiao Wei, you have to understand that although handsome young men are more worthy of being liked, social resources are in the hands of uncles like you, Brother Tang. So, you have to be smart. What's the point of following a young man like this? You'll never get ahead in your life. I can't even own a house in this city for my entire life. Even if they have a house, they still have to suck up all their parents' hard-earned money and then go into debt for decades to buy it. It's better for you to follow me, Brother Tang, and you can easily have a house and endless money. Zhang Jun touched his nose. No comment. I'm going home first. You guys take your time chatting. Zhang Jun replied. Wei Shanshan looked at Zhang Jun and said, I'll go back with you. Stop. Did I let you go? At this moment, Tang Jian suddenly roared and his expression became stern. Then, Tang Jian then said to Wei Shanshan in a stern voice. You don't want to be ashamed, huh? I hope you can recognize your current situation. Do you know who is in control of the situation now? It's me. I can decide your salary, job prospects, and your position in this industry. Zhang Jun also stopped when he saw this. Don't mind your own business. Be careful or I'll let old Lu take care of you. The biggest problem with you young people right now is that you are very ignorant and stupid, and you don't know how to take shortcuts. Tang Jian also reprimanded Zhang Jun and continued to educate them. A strong smell of daddy. So, you were able to become the director because you sold a hook to your superior? Zhang Jun asked with a smile. Tang Jian's expression suddenly changed. Chapter 11. The director was shocked by my background. How do you talk? You young man, you also need to be educated. Tang Jian couldn't help but get angry after hearing this. Then, Tang Jian pointed at Zhang Jun and said with gritted teeth, believe it or not, I will punish you. How are you going to clean up? Zhang Jun asked with a smile. Just you wait. Tang Jian took a deep breath and took out his cell phone. I'll call Lao Lu. You can expect to receive your dismissal notice tomorrow. You young people deserve to be punished. You think you are so great, but in fact, Lao Lu is willing to let the company fire you just to do me a favor. This is reality. You should thank me today, thank me for teaching you this lesson. Tang Jian said this and dialed the phone. And at this time, Wei Shanshan also looked flustered and looked at Zhang Jun. I'm sorry. I didn't expect him to be so excessive. Do you care about this job? Zhang Jun waved his hand and said it was okay. Hey, Lao Lu. You have a man named Zhang Jun under your command, right? That's good. It's like this. He offended me. Boss Qin? Chairman? Here. After Tang Jian finished dialing the phone, he was suddenly stunned. Then, sweat began to appear on his forehead, and he looked like he was thinking seriously. Then, Tang Jian turned around and smiled with a guilty look on his face. Well, I may have drunk a little bit of wine just now, so I said some dirty words. Don't mind. I kneeled down for you. Tang Jian knelt down and bowed his head to Zhang Jun, crying. Please don't hate me for this. Don't tell President Qin or the chairman about this. It's not easy for me to get to where I am today. If I really lose this job, my whole family will be left with nothing. More importantly, my child still needs me to send him abroad to study. Wei Shanshan looked at this scene in astonishment. She really didn't expect that Tang Jian would suddenly become like this after calling Zhang Jun's boss Lu Chang. Logically, shouldn't Zhang Jun be the one who was afraid of begging for mercy? But she knew that at this moment, not only would Zhang Jun's job not be affected, but her job would also not be affected, and Tang Jian would not harass her anymore. However, Wei Shanshan also began to become more curious about Zhang Jun. She didn't know what kind of extraordinary background Zhang Jun had that made Tang Jian mention the chairman and Mr. Qin on the phone and scared Tang Jian so much. Do the chairman and Mr. Qin think highly of him? Or does he have some special relationship with the chairman and Mr. Qin? Wei Shanshan couldn't help but stare at Zhang Jun. She suddenly felt that Zhang Jun was actually quite handsome, and she might not have paid much attention to him before. This made her start to regret that she shouldn't have just told him that she didn't like him. But she asked herself that she was never willing to easily admit who she liked. After all, she has always been proud. As far as she could remember, she had many suitors whether in high school or in college. After all, she was privately voted as the school belle many times by people in the school. So, in her world, there is no one she likes, only people who please her. Zhang Jun looked at Tang Jian and said calmly, "Go away." Well, I'm leaving. I'm leaving now. Tang Jian then really rolled over, then got up and ran into his car. Wei Shanshan burst out laughing. Then, Wei Shanshan said to Zhang Jun, "Hey, thank you for today." "Thank me for what?" "I didn't do anything." Zhang Jun replied calmly. At this moment, Wei Shanshan suddenly walked in front of Zhang Jun, stopped, and said with pursed lips, "Well, I can give you a chance to pursue me." After saying that, Wei Shanshan turned around, looked at Zhang Jun, and smiled confidently, "Please treat me to a movie tonight." Zhang Jun was slightly stunned. "Ill." To this, Zhang Jun just shrugged slightly, then turned and left. Wei Shanshan's behavior made him lose the mood to go home. He even wanted to move. "Don't live here anymore." Wei Shanshan's narcissistic behavior made him feel disgusted. Therefore, Zhang Jun just turned around and walked towards where he parked his car. Wei Shanshan was shocked and angry when she saw this scene. She was surprised that Zhang Jun was not overjoyed that she allowed him to pursue her. What made him angry was that Zhang Jun actually said that she was sick because of this, as if he thought she was overly narcissistic. Wei Shanshan asked herself, taking the initiative to let a boy pursue her, is this already a very proactive behavior in love? Because she seldom does that. Moreover, in her memory, after she said this to the boys, they would be very happy and would try their best to show their affection to her. After all, her beauty is stunning no matter where she goes. But she didn't expect that Zhang Jun didn't appreciate it. When I think of this, Wei Shanshan couldn't help but stamp her feet and pout, "I'm so beautiful, am I not worthy of your pursuit?" In her opinion, you should be happy that I let you pursue me. Besides, who knows, after pursuing her for a few months, I might even agree. At that time, Zhang Jun was driving aimlessly on the street. Soon, he arrived at a shopping mall and decided to stop there to solve the problem of dinner and see if there were any beautiful girls he could chat up. Ever since he received the system reward, he has become more motivated to strike up a conversation with beautiful women. He himself felt a little surprised when he thought about it. Soon, at the traffic light intersection in front of the shopping mall, Zhang Jun spotted a young beauty with fair skin, about 20 years old. She was wearing a loose plaid shirt and bell-bottom pants, carrying a backpack, and handing out flyers. Zhang Jun was immediately attracted by the girl's beauty. Because he found that even though the other person was not wearing makeup like Xin Ningwei, her appearance was no less youthful than Xin Ningwei's in high school. However, she kept her head down, and if you didn't look carefully, it would be difficult to notice her stunning face, so few people stopped to take her flyers. Moreover, as it started to rain, the number of people was decreasing. Zhang Jun walked over with his hands in his pockets and said to the girl, "Don't send it yet. How about I treat you to dinner?" "No. My sister said that we can't go out to eat with strangers." The girl immediately refused timidly. Moment. Zhang Jun felt like there was an extra card in his pocket. Zhang Jun smiled immediately and took out the card to have a look. Then, Zhang Jun discovered that this was an access card with the words Gubeipin written on it. He naturally knew that this was a luxury house given to him by the system. He had heard of the famous community Gubeipin and knew that any house there would cost hundreds of millions. "I just wanted to move," Zhang Jun muttered to himself and walked towards Gubeipin. Gubeipin is nearby. Therefore, Zhang Jun did not plan to drive, but walked directly to the door. After scanning the access control, he said to the security guard who came out to greet him, "Can you give her an umbrella?" Speaking of, Zhang Jun pointed at the girl he had just chatted up. "Because the rain is getting heavier now." In addition, Zhang Jun also wanted to see if the security guards in this luxury residential complex were different, so he deliberately said this. "Yes, sir." The young, tall, strong and handsome security guard politely agreed, then took a black umbrella, walked towards the girl and pointed at himself. The girl looked up at Zhang Jun, then walked towards him holding an umbrella. Chapter 12. I asked him to chase me. Why is he angry? "Hello, my name is Xiao Xiaomai." When the girl came over, she introduced herself to Zhang Jun. "Well, so, are you willing to have dinner with me again?" Zhang Jun asked as he looked at the girl named Xiao Xiaomai in front of him. When Xiao Xiaomai saw Zhang Jun looking at her, she lowered her head again, hiding her beautiful face, and replied, "No." Then, Xiao Xiaomai took out a disposable plastic lunchbox from her backpack and gave it to Zhang Jun. "Thank you for the umbrella. You are a good person, so I'm giving you this to eat." Zhang Jun took the lunchbox in astonishment. He didn't expect he would be given a nice guy card. At this time, The girl Xiao Xiaomai has left here, holding an umbrella, and went to the shopping mall to continue distributing flyers. Zhang Jun looked at the lunchbox and found that it was filled with sausages that had been cut into slices. Zhang Jun couldn't help but take out a piece and taste it. So spicy. But it's so delicious too. Zhang Jun couldn't help but eat 3 slices in a row. Then, he took the sausage and went to the mall. He has to solve the problem of dinner. But after he returned to the mall, he did not disturb Xiao Xiaomai, who was handing out flyers. When Xiao Xiaomai saw him enter the mall, she just glanced at him secretly and didn't call him. When Zhang Jun arrived at the mall, he ordered a bowl of noodles and naturally added an extra serving of toppings. He is not short of money now. Even when you are eating noodles, you should be nicer to yourself. While Zhang Jun was waiting for the noodles to arrive, he took out his cell phone and looked at it. Result. Zhang Jun found that Wei Shanshan had sent him a WeChat message. Why did you say that to me? Apologize to me. Wei Shanshan said this in her WeChat message. Zhang Jun was too lazy to reply and simply deleted Wei Shanshan's WeChat message. Because according to the system reward rules summarized by Zhang Jun, from then on, whether he flirted with Wei Shanshan or Wei Shanshan flirted with him, there would be no reward after they flirted with each other once. In addition, he didn't have any good feelings towards Wei Shanshan, so naturally he didn't expect any further intimate contact in the future. So, Zhang Jun deleted her. You can't keep it for the new year, right? Wei Shanshan sent this message right after she got home, which is more than 10 minutes ago. Wei Shanshan was naturally very angry when she saw that Zhang Jun hadn't replied to her message for more than 10 minutes. Because no boy has ever treated her like this, making her wait for so long without replying to her messages. Wei Shanshan felt like going crazy because of this. This reminded her of what happened last night when Zhang Jun said he was going to take a shower and would not reply to her messages anymore. This made Wei Shanshan even more angry. Say something. Wei Shanshan had no choice but to send another message to Zhang Jun. But the results showed that she had been deleted as a friend. Wei Shanshan was completely shocked and couldn't close her mouth for a long time. Zhang Jun. Wei Shanshan was so angry that she threw her phone on the sofa. Then, she couldn't help but tears welled up in her eyes. Yao Jingya came out of the bedroom after hearing the sound and asked, "Baby, what's wrong?" Wei Shanshan hugged Yao Jingya after she sat down. "I'm so beautiful, why did he treat me like that? I told him I gave him a chance to pursue me, shouldn't he be grateful?" Zhang Jun? Yao asked elegantly. I saw that he seemed to be highly regarded by his superiors, and he also had such a nice house, so he seemed to have great potential. So I said I could give him a chance to pursue me, but in the end, he said I was sick. Wei Shanshan started crying again when she said this. Yao Jingya said after hearing this, "Why is he like this? Our baby is so beautiful, how can he have the nerve to say that?" Wei Shanshan pouted again and said, "I sent him a message asking him to apologize. I thought as long as he apologized, I would forgive him, but in the end, he deleted me instead." When Wei Shanshan said this, she cried even more miserably. Yao Jingya was also very surprised, and then she quickly wiped the corners of Wei Shanshan's eyes. "Baby, don't cry, baby, don't cry." Then, Yao Jingya suddenly rolled her eyes, and then said to Wei Shanshan very seriously, "I think he is playing hard to get. He pretends to be aloof and unkind on purpose, but in fact he wants to hurt your self-esteem so that he can take you down more easily. A person like him who comes from an extraordinary family is naturally very scheming. He won't easily show his feelings or express his love." Yeah? Wei Shanshan looked at Yao Jingya stupidly. Although she used a question mark, it was obvious that she believed it 80%. At this time, Yao Jingya stretched out her hand and said to Wei Shanshan, "Give me his V signal, I'll add him, and I'll scold him for you. He won't show weakness in front of you, but he will definitely try to please me, your best friend." After hearing this, Wei Shanshan turned on her phone and gave it to Yao Jingya. "You have to teach him a lesson for me. Don't worry." Yao Jingya stood up, added Zhang Jun's V signal, and typed in the verification box, "Hello, I am Shanshan's friend Yao Jingya. I apologize on her behalf. I can add you as a friend. After all, we are neighbors. Please forgive me if I disturb you." Zhang Jun had just finished chatting with his parents on WeChat, and then he saw the verification message from Yao Jingya requesting to add him as a friend. Seeing that she was humble and polite, Zhang Jun agreed, thinking that they were indeed neighbors. When Yao Jingya saw that Zhang Jun had passed her friend, she pursed her red lips with joy. How's it going, did he pass? And at this time, Wei Shanshan raised her head and asked her. Yao Jingya deliberately frowned and shook her head, no. Then, I'm going to the bathroom, honey. If there's not enough paper here, go to my room and get some. Yao Jingya then walked towards the bathroom. Wei Shanshan couldn't help but pout even more fiercely when she heard Yao Jingya say that Zhang Jun didn't accept her friend's request. She even pounded the back of the sofa with her fist and said, "Good job, Zhang Jun." But Wei Shanshan thought about it and said, "But from another perspective, he seems to be very loyal and will not easily accept a girl's application to add him." Then, Wei Shanshan also applied to add Zhang Jun herself, and said in the verification box, "I'll give you another chance." Then, Wei Shanshan put down her phone. Yao Jingya was in the bathroom sending a message to Zhang Jun. "Don't be angry, my best friend is too narcissistic. I apologize to you on her behalf." "Are you home?" "Not at home." Zhang Jun replied. "Okay, so are you going home tonight? I bought some cherries, do you want some?" Yao Jingya asked. "Yes. But I won't eat the cherries, thank you." Zhang Jun replied. "All right." Yao Jingya replied and then started to chuckle. Zhang Jun was indeed going back to the community where he lived, because he wanted to take some daily necessities. However, after Zhang Jun finished his noodles with sausage, he did not go home immediately, but went to the Gubaipin luxury house that the system rewarded him. Chapter 13, Obtain a billion-dollar mansion for the first time. Not long after, Zhang Jun arrived at his own luxury mansion in Gubei. From the moment he opened the door, he was attracted by the gorgeous and exquisite scene before him. The whole house looked spotless, as if it had just been cleaned. There are sparkling and exquisite crystal chandeliers, marble floors and TV walls with beautiful patterns, warm and cozy leather sofas, soft carpets, and retro and elegant dining chairs. The key is the gorgeous landmark street view outside the oversized floor-to-ceiling windows. For a moment, Zhang Jun couldn't believe that this would be his home. Zhang Jun walked in cautiously like a thief, and as soon as he stepped on the carpet, he took his foot back. I hesitated for a long time. Zhang Junkai stepped on it boldly, and instantly felt a warm current rushing from the soles of his feet straight to the top of his head, making him feel as if he was on a prairie, and he wanted to roll on the spot. Then, Zhang Jun sat back on the sofa, as if he was sitting on the legs of a virgin, carefully and with restraint. Only when he was completely close to the soft sofa did he boldly sit on it. Then he felt as if he was really being hugged by someone warmly, and he couldn't help but smile slightly. Smiling like a fool. Fortunately, no one saw his appearance. Therefore, he could indulge in this state of silly smile at will. Just like the last time the system rewarded him with that house. This house is also fully equipped with furniture and appliances, and most importantly, they are all high-end brands. The reason why Zhang Jun knew that these furniture and appliances were more high-end was because he checked them out. He found that these furniture and appliances were beyond his ability to afford before, let alone a house. This naturally made him even happier. The nouveau riche mentality is becoming more and more intense. But he had to restrain himself, to control this mentality. Because he was worried that this would cause unnecessary trouble. But at this moment when no one was around, he could naturally vent his pride at will. So, Zhang Jun couldn't help but touch here and look there, and his mouth was never closed. He didn't even play with his mobile phone. Games and some websites with numbers and letters were all thrown out of his mind. Zhang Jun then looked at the bedroom and bathroom. He was also very satisfied with the decoration of the bedroom and bathroom, so satisfied that he didn't want to sleep here for fear of destroying the original appearance of the place. In his opinion, this house is a work of art, and a high-end work of art, which makes him feel afraid to approach it. But Zhang Jun thought that this artwork belonged to him. He became bolder and dared to move and touch the porcelain on display. Finally, he boldly lay down on every bed in every bedroom for a while and even rolled around a few times. Finally, Zhang Jun completely let go of his fear of destroying this place and decided to enjoy everything here. An hour later, Zhang Jun drove back to the community where he used to live. He decided to move some daily necessities over as soon as possible. Last night he had moved everything in the room he rented to the house that the system rewarded him. Therefore, now he just needs to go back to room 1501, which was rewarded to him by the system, to get the things. But as soon as he arrived at 1501, he heard the door of 1502 open. Then, Zhang Jun saw Wei Shanshan coming out. "Why not through my WeChat?" Wei Shanshan asked Zhang Jun a question after coming out. Zhang Jun asked back, why do I have to go through your WeChat? Wei Shanshan also asked Zhang Jun, don't you like me? Who likes you? Zhang Jun was happy. Wei Shanshan stamped her feet in anger, then why did you approach me last night and ask me if I was free? Asking you if you are free means I like you? What a strange creature. Zhang Jun had already opened the door by then. But before he could close it, Wei Shanshan blocked his door, not allowing him to close it, and looked at him coldly. Are you angry because I said I didn't like you in front of Tang Qing, so you deliberately treated me like this? No. I never liked you at all, why are you crazy? Zhang Jun became more and more impatient. Wei Shanshan still didn't want to believe it, so she continued to ask. You really don't like me? Why should I like you? Zhang Jun asked back. Wei Shanshan answered without hesitation, because I am very beautiful. Just because you're beautiful, I have to like you? Zhang Jun admitted that as a man, he had physical attraction when he saw a beautiful woman and had the desire to have sex with her. But this does not mean that he is completely controlled by desire. When he sees a beautiful woman, he will lose himself and just want to die under the peony flowers. Especially when it comes to beautiful women whose personalities and tastes he doesn't like, he is even rationally afraid that if he can't control his lower body, it will bring him even greater trouble. He is a man who fears trouble. Besides, he is no longer at the age where his mind is filled with only thoughts of satisfying his physical desires and pleasing girls. So, Zhang Jun asked Wei Shanshan this question in return. Wei Shanshan didn't know how to refute for a moment. This was the first time that she had suffered an emotional setback, having been spoiled since childhood. In her memory, all men liked her because she was beautiful. She was also used to an environment where being beautiful meant being privileged. In her opinion, every man would be willing to do things for her just because she is beautiful, spend money and time on her, show his gentleness and cultivation for her, from small things like encouraging her, comforting her, standing up for her, helping her carry her suitcase when they go out, to big things like changing his life plan for her, kneeling down to beg her to agree to his confession, and even committing suicide for her. Even her boss Tang Qing was polite and caring to her before he confessed his love to her today. But she didn't expect Zhang Jun to be the exception. This made her angry and embarrassed. Because that's human nature. People will feel disgust towards those who break the rules of the environment they are familiar with. So, Wei Shanshan frowned and said, then don't regret it. Wei Shanshan said this and turned and left. Bang! She closed the door of 1502 with all her strength. Zhang Jun shook his head speechlessly. Why should I regret it? Is she the only beautiful woman in the world? Although Zhang Jun admitted that Wei Shanshan was very beautiful, there were indeed few people in the company who could compare to her. Among the women he knew so far, only Shen Ningwei and the girl handing out flyers he met today could compare to her. But this also showed that she was not the only one who was the most beautiful. Therefore, Zhang Jun was even more disapproving. Zhang Jun started packing his things. When he finished, closed the door and was about to leave, the door of 1502 opened again. The one who came out this time was Yao Jingya. When Yao Jingya saw Zhang Jun, she smiled and said, well, sorry, my bestie has this kind of temper. What are you doing? Yao Jingya came out to apologize to Zhang Jun on behalf of Wei Shanshan, and then she asked a question when she saw Zhang Jun pushing a suitcase. Move place. Move place? Yao Jingya asked in surprise and disappointment. Then, Yao Jingya asked, is it because my best friend bothers you? Zhang Jun didn't answer, just pressed the elevator button. Yao Jingya naturally understood. Wei Shanshan, who was hiding behind Yao Jingya, also understood, so she stood up and asked Zhang Jun with tears in her eyes, do you hate me so much that you even moved away just to avoid me? Chapter 14 Tell your parents that you won 5 million. Zhang Jun's behavior really made Wei Shanshan, who had never been wronged since childhood, feel very wronged. But Zhang Jun didn't say much. He just got into the elevator after the door opened. Wei Shanshan walked back with tears in her eyes. Yao Jingya had no choice but to follow back and said to Wei Shanshan, baby, don't be sad. Is he playing hard to get? Or do you really hate me? Wei Shanshan asked sadly. Yao Jingya knew that she had to say what Wei Shanshan wanted, otherwise she would never have a good life in the future, so she said, of course he is playing hard to get. People like him, who have such a nice house at such a young age, must come from a rich family, so he is naturally very good at manipulating people's nature. Wei Shanshan nodded in agreement. Then what should I do? Provoke him. Let him have a sense of crisis and know that you will soon become someone else's woman. Then he will panic and show his true colors, or he will deliberately ignore you and even deliberately despise you. Yao Jingya recalled the stories about domineering bosses and heroines in the novels and TV dramas she had read before, and she suggested the same. Of course, she knew this was unrealistic, but based on the principle that if she couldn't get it, then neither could her best friend, she made the suggestion. But Wei Shanshan, who thinks highly of herself, actually believed it. It can be said that one dares to make such a suggestion, and the other really dares to think so. Therefore, Wei Shanshan quickly stopped crying and looked at Yao Jingya. You are right. When he apologizes to me and tries to please me, I will return his coldness to me today double. Let him also feel the feeling of being hated and ignored. Zhang Jun returned to his luxury home in Gubaipin. Returning to this moment, he suddenly felt a lot more relaxed. Perhaps it's because it's fresh, or perhaps it's because this mansion is indeed decorated in a way that creates a relaxing and pleasant atmosphere. Therefore, Zhang Jun felt very happy at this moment. And at this time, Zhang Jun suddenly remembered that the lottery ticket he bought after accompanying Shen Ningwei to the movies this afternoon was about to be drawn. Then, Zhang Jun immediately turned on the TV in the living room and selected the channel where the lottery draw was broadcast live. Not long after, it's time for the lottery draw. Soon, Zhang Jun discovered that the numbers on the lottery ticket he bought were exactly the same as the numbers drawn. This made Zhang Jun's heart boil and his eyes widened. He couldn't even believe it was true. So he had to confirm it again and again. That's right. It is exactly the same. He won the top prize. 5 million. He had to admit that the half hour of luck he gained from holding hands with Shen Ningwei really made his luck so good that whatever he wanted came true. Even buying lottery tickets can be a great way to win the highest prize. But the system is just too dog. He was not allowed to place additional bets. This meant that he could only win 5 million. But, even though he won 5 million, Zhang Jun was still very happy. Although, he already had a lot of money and received many generous system rewards. However, he can share the 5 million with his parents. He had unexpectedly acquired wealth and finally had some to share with his family. He could reasonably tell his family why he had the 5 million. Then, let the family members be happy too. Because he loves his parents very much, and seeing the people he loves happy makes him happier than himself being happy. Then, after Zhang Jun called the lottery company and made an appointment for the prize redemption time, he immediately called his parents. Hey, Mom. Zhang Jun first called his mother. Because his father usually works overtime at this time. On the phone, Mother Li Yumei asked, Why did you choose to call me at this hour, son? Mainly, I want to report good news to you. Is Dad home yet? Zhang Jun asked. Mr. Zhang, your son is asking you. At this time, a shout came from the phone. Not long. The sound of footsteps came from the phone. At this time, Li Yumei had already asked on the phone, What good news, do you have a girlfriend? No. Zhang Jun replied. Then there is no good news. Don't you know that the only thing your parents want is for you to have a partner? Li Yumei said on the phone with disappointment. The main reason was that when she heard Zhang Jun say there was good news, she immediately felt hopeful that Zhang Jun had a partner. As a result, hope comes and goes quickly. Naturally, I couldn't stand it for a while. Father Zhang Hongbing also lost interest after hearing this. It's not like he's going to buy us anything again. Can this be good news? What kind of phone call is that, really? As Zhang Hongbing was talking, Zhang Jun replied on the phone. The good news is that I won 5 million. 5 million? At this time, Zhang Hongbing was stunned. Li Yumei was also stunned. Zhang Hongbing came to his senses first and asked, What? I bought a lottery ticket and won 5 million. Zhang Jun replied. After hearing this, Li Yumei glanced at Zhang Hongbing and asked, Do you believe it? Zhang Hongbing shook his head in disbelief. Our Zhang family doesn't have such fortune. As an old lottery player, I know how difficult it is to win 5 million. Zhang Hongbing said. After hearing what Zhang Hongbing said, Li Yumei raised her index finger and pointed at Zhang Jun on the phone, saying, You bastard, you are really good at making your parents happy. If you really want us to be happy, just find a girlfriend and bring her back for the National Day or Chinese New Year. Don't try to fool people with these fake good things. Aunt Wang next door is 3 years younger than me, your mom, and she already has 2 grandchildren. Li Yumei hung up the phone after saying this. Zhang Hongbing patted Li Yumei on the shoulder when he saw this and said, "Don't be like this. Our son is also very filial and wants to make us happy. I don't want this filial piety. If he lives a good life and starts a family smoothly, that would be the greatest filial piety. If I don't take the initiative to find someone, blind dates will always fail. It's really frustrating," Li Yumei said. Zhang Hongbing sighed and went to the bathroom. After Zhang Hongbing came out, Li Yumei said, "Let's buy a house for our son as soon as possible, so that his blind date can go more smoothly." "Got it. I'll go to him this weekend to ask Bertie to borrow the money," Zhang Hongbing said. Li Yumei said, "His aunt's birthday is coming up in a few days. I'll go and borrow some money from her. I'll try to get 1 million. Good. I hope my son's salary can go up a bit, otherwise even if he can afford it, he won't be able to pay the monthly mortgage payments." Zhang Hongbing nodded. "If he can't pay it back, we will help him pay it back. We have to let him build his own family," Li Yumei said. Zhang Jun didn't expect that his parents didn't believe him. But he was too lazy to call again to explain more. He decided to take a leave to exchange the lottery ticket first, and then go home and present the money in front of them before talking about the 5 million won in the lottery. Chapter 15. When my parents knew that I had a salary increase. After Zhang Jun finished washing up, he lay down on the big bed in the master bedroom of his mansion. Looking at the master bedroom, which is equivalent to an ordinary family's house, he felt more relaxed. Especially since he could see the night view of the city's landmark directly from the window, he felt an indescribable sense of comfort in his heart. To this end, Zhang Jun couldn't help but stand up, walked to the floor-to-ceiling window of the master bedroom, folded his arms, and watched the street view for a while. The bright neon lights and the crowds of people moving back and forth like ants through the city streets made Zhang Jun happy both physically and mentally. He had an indescribable sense of relaxation, and it seemed as if the whole city was surrendering to him. He knew that he had had experiences and circumstances that he had never dared to imagine before. And of course, he does not need to exhaust himself and waste his health in pursuit of goals that are one level lower than the experiences and situations that he had never dared to think of before. He retired early. You can live your life according to your own interests in advance. Live your life the way you want. Be as lazy as you want. Without anxiety, Zhang Jun's insomnia also disappeared. So, Zhang Jun soon fell sleepy. Zhang Jun slept very comfortably that night. The next morning, when he woke up naturally, the sun was already shining brightly and the whole world was bright. The bedroom he was in seemed to be gilded, with brilliant golden light shining everywhere. He felt that his life seemed to be coated with a layer of gold. From now on, every day and every hour will be a day and an hour without stress and anxiety for him. He doesn't have to worry about being late, or worrying about KPL, or worrying about retirement, or starting a family. So, after getting up, Zhang Jun did not frown because he opened the WeChat work group out of habit. Instead, after seeing the performance warning message sent by Lao Lu in the work group, he just raised the corners of his mouth in disdain. However, after waking up in the morning, Zhang Jun did not go to the company first, nor did he rush to chat up new beauties in order to seek new system prizes. He first went to the Talent Apartment Management Center and applied to cancel the lease of the single room in the talent apartment he had previously rented. Then, he asked the system to take back another house that the system had rewarded him with. But after Zhang Jun completed these two tasks, Lu Chang sent him a message saying that his promotion had been completed and asked him to check his email. Zhang Jun took a look. Then, he took a screenshot of the email content and sent it to his parents. Although, now with a monthly salary of 20,000, it is not a big surprise to him. But he knew that this news would still make his parents happy. This time, the parents really couldn't help but believe it. After all, it was an official email with an official seal. It was almost noon. Li Yumei, a mother who runs a small clothing store, had just closed the store and went home to make lunch. Just as she opened her mobile phone to learn a new cooking method, she saw a WeChat message from Zhang Jun. Li Yumei naturally opened it and read it quickly. Then, Li Yumei saw her son posted a picture. Li Yumei couldn't help but click on the picture, and she enlarged it and looked at it carefully. In the end, she couldn't help but grin and laughed, and she couldn't help but read it. For a while, Li Yumei became happier and happier as she read, and even danced with joy, calling out, "Lao Shang, Lao Shang." Shouted for a long time. Li Yumei realized that Zhang Jun's father had not returned yet. But she couldn't help wanting to tell everyone the news. Because this news makes me so happy.
After all, a monthly salary of 20,000 yuan is a really high salary for Li Yumei, an ordinary woman in a small town.
Then, Li Yumei hurriedly flipped through the address book and called her relatives. She called her own sister first. Hey, sis, what are you doing lately?
Zhang Jun got a promotion, and his salary has been raised to 20,000.
Don't tell anyone, I'm just telling you.
After exchanging pleasantries with her sister for a while, Li Yumei told her the real purpose of her sudden call.
Wow, Zhang Jun has made great progress. His salary is even higher than his uncle's.
On the phone, after Zhang Jun's aunt said this with a smile, Li Yumei laughed even harder. After Li Yumei finished calling Zhang Jun's aunt, she prepared to call Zhang Jun's uncle.
But just when Li Yumei was about to continue fighting, Yumei!
Zhang Jun's father's voice came from outside the house. It is also a joy to listen to the sound. Before Li Yumei could respond, she saw Zhang Jun's father already at the door of the house, leaning against the doorframe and breathing heavily.
It was obvious that Zhang's father ran back home. Sweat began to appear on my forehead. But Li Yumei didn't pay attention to it. She just came over and said, I'll tell you something good. I'll tell you something good too.
As Zhang's father spoke, he handed the phone to Li Yumei. My son got a promotion and a raise, and his monthly salary has increased directly from 4,000 to 20,000.
That's what I want to say,
Li Yumei said with a smile.
Father Zhang also nodded and said, this kid is really promising. He has a noble person to help him. Speaking of, Zhang Hongbing, who came back for lunch, asked Li Yumei, have you cooked yet? Not yet. Li Yumei asked, how about going out for dinner to celebrate? Zhang Hongbing smiled and said, that's exactly what I meant. Then you have to allow me to have a drink to celebrate,
Zhang Hongbing said with a smile. Li Yumei thought for a moment and said with a smile, I will make an exception and allow it once. Zhang Hongbing said, then hurry up and go.
Li Yumei also picked up her bag.
If nothing else, my son's salary has increased, so I'm afraid relatives will be more willing to lend money to buy a house. Li Yumei started talking about it after she went out with Zhang Hongbing. Zhang Hongbing replied, yes, I'm on vacation this week, so I went to see his uncle to borrow money, and it was easier to ask for it. At this time, Li Yumei suddenly asked Zhang Hongbing, tell me, is it true that your son won 5 million in the lottery?
How can it be true?
I have been a lottery player for 20 years and have studied lotteries for so many years.
How could I not know how difficult it is to win this prize? Zhang Hongbing asked Li Yumei without hesitation, besides, don't you often blame me for buying lottery tickets because I am daydreaming about getting rich? 2. Anyway, my son's career is doing well right now, so I should be happy. For a small family like us, it's better not to dream of getting rich. Once we have that dream, we are more likely to suffer.
Sister Li next door joined a pyramid scheme because she wanted to get rich, and her whole family lost everything. Even Sister Li lost tens of thousands of dollars because of her.
Li Yumei started talking.
Zhang Jun didn't know how happy his parents were because of his promotion and salary increase.
He returned to the company after answering Lu Cheng's call. Because he was afraid that his parents wouldn't believe him and would call him to ask, he thought of finding a few colleagues he got along well with to corroborate his claims, and even planned to ask Lu Cheng to corroborate his claims. However, Zhang Jun met Qin Xinyan as soon as he arrived at the company. Seeing this, Qin Xinyan took the initiative to walk towards him. Zhang Jun quickly pretended not to see it and walked towards his workstation. Zhang Jun.
But at this time, Qin Xinyan took the initiative to call him.
Boss Qin, do you have something to talk to me about? Zhang Jun had to go back to her and ask. Why, haven't you decided when to date me yet?
Chapter 16. The female CEO flirted with me and scared my colleagues. Qin Xinyan folded her hands, came to Zhang Jun, and asked with a sweet smile. Zhang Jun saw that she was wearing a white shirt with a black bow tie on the upper body and a black silk skirt on the lower body. Her black hair was slightly curled.
However, the suit seemed to be ill-fitting and about to be torn.
The skirt also seemed to be too short, revealing a lot of black silk on her long legs, making her look particularly graceful.
For a while, he forgot what he said. He held it in for a long while. Zhang Junkai smiled and said, I haven't thought about it yet. Think about it quickly then. Because next month, I will go abroad for a meeting.
Seeing that Zhang Jun didn't even dare to look at her body, Qin Xinyan became more and more curious about why he dared to ask her out, and even why he could buy so many shares in the company. Therefore, she wanted to tease Zhang Jun more and more. So, Qin Xinyan just replied with a coquettish smile and then left in her high heels.
Zhang Jun looked at Qin Xinyan's lower back and swallowed. Stayed for a while.
He didn't come back to his senses until the fragrance lingering in his nose completely dissipated. After all, she is a rich lady. It's really tasty. But why is she paying so much attention to herself? What kind of reward did this cool system of mine give me when I was chatting with Qin Xinyan? It turns out that the other person likes teasing me so much. Will she also take the initiative to ask me when I want to date her? Is there a female president who is so considerate? Is this still the usual frosty-faced Vice President Qin? Zhang Jun returned to his workstation with curiosity. Ding! Because a girl is chatting with you, the host's temperament is +10. At this time, Zhang Jun also discovered that the system had rewarded him because Qin Xinyan had taken the initiative to approach him. But he didn't expect that this time it would enhance his temperament. The scene of Qin Xinyan and Zhang Jun chatting was also seen by colleagues at nearby workstations. Wang Wei was closest to where they were chatting, so he could see it most clearly. Therefore, Wang Wei was even more surprised than Zhang Jun. He opened his mouth for a long time but still couldn't come to his senses. Of course he didn't think that Zhang Jun would have any ambiguity with Qin Xinyan. Because he considered himself a veteran in the love field and had in-depth communications with various beauties, but he was still afraid in front of Qin Xinyan and did not dare to have the idea of seducing Qin Xinyan. After all, he also knew Qin Xinyan's background. Therefore, he knew that Qin Xinyan was not someone he could approach, and there was no need for him to make things difficult for himself. And since he didn't dare, he thought that Zhang Jun, who was usually more honest than him and didn't dare to flirt with ordinary female colleagues, would not dare to flirt with Qin Xinyan. But what Wang Wei found incredible was that he saw Qin Xinyan, who was always as cold as an iceberg, smiled at Zhang Jun, patted Zhang Jun on the shoulder when leaving, and even flicked his hair after leaving. To Wang Wei, who considered himself an old hand, it was obvious that Qin Xinyan was very kind to Zhang Jun. He therefore believes that the relationship between the two is extraordinary. And when Wang Wei thought about the email regarding Zhang Jun's promotion that he received today from the Human Resources Department and copied to the entire company, he couldn't help but be more certain that Zhang Jun might have a special relationship with Qin Xinyan. Sudden. Wang Wei also thought of the Vacheron Constantine that Zhang Jun brought out yesterday. This made Wang Wei more certain that the relationship between the two was unusual. Do you know what the relationship is between Zhang Jun and Mr. Qin? Wang Wei even specifically asked his colleague nearby. I don't know, but the relationship should be complicated. When you see Zhang Jun next time, you should be polite. If you offend him, you might offend Mr. Qin. The colleague's answer made Wang Wei more certain of his inner thoughts. After Wang Wei nodded, he couldn't help but look at Zhang Jun at his workstation. For some reason, he suddenly felt that Zhang Jun was much more elegant than before. Even though he was dressed very ordinary, he had a feeling that made people dare not look down on him. Guan Lu also saw Qin Xinyan and Zhang Jun chatting and became even more uneasy. After Zhang Jun returned to his workstation, he walked up to Zhang Jun again with a serious face and bowed, saying, "Assistant Zhang, I apologize again for my behavior yesterday. I hope you don't mind. It's all over." Zhang Jun said this and turned on the computer. Guan Lu was relieved, but at the same time he felt that Zhang Jun seemed to have a completely different temperament, one that he could not compare to. At that time, Lu Cheng immediately ran towards Zhang Jun and said to him, "Zhang Jun, you are my assistant now, so you don't have to work here anymore. Come with me." Speaking of, Lu Cheng instructed Guan Lu, help Zhang Jun apply for a new computer and a new laptop. "Okay, brother Lu." Guan Lu hurriedly agreed with a smile on his face. Lu Cheng took Zhang Jun to his office, pointed to a small office next to it and said, "This will be your position from now on." "Okay." Zhang Jun nodded. Because it was noon, Lu Cheng asked Zhang Jun, "Have you eaten?" "Not yet." Zhang Jun replied. Lu Cheng said, "How about having dinner together? I'll treat you." "No need, I've already booked someone else for lunch today." Zhang Jun replied. Of course he lied. Because Zhang Jun wanted to spend more time chatting up beautiful women in order to get new rewards. Someone like Lu Cheng is naturally not worth wasting his time. Even though Lu Cheng is still his superior. Lu Cheng couldn't help but show disappointment on his face, but he knew that someone with Zhang Jun's extraordinary background would never agree to his dinner invitation, and he was just wishful thinking. At this time, because it was noon, Zhang Jun's mother Li Yumei called and confirmed that Zhang Jun had been promoted and had received a salary increase. Zhang Jun hurriedly asked Lu Chang to help him verify the facts. Naturally, Lu Chang was happy to help Zhang Jun, so he quickly testified for Zhang Jun on the phone and said a lot of good things about Zhang Jun in a leadership tone, which made Li Yumei and Zhang Hongbing happier and happier. They didn't expect that Zhang Jun's leader valued Zhang Jun so much.
Son, you have to work hard.
I think your director Lu thinks highly of you.
Don't let him down. Next.
While Zhang Jun continued to talk to his parents, his mother Li Yumei specifically reminded him about this.
Yes, son.
Your father is useless. He didn't give you a good condition, so you can't get married first and then build a career like others.
But fortunately, you met a noble person. Don't miss it.
Father Zhang Hongbing also started talking, and his eyes became warm as he spoke.
Li Yumei also hit Zhang Hongbing lightly. Why are you saying these things? Your son has always been sensible, you know that too. How can he blame you? Zhang Jun fell silent after hearing this.
I feel an indescribable feeling of being touched and sad in my heart. But if you think about it in a rounded way, he did meet a noble person, but the noble person was not Director Lu that his parents knew. Therefore, Zhang Jun also smiled with tears in his eyes and said, "Don't worry, I will definitely work hard. I won't let Director Lu down, and I won't let you down either. By the way, Mom and Dad, I have saved 30,000 yuan. I'll transfer 20,000 yuan to you so you can buy yourself some good food and clothes." Zhang Jun didn't want to say more, for fear that they wouldn't believe him. After all, his salary wasn't high before, so he just said that he had only saved 30,000 yuan.
Hey, why would you give it to us?
Just keep it for yourself.
That's right. We don't spend much money in town. It's already turned around.
I forgot to tell you that because of my good performance, my boss granted me a few days off, so I'll come back to see you guys in a while.
Chapter 17 rewards the Science and Technology Park office building.
When the old couple heard Zhang Jun say that he was coming back and that his leader had given him special leave, they were naturally even happier and kept praising their son for having indeed met a good leader. At the same time, the old couple were also looking forward to Zhang Jun's early return. After all, Zhang Jun hasn't come back since the Chinese New Year, so the old couple naturally missed their son very much.
Therefore, Zhang Hongbing, the father, hurriedly asked Zhang Jun, "When will you come back?" "I'll call you after I buy the tickets."
Zhang Jun replied on the phone.
Father Zhang Hongbing said, "Okay.
Take good care of yourself out there."
You too. Then, Zhang Jun hung up the phone.
Soon after, Li Yumei handed the phone to Zhang Hongbing.
My son really transferred the money. He even received a text message.
Zhang Hongbing quickly took the phone, took a look at it, and then sighed and said, "My son is sensible. Yes, whoever becomes his wife in the future will be her blessing."
Li Yumei said.
Zhang Hongbing said, "The more sensible they are, the more unsuccessful we are as parents."
After hearing what Zhang Hongbing said, Li Yumei couldn't help but remain silent. After a while,
Mother Li Yumei then looked at Father Zhang Hongbing and said,
"Don't touch your son's money. Save it for him first. It will be useful for buying him a house in the future."
Of course. Zhang Hongbing naturally agreed to Li Yumei's proposal and had no intention of using the money that Zhang Jun transferred to them to spend on himself. After Zhang Jun finished calling his parents, he changed his workstation with the help of Guan Lu. Then he played games at his workstation. Because according to Lu Chang, his position as assistant to the director was just a position to collect salary and he didn't have to do anything.
Lu Chang wouldn't assign him anything.
Therefore, Zhang Jun was happy to have some free time. And now, Zhang Jun also knows the real reason why Lu Chang wants to keep him by checking the company's current situation. It was nothing more than that he became the 10th largest shareholder of the company, which made Qin Xinyan and even the people above her curious about him.
Certainly.
Zhang Jun knew that his becoming the 10th largest shareholder of the company was a masterpiece of the system. And this masterpiece should be the reward given by the system to me for chatting up Qin Xinyan.
It was almost noon when Zhang Jun got up and left the company. He planned to continue chatting up beautiful women and get new rewards. Soon,
Zhang Jun went to a nearby shopping mall and actually met a beautiful woman who was walking towards the mall.
This beauty was wearing a light gray dress and had a pretty face.
Although she was far inferior to Xin Ningwei and even Wei Shanshan, she was still outstanding, especially her slender waist that could be held in the hand, which made people unable to help but look at her.
"Hello, can I add you on WeChat?"
Zhang Jun is now much bolder than before, so he walked up directly, stopped the other person, and started asking for his WeChat ID. Seeing this, the beautiful woman stopped and asked Zhang Jun, "Why did you add me on WeChat?"
Because you are beautiful, I want to get to know you better.
Zhang Jun replied with a smile.
Women dress up to please themselves, so the beauty smiled and said, "Okay." Speaking of,
the beauty took out her cell phone and asked Zhang Jun to add her on WeChat.
Then, the beauty also took the initiative to ask Zhang Jun, "So, do you want to develop a relationship with me?" Zhang Jun nodded, "You can think so. Then we can find out. Have you had lunch?" Speaking of, the beauty asked Zhang Jun. Zhang Jun shook his head, "Not yet." "Then let's go have lunch together. And get to know each other,"
the beautiful lady suggested enthusiastically and proactively.
Zhang Jun didn't expect the beauty to be so proactive, so he agreed.
Soon, the beauty brought Zhang Jun to a seafood hot pot restaurant. "How about this one?"
Zhang Jun nodded and went into a seafood hot pot restaurant with the beauty. Then, after sitting down opposite Zhang Jun, the beauty took the initiative to ask Zhang Jun with a smile, "You haven't introduced yourself yet?"
"My name is Zhang Jun, and I work nearby,"
Zhang Jun replied.
The beautiful woman also said, "My name is Yukaya, and I also work nearby."
Zhang Jun nodded and silently read the other person's name.
Yukaya took the initiative to say, "Let me make it clear in advance that I am not a casual person.
I only want to date someone who wants to marry me." Clear. Zhang Jun nodded. Yukaya then took the initiative to ask Zhang Jun, "So, if you marry me one day, how much do you want to give as a gift?" Well, Zhang Jun pretended to think seriously.
Yukaya took the initiative to say, "I have agreed in advance that the betrothal gift must be at least 680,000 yuan, otherwise I will not marry."
Zhang Jun was stunned for a moment. "Maybe I can't afford it." Then, Zhang Jun just said one sentence.
Yukaya was very disappointed after hearing this. She picked up her handbag and left. "You can't even afford 680,000, why are you chasing after girls?"
"I've never seen anything like this before.
A poor fellow who can't afford 680,000 yuan actually comes to flirt with me."
Yukaya said this and walked out of the store. Zhang Junin also went out because he hadn't ordered yet.
When Yukaya saw Zhang Jun coming out, she looked at him with disdain, then swiped her phone and deleted Zhang Jun's WeChat message.
To this,
Zhang Jun didn't say much, he just went to a Chinese fast food restaurant and had a quick meal. Afterwards, Zhang Jun continued to walk around the mall and digest his food.
But half an hour later, a girl actually called Zhang Jun. "Hello, I'm Xiao Cheng from Ruijian Technology Park Property Management. When do you plan to pay the property management fee for your floor?"
After Zhang Jun answered the phone, he heard the girl named Cheng asking about the property fees of the office building.
This surprised Zhang Jun very much. "I have an office floor in the Science and Technology Park? Is this the reward the system gave me just now? I'll go right away. Tell me the address." Zhang Jun quickly replied. Half an hour. Zhang Jun arrived at Ruijian Science and Technology Park. He has already checked it online.
A floor of office space in Ruijian Science and Technology Park costs at least tens of millions of yuan. Zhang Jun was naturally very happy about this.
Although the property fees are not low.
But as long as Zhang Jun lets the system recycle it, it will mean that he will have tens of millions of yuan.
However, Zhang Jun has no intention of letting the system recycle it now. Because the location of this office building is rare now, the price is still rising.
Therefore, Zhang Jun planned to let the system recycle it after the price was higher. After paying the property management fee, Zhang Jun planned to rent out this office floor and earn some rent.
To this end,
he specifically asked the property management to introduce him to a nearby agent.
Just happened. At this time, Yukaya also came over.
Xiao Cheng from the property management also hurried over and took Yukaya's hand and said to Zhang Jun,
"The owner, she is the agent around here." Yukaya looked at Zhang Jun with a surprised look on her face. "Are you the owner of this place?" Chapter 18, Bringing more than 3 million home to see my parents.
The property manager Xiao Cheng answered for Zhang Jun at this time, "Of course.
The owner has an office floor here and is planning to find an agent to help rent it out." "Hello?" Yukaya smiled awkwardly and greeted Zhang Jun.
Because it was someone else who introduced him and it was not considered a flirtation, Zhang Jun did not receive any reward.
Zhang Jun put his hands in his pockets and looked at Xiao Cheng. "Do you know any other agents?" Xiao Cheng couldn't help but be surprised.
He glanced at Ukiah and guessed that Ukiah might have offended the other party.
Have. Xiao Chang didn't ask any further questions.
After answering, he gave Zhang Jun the contact information of a new agent. And Zhang Jun left at this time. But Ukiah caught up with Zhang Jun shortly after he left.
Etc. Zhang Jun didn't stop and just walked towards the parking lot. Because his Cullinan is still in the parking lot. I don't need a dowry. If you still want to develop with me. At this time.
When Ukiah saw Zhang Jun was about to leave, she shouted. As a real estate agent in this area, Ukiah naturally knew how rich it would be to own an office building here. Therefore, she had no choice but to seize this opportunity as soon as possible to express her feelings. After all, she dreams of marrying a rich and young man. Zhang Jun stopped walking, turned around and smiled. Sorry, I don't want you even if you give me money.
Zhang Jun said this and entered the parking lot, driving away in his Cullinan.
Ukiah was stunned for a long time when she saw this scene.
Zhang Jun then went home.
After driving for so long and walking so far, he was tired and planned to go home and rest for a while.
Stay till night.
Zhang Junkai drove out and arrived at a shopping mall. But when he just arrived at a shopping mall, he saw Wei Shanshan and Wang Wei there.
When Wang Wei saw Zhang Jun, he immediately walked towards him, bowed and nodded. Brother Jun, you are here too? Zhang Jun nodded.
Wei Shanshan also asked because Zhang Jun appeared at this time, why are you here too?
Did you follow me? You think so? Zhang Jun asked with a smile. Wei Shanshan said, anyway, you saw it too. I have an appointment with someone. It doesn't mean I have to be with you. What does it have to do with me?
Zhang Jun said this and walked into the mall with his hands in his pockets. Wang Wei saw that something was wrong with the situation, so he hurried over and nervously bowed to Zhang Jun and said,
Brother Jun.
I'm sorry, I didn't know she was the girl you liked. It was only today that she said in the group that she was in a bad mood, so I offered to treat her to a meal to relax her mind, and she agreed, so I came. But if I had known that she was the girl you liked, I would never have offered such courtesy.
Zhang Jun. You really don't have feelings for me?
Before Zhang Jun had time to respond to Wang Wei, Wei Shanshan walked up to Zhang Jun and asked this question in a serious tone.
Ill. Zhang Junza just turned around and left.
Wei Shanshan was so angry that she stamped her feet and was about to cry. Why are you scolding me again?
Wang Wei then asked Wei Shanshan, what is the relationship between you and Jun Go? It doesn't matter. You want to date me, right? Come on.
Wei Shanshan said this and walked away with an angry look on her face. But Wang Wei felt that the two of them seemed to have some entanglement, so he said, forget it, I won't date you.
Why? Wei Shanshan asked. Wang Wei said, I'm afraid Zhang Jun will be unhappy. What does it have to do with you whether he's happy or not? Wei Shanshan asked. Wang Wei said, it matters a lot. Wei Shanshan asked, why? Because he is someone I cannot afford to offend, I just have to be careful. Unless you tell me he really doesn't like you. But since you dare to be so angry with him, it means there is a story between you two. Wang Wei said.
Wei Shanshan said, needless to say, he approached me before, and it's obvious that he has a crush on me and likes me, but the annoying thing is that he has been playing hard to get with me. I was planning to leave him alone for a few days, but I couldn't help it today. After Wei Shanshan said this, she pursed her lips and glanced at Zhang Jun's back.
Now that you've said that, I really don't dare to date you. It's better for us to just be ordinary friends.
Of course, it's okay if you don't plan to be friends with me, but if you need me, you can contact me at any time.
I will definitely help if I can.
After all, for Jun Ji's sake, I have to curry favor with you anyway.
Wang Wei started laughing as he spoke. Wei Shanshan was also a little confused after hearing this. Aren't you also quite rich? Why are you so afraid of him? My great aunt.
When you're out, you should keep a low profile, especially in front of a real big shot like this.
You don't know that Jun Gu is wearing a watch worth tens of millions, and he has a special relationship with President Qin, right?
He is probably a second-generation worker who came to the company to gain experience at the grassroots level.
Do you think I can mess with such a person? Unless I don't want my job anymore. Wang Wei started talking.
Although he is keen on picking up girls, he has not reached the stage of losing his mind over it.
Wei Shanshan couldn't help but open her mouth wide and was stunned for a long while. Is he so complicated?
Wang Wei nodded. I saw with my own eyes that President Qin was talking and laughing with him.
Wei Shanshan couldn't help but look back again.
But Zhang Jun had disappeared by then. If you really have feelings for him, it's best not to act on it and seize the opportunity that he has a crush on you. If I really become his girlfriend, I may cross the social class in the future, but at least I can get a lot of breakup fee when we break up.
Wang Wei said. Wei Shanshan said somewhat disappointedly after hearing this, but he seems to hate me now. It's easy for a girl to chase a boy. What's there to be afraid of? Just take the initiative.
Because Wei Shanshan and Zhang Jun might have a relationship, and Wang Wei was not sure whether Zhang Jun really liked Wei Shanshan, he could only assume that Zhang Jun also had a good impression of Wei Shanshan.
So he said this to Wei Shanshan, and then he left. Wei Shanshan stood there in a daze.
After Zhang Jun walked around the mall for a while, he went home because he didn't see any beautiful women. The main thing is that he has to take the high-speed train to the lottery redemption point tomorrow to claim his prize. In order to redeem the prize, Zhang Jun wore a mask and a hat to avoid being recognized. Although this possibility is very small. After Zhang Jun redeemed his prize, he saw the increased amount in his bank card after tax deduction, and he naturally couldn't stop smiling. After receiving the prize, Zhang Jun booked a plane and train ticket to go home.
At the same time,
he also called his parents and said he expected to return home this Saturday afternoon.
To this end,
his parents decided to visit their respective brothers and sisters on Saturday morning to discuss the matter of borrowing money, and then come back in the afternoon to have a reunion dinner with their son.
And wait until Saturday.
The old couple got up early, washed, dressed, had breakfast, and then went out, each carrying the gifts they had bought last night. But when they were about to leave, Father Zhang Hongbing suddenly reminded Li Yumei, who was going to Zhang Jun's aunt's house. When your sister likes to nag and says that I'm useless and that I've let you down, don't start arguing with her.
Instead, start saying bad things about me.
The more bad things she says about me and the more she says that I've treated you badly, the happier she will be and the more willing she will be to lend her money.
Do you understand? No. It's the same with you. When his uncle scolds you, you just say that you have a hard time. Put aside your pride. After all, he is your brother. You should accept his scolding.
The crying child gets the milk.
Don't act like your teacher is so noble. Everything depends on whether you can borrow the money.
Mother Li Yumei agreed and also gave instructions to Zhang Hongbing.
Zhang Hongbing gritted his teeth and nodded, I know. Face and all that, marriage without a son is more important. Speaking of,
the two of them went downstairs. But when Mother Li Yumei was halfway there, she asked Zhang Hongbing, is the door locked?
I don't know. I came out first.
Zhang Hongbing said.
Li Yumei said, then go back and take a look. Zhang Hongbing, go back and take a look. Dad, Mom, where are you going with all this milk and fruit?
Just when the old couple asked each other to check the door because it was not locked, Zhang Jun suddenly appeared in front of them.
Chapter 19, when parents learned that they had made a lot of money, they were so happy.
The old couple were naturally surprised and happy to see Zhang Jun suddenly come back. Father Zhang Hongbing smiled and said, I'm going to your uncle's house, and your mother is going to visit your aunt's house.
What are you going to do at their house? Zhang Jun asked curiously. Then,
Zhang Jun turned around and looked at the scenery of his hometown outside the building where he lived. I saw that the sun had risen over the green hills in the east, melting all the clouds into gold. Just as Zhang Hongbing was about to answer, his mother Li Yumei shook her head at him and patted his arm, signaling him not to speak.
Then she just asked Zhang Jun, didn't you come back in the afternoon?
I changed my ticket. I saw a business class ticket coming out for this morning, so I changed it.
Zhang Jun looked at his mother and replied.
Li Yumei's face immediately fell after hearing this. You don't know how to save money, and you even sit in business class. It's because I'm rich now, so my son will naturally treat me better. Zhang Jun said with a smile at this time. In front of his parents, he naturally showed without any concealment his arrogance and pride after becoming rich. Even though the salary is high, we still need to save money where we can. Li Yumei frowned and said something, then smiled at Zhang Jun, you still haven't grown up. I don't know why your director chose you as his assistant. Zhang Hongbing advised, okay, it's rare for my son to come home, so don't talk about it. It's just a business class seat, just treat it as an experience.
To be honest, I want to experience it too. Dad, do you really want to experience it? How about that?
Our whole family will go on a trip in a couple of days, and I'll buy business class seats for you all.
Zhang Jun asked his father a question at this time and started talking. Mother Li Yumei frowned even more, you have too much money to spend? What is there to experience?
Although I can't say that there are too many to spend, it can indeed make your life better. Zhang Jun opened his mobile banking app and handed it to the two elders. Look, I really won the jackpot. I told you over the phone, but you still didn't believe me. In order to redeem the prize, Zhang Jun specially applied for a bank card. And now, the old couple saw a number of more than 3 million on Zhang Jun's mobile banking app. The old couple were stunned on the spot.
Lots of zeros. How much is this, Lao Zhang? After a while, Mother Li Yumei couldn't help but start counting. His father Zhang Hongbing looked at Zhang Jun in astonishment. Son, did you really win 5 million? Zhang Jun nodded, yes.
The father Zhang Hongbing raised his lips, and then he patted Zhang Jun on the shoulder. That's great, son, you are so lucky. Zhang Jun touched his shoulder and grinned. Dad, be gentle.
It's just over 3 million. Is it necessary to make you so happy? How can I not be happy?
Your father can never earn this much in his entire life.
More than 3 million. Mother Li Yumei muttered to herself in amazement. Is this true? Lao Zhang, try pinching me. Then, Mother Li Yumei patted Zhang Jun's father on the shoulder. Zhang Hongbing just pinched Li Yumei lightly.
Li Yumei opened Zhang Hongbing's hand, then smiled from ear to ear and patted Zhang Jun with her hand. Son, you are really great. Yeah, it should be said that your mother and I can never earn this much money in our lifetime. Zhang Hongbing also smiled and continued. But Li Yumei continued to smile and said to Zhang Jun, now that you have so much money, we don't have to worry about you anymore, and your father doesn't have to borrow money from your uncle anymore.
Sudden. Li Yumei burst into tears when she said this. Seeing this, Zhang Jun couldn't help but ask solemnly. Mom, what's wrong with you? Your mother is very happy.
Now, I don't have to borrow money from your uncle, and your mother doesn't have to borrow money from your aunt. Zhang Hongbing said with a smile.
Li Yumei smiled and said, yes, I am happy.
I'll tell you. Zhang Hongbing also wiped the corners of his eyes. Li Yumei suddenly slapped Zhang Hongbing again and said, why are you telling your son these things?
Zhang Jun then asked the two elders very seriously, what do you want to borrow money for? We are going to buy you a new house.
Zhang Hongbing said, let's go home first.
Then, the three of them walked back home.
Zhang Jun took the milk and fruit from his parents' hands. But his father wouldn't let him take it.
He only took his mother's.
As Zhang Jun walked up the stairs at a slow pace, he turned around and said to his parents, Mom and Dad, now that I've won such a big prize, just tell me what you want and I'll buy it for you. I'll treat it as a gift to you in advance.
What else can we want? We just want you to live a good life.
But, son, I have to remind you that even though you have won so much money, it is windfall after all, not earned through your own hard work, so you should be more low-key. Don't make a fuss and tell this person and that person about it, as it will easily arouse jealousy.
Also, don't show off your wealth everywhere.
You have to understand that even though you have so much money, you are not someone who can earn so much money, nor are you someone who is qualified to spend so much money recklessly.
You're this old now, it's time for you to be shrewd.
Zhang Hongbing said this with a smile and then began to give instructions to Zhang Jun.
Your father is right. You should not show off your wealth unless it is absolutely necessary.
Li Yumei held her waist and walked up the stairs, echoing Zhang Hongbing's words. Zhang Jun said he knew, and then said, I am only so high profile in front of you, and I only dare to pretend to be rich in front of you to fulfill a small wish of yours.
Otherwise, this prize will not be won in vain. Well, I recently saw a coat in a brand store.
Both the style and the texture are very good. I have always wanted to buy it, but it is too expensive. It costs more than 1,000 yuan.
Li Yumei said at this time. Zhang Jun said generously, then buy that coat. Let's go tonight. My son is so nice. Li Yumei was so happy that she couldn't stop smiling.
She asked Zhang Jun if there was anything he particularly wanted to eat and said she would make it for him tonight. Zhang Jun said he would think about it seriously because there are many things he wants to eat.
You know, he hasn't eaten the meal cooked by his mother for almost a year. Oh, son, you are really filial to your mother.
Zhang Junzheng said he would think about it seriously. His father Zhang Hongbing also smiled and said, speaking of which, I recently saw a piece of fishing gear online, but it's a little expensive.
Buy it too, place the order tonight.
Zhang Jun continued with a smile.
Zhang Hongbing glanced at Li Yumei and asked, what do you think, leader? Your son is honoring you, how can I refuse? Li Yumei started laughing as she spoke. Chapter 20, Make Parents Show Off and Make Your Home More Warm.
When Father Zhang Hongbing heard this, he was also very happy. All of a sudden, he seemed to be 10 years younger. He quickly came to the front door of his house, opened the door, and was so anxious to put down his things. He quickly took out his mobile phone to show Zhang Jun the fishing tackle that he liked,
etc. But at this time, Li Yumei suddenly said something. Zhang Hongbing looked up at her. What's wrong?
Li Yumei smiled at Zhang Hongbing and said, it's better not to buy anything for now. Zhang Hongbing immediately showed a look of disappointment, then nodded, that's right, let my son buy his own wedding house first, and see if he has enough money to buy a house. After all, houses in this city are not cheap now. Besides, even if it is enough, we still have to save some money for our son to decorate the house and for his wedding, as well as the bride price that the woman may ask for in the future.
Even if the woman doesn't ask for too much, I'm afraid she'll have to ask for a betrothal gift of 60,000 or 70,000 yuan, right? Li Yumei added.
The more Zhang Hongbing thought about it, the more he felt that it was true.
Zhang Jun couldn't help but feel a lump in his throat after hearing this.
But he had to admit that his parents really took everything about him too seriously. Although the two of them never asked whether they wanted these things or not, and they were also very traditional and only looked at it from the perspective of I'm doing this for your own good, this did show that their love for him was deep and sincere. It is impossible for him to really think that he is a person of the new era and should devalue the old-fashioned love. Besides, his family really needs to move to another house. After all, walk-up apartments are not suitable for the elderly. As his parents are getting closer to old age, it is natural that they need to prepare in advance to move to an apartment with an elevator. He just saw that his mother was having some difficulty climbing the stairs, and she started to climb the stairs by holding her waist. Zhang Jun knew that if he told his parents to buy a retirement home only for themselves, they would definitely not agree. But if it is about buying a wedding house for themselves, the two of them will be more enthusiastic than anyone else. Therefore, Zhang Jun did not stop the two from buying a wedding house for him. He only planned to buy the house in the name of buying a wedding house for himself, and then turn it into his parents' house. But he brought back so much money this time, and he would feel unhappy if he didn't spend something for his parents. It feels like a wasted trip, like walking in the night in gorgeous clothes. After all, one of his deepest wishes was to buy his parents what they wanted when he had money. Thus, Zhang Jun also said at this time, why think so much? Besides, this money is more than enough to buy a house in the city, as long as it doesn't buy a luxury house. Of course, as Dad said just now, I only have more than 3 million, but it doesn't mean I can make so much money now, so there is no need to buy a luxury house, so spending a few tens of millions of quick money first will not affect your two elders' wish for me to get married, have children, and have my own little family.
Dad, send me the link to that fishing tackle you like. Mom, let's buy the coat you like tonight.
You can just buy two so that you can change and wash them. Zhang Jun had already changed his shoes and sat on the sofa, folded his legs on the sofa stool, and started talking with a smile.
Zhang Hongbing felt very satisfied after hearing this, and looked at Li Yumei. Leader, what do you think? Li Yumei is now beginning to waver in her thoughts. I also think the coat you mentioned is nice. I remember that I saw it when I went to Zhang Jun's aunt's house with you for dinner, right? You know what, you look several years younger in that coat. Seeing this, Zhang Hongbing continued speaking. Go! Stop provoking me here.
Li Yumei glared at Zhang Hongbing and closed the door.
Zhang Hongbing smiled and said, I'm not instigating you.
I'm speaking from the heart. Besides, your son wants to honor you, so you should give him some face.
Okay.
I'll give my son face and go get it tonight. You can buy your fishing gear, but you are not allowed to go out fishing in the middle of the day. You already have stomach problems, how can you survive if you are hungry or full every day? Li Yumei said this with a smile and then began to instruct Zhang Hongbing.
Don't worry, leader.
Zhang Hongbing walked over to Zhang Jun, opened the shopping app on his phone, and said to Zhang Jun, this is the one. I saw the reviews are very good.
Good.
Zhang Jun paid the bill for his father Zhang Hongbing.
Then, he saw his father smiling and swiping his phone to look at the fishing tackle he bought, his face full of anticipation. At this time, Zhang Jun saw his mother Li Yumei open the door again, so he asked, Mom, didn't you just come back? Where are you going now? I'm going to get my coat.
It's too early to make lunch now, I have to go and see if they're still there. Li Yumei said as she hurriedly put on her shoes.
Zhang Jun couldn't help but laugh when he saw this.
Afterwards, Zhang Jun immediately transferred 10,000 yuan to his mother Li Yumei, then go and get it.
Be careful on the road and don't walk too fast. If there is really nothing, choose something else. If there is fruit at home, remember to wash it before eating. Li Yumei gave Zhang Jun some instructions before closing the door. Why? It's better to take one more piece so that you can change and wash it. Zhang Jun agreed and said. Then he lay on the sofa with his hands around his neck. For him, it feels so good to be like a child and make his parents happy. He instantly thought of the time when his parents fulfilled his wish as a child and bought him the toy he had longed for. Let us talk about it. Mother Li Yumei was lucky. As soon as she arrived at the brand store in the town, she saw the coat she liked on a model and bought it. However, Li Yumei only bought one. Of course, even if she only bought one, she was already smiling. Before she even put on the new coat, she seemed to have looked several years younger. Sister Li, why did you want to get this dress again? The store manager was very familiar with Li Yumei, and since Li Yumei bought such expensive clothes from her, she naturally smiled and asked more friendly questions. My son asked me to buy it. He got a salary increase recently, so he insisted on buying it for me. I'm not willing to spend so much money. Li Yumei replied with a smile. After hearing this, the store manager followed suit and flattered, then your son is really filial. He is also very promising. Li Yumei was even happier after hearing this, and after returning home, she put on the coat and started filming a video. Sisters, what do you think of my coat? Zhang Jun, who was eating fruit, smiled when he saw this. Then he saw his father chatting with his fishing friends. Lao Lu, how about going fishing at the same spot we went to last time tomorrow? I bought some new tackle and I'm going to try out the rod. My son bought me the new fishing tackle. I said no, it was too expensive, but he insisted on buying it, and he took my phone away and bought it. You see, this kid has been spending money more and more lavishly since his salary increased, and he doesn't know how to save money. After hearing this, Zhang Jun couldn't help but smile and shook his head. He remembered that his father had asked him to keep a low profile before, but he turned around and started to show off to his friends. But Zhang Jun likes to see his parents showing off in front of their friends like a child showing off his new toys. This feeling is better than pretending to be cool himself. At this time, the sun has risen very high, illuminating the wider world, and our small home is also bathed in the golden warm ocean. Chapter 21 Blind Date Reward, Maybach. Because my parents are happy. So, his son also received better treatment. After showing the new clothes to her sisters, Mother Li Yumei said that she would cook all the dishes that Zhang Jun liked to eat, and asked Zhang Jun if there was anything he particularly liked to eat. After thinking about it carefully, Zhang Jun suggested a home-cooked dish that was not too troublesome. After hearing this, Li Yumei immediately went to the kitchen to prepare. After showing off his fishing rod, Father Zhang Hongbing said he was going to buy some wine and have a drink with his son at noon. Zhang Jun naturally agreed. Then, Zhang Jun had a sumptuous lunch that he couldn't buy even at a high price outside. The parents were visibly pleased. My father drank a few more glasses for this. If my mother hadn't stopped him, my father Zhang Hongbing would have almost gotten drunk, and even wanted to get Zhang Jun drunk. Mother also made an exception and drank a glass, happily picking up some food for Zhang Jun. However, Zhang Jun knew that the real reason why his parents were happy was that they no longer had to borrow money or even take out a loan to buy a house. After all, it's more than 3 million. For ordinary people, this amount is enough to buy a commercial apartment with more than 3 bedrooms in a good location in a second-tier city with full payment. This was indeed a relief and satisfaction for the old couple who usually did not like to ask others for help or owe money, but wanted their son Zhang Jun to live a good life. You said you didn't like Gongfang Yu, the girl you went on a blind date with before. These days, because your aunt heard that you were coming back, she introduced you to another one. She works in the gold shop in the town mall. Since you are back today, go meet her. Anyway, whether you like it or not, it's always good to have more contact with it. After dinner, Zhang Jun's mother Li Yumei asked him to go on another blind date. His father Zhang Hongbing followed up and said, "Your mother is right. You are on vacation now and have nothing to do. Just hang out and meet some people." If it were in the past, Zhang Jun would have some instinctive resistance. Because his attitude towards interacting with women has changed from flattering and admiring to rejecting and fearing them. But it's different now. He has a system where he can win big prizes by chatting up beautiful women. And driven by the motivation of winning the big prize, he no longer averse to contact with women, and even had the courage to contact with women. Although, he may not be that calm and natural yet, and sometimes his approach may seem too forceful and boring.
But even though his way of chatting up girls was clumsy, it no longer made him feel inferior. Because he found that no matter how clumsy his pickup method was, it would not affect the pickup effect when there was a high value bonus. As long as he demonstrates high value, no matter how low his EQ and interest are, he will still be able to debate with great scholars and gain self-improvement. What's more, he wants to continue winning big prizes. I even want to hold hands with girls and even have sex with them. This might satisfy both physical and emotional needs, while also allowing you to hit the jackpot again and win another 5 million. So, Zhang Jun agreed. After 2 o'clock in the afternoon, Zhang Jun went to the shopping mall in the town and called the girl according to the contact information given by his aunt. Soon, Zhang Jun met the girl at Saturday Fujin store. The girl's name is Uxin. Hello. After meeting Uxin, Zhang Jun found that she was indeed pretty at 70%, and since she knew how to dress, she could be rated 80%. More importantly, she had a nice and perky butt. Zhang Jun also walked over and said hello first. Uxin smiled and pointed at the gold necklace in the glass cabinet in front of her. Which one do you think looks good? Zhang Jun looked at it carefully and pointed to one. But I think this one looks better, Uxin said. Zhang Jun. Then, Uxin asked Zhang Jun to pay the bill. Zhang Jun was very surprised. Why am I the one paying for it? Aren't we on a blind date? Uxin asked. Zhang Jun touched his nose and said, we are on a blind date, but that doesn't mean I have to spend money on you. You're not reluctant, are you? Uxin chuckled, and her expression began to turn ugly. Zhang Jun had already begun to feel annoyed by this, so he put his hands in his pockets and looked away from the other person's waist. Therefore, the idea of holding hands or even other deep communication was thrown out of his mind. He had never been so pure-hearted as he was at that moment. After all, Zhang Jun felt that if he let his blind date spend so much money on him during the blind date, he might give up being loyal to the marriage just because the other person spent so much money on him if they really got married in the future. But before he could say the blind date was over, Uxin spoke first and said to Zhang Jun, well, I'm sorry, I'm not attracted to you, because when my ex-boyfriend was courting me, he bought me a gold necklace worth 20,000 yuan just like this. When we were living together, I fell in love with a bag worth 30,000 yuan, but I didn't ask him for it, but he bought it for me directly. Moreover, he makes 1 million yuan a year. I think no matter what, I should find a partner who is no worse than my ex-boyfriend, right? Then why did you break up? Zhang Jun was in a much better mood because he had already found a car key in his pocket. After Uxin said that, he asked her this question with great interest. After hearing this, Uxin's face darkened. I don't know either. He was the one who took the initiative to break up. Zhang Jun nodded. Uxin smiled again and said, but no matter what, I think that with my beauty, I need someone with an annual income of at least 1 million to be worthy of me, so you are not suitable, you can leave. Did you hear that? You can go now. At this time, a man in a white suit came over, patted Zhang Jun on the shoulder, and said this to him before Zhang Jun could speak. Speaking of, the man in the white suit naturally placed his hand on Uxin's shoulder and slid it gently. Let me introduce myself. My name is Wang Chang. I have an annual income of 2 million and own 3 apartments in the city. Miss, can I take a look at me? Then can you buy me this necklace as a gift? Uxin was not disgusted by the other party's physical advances and only asked this question at this time. Wang Chang smiled and said, of course. Then you are very generous and worthy of me, much better than the guy just now. Uxin said with a smile. After Uxin said this, Wang Chang thought of Zhang Jun and turned to look at Zhang Jun. Fuck. But when Wang Chang turned around, he saw Zhang Jun playing with the Maybach car key while walking towards the Maybach parked outside. Then, after Wang Chang said this, he quickly put down his hand that was on Uxin's lower back, left Uxin, and ran directly towards Zhang Jun. Then, when he ran in front of Zhang Jun, he slid down to his knees, looked up at Zhang Jun and smiled. Elder brother. I'm really sorry about what happened just now. I was just pretending to be cool to pick up girls. Can you please give me a chance to reintroduce myself because of my piety? Chapter 22. My colleague is 60 years old and married to the oil prince. Hello? Didn't you agree to buy me a gold necklace as a meeting gift? When Uxin saw Wang Chang suddenly run away, she hurriedly turned around and shouted. She didn't see Zhang Jun take out the car keys. But when she turned around, she saw Wang Chang sliding down to his knees in front of Zhang Jun. This surprised Uxin so much that she followed over. You get up first. Zhang Jun also responded at this time. He didn't expect that Wang Chang would be so bold after seeing him take out the Maybach car keys. He asked himself if he had the courage to do so. Why? After Wang Chang agreed with a smile, he stood up and smiled flatteringly at Zhang Jun. Then, Wang Chang smiled and said, I saw that the girl you were talking to was very vain and stupid, so I knew she was easy to cheat. When I found out that you didn't scold her, I thought you were a kind, easygoing, well-educated, honest man from the lower class. Otherwise, I wouldn't have been angry. But I'm different from you. I like to cheat these stupid and bad girls, sleep with them, and teach them a lesson to correct the social atmosphere. So I flushed the Dragon King temple with a flood, thinking you were kind and easy to cheat, so I pretended to be cool and told you to get out. Who knew you weren't kind and easy to cheat? You were more visionary than me, and you didn't bother to argue with this kind of idiot. You don't even bother to care about an idiot like me. You were lying to me? And you still say I'm an idiot? Uxin happened to walk over at this time and heard what Wang Chang said. She felt disappointed and angry inside, as if a fire was burning in her. She glared at Wang Chang and asked with gritted teeth. Wang Chang, who had experienced some worldly things, wanted to please Zhang Jun, but was also afraid that Zhang Jun was already angry with him and was only pretending to be generous on the surface and would take revenge on him later, so he turned around and said to Uxin bluntly. What else? Who the hell would want to marry a second-hand thing like you after earning $1 million a year? Not to mention earning $1 million a year, even if they earn 500,000 or even 300,000 a year, they wouldn't want to marry a second-hand thing like you who's just a shopping guide. Now I am willing to lick you and coax you, besides just wanting to cheat on you with your body, do I also want to be with you forever and never leave you? Uxin's breathing became rapid. Also, don't be unconvinced when I call you an idiot. I don't know how you got to know such a big shot, but you didn't even bother to investigate him carefully. You only use stupid methods like asking him to sell you a gold necklace to test others. This method can only find scammers and people who just want to sleep with you, but you can't find a big shot who will really treat you as a human being. So, not only are you an idiot, but the key is that you don't even know you're an idiot, and that's scary. After Wang Chang criticized Uxin verbally, Uxin was naturally stunned. Because what Wang Chang said contains too much information. She needs good digestion. Even though she is very angry now. Wang Chang turned around and said to Zhang Jun with a smile, of course, I am also an idiot, so I offended you. If you're willing, how about letting me treat you tonight as an apology? Wang Chang then expressed his intention to treat Zhang Jun to a meal. Zhang Jun said, no need. After saying this, Zhang Jun walked towards his Maybach. Uxin finally came to her senses and pointed at Wang Chang. Wait a minute, you lied to me and scolded me. I'm a girl. Uxin started crying when she said this. Tears flowed loudly. Wang Chang ignored Uxin and ran towards Zhang Jun quickly. He stopped Zhang Jun again and took out a business card from his pocket and gave it to Zhang Jun. Brother, you look down on me. I deserve it. It's my fault for not leaving a good impression on a big guy like you. But could you please leave me a business card? I really want to do something for you, to express my apology. If you need anything, just give me a call. How about that? Zhang Jun took the business card and looked at it, then asked Wang Chang. Are you selling cement? Yes. Sell it to my uncle. He opened a cement factory in the county, and I sold it for him. Wang Chang replied. At present, the market space of his uncle's small cement factory is being severely squeezed by large companies. As long as he knows a rich person, he will do his best to build relationships, both to find a new way out for the cement factory and to find a new way for its transformation. Zhang Jun put the business card into his pocket and said, I'll take it, even though I may not need it. I'm grateful that you accepted it. Wang Chang grinned and replied with a beaming look. At this time, Zhang Jun had already opened the door of the Maybach. Wang Chang also hurried back into the mall to make it easier for Zhang Jun to get a car to leave. But when he returned to the mall, he was still facing Zhang Jun with a smile on his face, his hands folded in front of his slightly protruding belly, looking quite humble, completely different from the ruffian and disdainful person he had at the beginning. I want you to apologize. Uxin also came over at this time, pointing at Wang Chang and shouting, but she was stunned when she saw Zhang Jun opening the door of the Maybach and about to drive away. Immediately, Uxin hurriedly ran to Zhang Jun Maybach in her high heels and shouted, wait. Zhang Jun was opening the window at that time, so he heard it. He did not drive away immediately. He only asked after Uxin came over, "Is there anything else?" "Well, I just asked you to buy a gold necklace just to test you and see if you would spend money too carelessly. Besides, when I said you were not suitable, I was actually testing you on purpose." At this time, Uxin hooked the hair in front of her forehead, pursed her lips and said with a smile. Zhang Jun smiled after hearing this. It seems that Wang Chang was not right. "What's the meaning?" Uxin asked with some surprise. Zhang Jun didn't answer, but just said, "What I mean is that you are actually not worthy of me. I am not worthy of you. Even you underestimate yourself. I actually think you're a good match for me now." Uxin was surprised and replied with a shy smile. Zhang Jun shook his head. "No, I don't deserve it. Really, you have to believe me, you deserve to be owned by a better person, who is worthy of your value. At least a billionaire is worthy of you. So, I hope you don't marry yourself off so easily, because that would be such a loss. Better to be single than to marry someone who doesn't suit you. Believe me, I have a colleague who is almost 60 years old. She was persistent enough and believed that she deserved better treatment, so she later married a Saudi prince, who gave her 10 oil fields as a dowry." When Zhang Jun said this, he gave a meaningful smile and prepared to drive away. Uxin looked at Zhang Jun and frowned. But then, after taking a look at Wang Chang, who was still standing at the entrance of the mall, Uxin gritted her teeth and followed Wang Chang's example, kneeling in front of Zhang Jun. Chapter 23. The little fairy is so humble in front of me. Zhang Jun was stunned by this scene. "Are all your knees so weak?" Zhang Jun couldn't help but ask a question because of this. Uxin looked at Zhang Jun and said, "I don't know how to show my sincerity, but from the words you tease me, I can tell that you hate me in your heart. Just like those people I met before who interested me. But I really hope to develop further with you. Because you are actually quite attractive to me in terms of appearance, otherwise I would not have agreed to go on a blind date with you. Besides, you are not as poor as I imagined and cannot support a family. So, I will follow his example and use this method to keep you." When Uxin said this, she pointed at Wang Chang. Then, Uxin said to Zhang Jun again, "I hope you can give me another chance. I really want to get married because I don't want to live such a bad life anymore. I also want to be an exquisite pig girl." The reason why Uxin lost her composure today was indeed related to the fact that she had been rejected too many times by young, single rich men before. So, after seeing Wang Chang successfully give his business card to Zhang Jun by kneeling down, she also tried every possible means to get Zhang Jun to give her another chance. "But I don't want to develop a relationship with you. I apologize for teasing you just now." Zhang Jun said this and drove away. "Please give me another chance," Uxin yelled. But Zhang Jun's Maybach had already gone far away and soon disappeared. Uxin had no choice but to stand up and walk home angrily, muttering to herself sadly. "Is it possible that someone as beautiful and elegant as me can only marry an ordinary man with an income of 200,000 or 300,000 yuan?" Wang Chang also left after Zhang Jun left. However, Zhang Jun's old classmate Xu Manli, who had also come here and was about to drive away, saw Uxin kneeling down to beg Zhang Jun, and she couldn't help but shook her head. Therefore, Xu Manli, who had no intention of greeting Zhang Jun after seeing him driving such a luxury car, had even less intention of calling Zhang Jun to greet him. "Hey, how's your blind date, son?" "Not long." Zhang Jun received a call from his mother Li Yumei. Zhang Jun replied, "No, she lived with her ex-boyfriend for a few years, and she didn't seem to reflect on why they didn't get together, so I think it might be related to her own problems, so I want to look for it again." When Li Yumei heard that the other party had a history of cohabitation, and heard her son say that the other party had not reflected on it, she guessed the general reason and said, "Okay, it's just contact anyway, no rush. What time will you be back?" "I'm going to buy some gifts for Grandpa and Grandma." "Aren't we going to visit Grandpa and Grandma tomorrow?" "Come back before 6. Zhang Jun replied. After hearing this, Li Yumei said okay and hung up the phone. After Zhang Jun chose a place to park his car, he decided to walk to choose gifts for his grandparents. Because the roads in the town are narrow, there are many people and cars, and there are many ups and downs. Therefore, he would rather walk there and take a look at the various streets and alleys he passed by when he was in school. I don't know why, but ever since he won this grand prize system and lived a carefree life, he seemed to prefer visiting the places he had been to. Especially the streets and alleys he passed by when he was in school. The cool breeze blows, and the jacaranda flowers on the street dance in the wind. The setting sun melts into gold, and the white walls and gray tiles of the town add some brilliant brilliance to the silence. The carts selling braised meat, the empty vegetable baskets, and groups of children in school uniforms, together with their owners, were walking towards the golden ocean dyed by the red sun.
Grandma, I want to eat some spicy noodles.
At this time, a little boy held an old woman's hand, stood in front of Zhang Jun, and looked at his grandmother eagerly. The old man next to his grandmother had already taken out money in a plastic bag from the pocket of his blue woolen coat. His grandmother said to the old man with a sullen face, "Just spoil him."
Zhang Jun smiled slightly, and at that moment he missed his grandparents even more. Zhang Jun's grandparents died early. But his grandparents are still alive.
Therefore, Zhang Jun basically takes time to visit his grandparents every year when he goes home. After all, he grew up with his grandparents when he was a child.
Naturally, the feelings are deep.
He mentioned that he was going to visit his grandparents tomorrow during lunch.
Zhang Jun plans to buy an air conditioner for his grandparents.
The store in town provides installation services in rural areas. That's why Zhang Jun came up with this plan.
Of course, more importantly, he knew his grandparents needed this most right now. Because the south is getting hotter and hotter now. Even in the countryside, the heat of summer becomes unbearable.
But his grandparents were used to being frugal and had never allowed their descendants to install an air conditioner. Therefore, Zhang Jun planned to install an air conditioner in the two elderly people's house in the countryside.
Moreover, only if he, the grandson, buys an air conditioner will the two old people not be unhappy.
If it were his parents, the two old people would be upset. After Zhang Jun arrived at the largest home appliance market in town, he selected a good air conditioner, left his address and phone number, and asked them to come and install it the next day. However, what Zhang Jun did not expect was that when he chose the air conditioner and left the home appliance market, he happened to see a former high school female classmate walking out of a hair salon.
Zhang Jun remembered that the female classmate's name was Xie Jiaxi.
She is about 80% pretty, and if she puts on makeup she can be stunningly beautiful. Zhang Jun wanted to get more rewards and meet his old classmates, so he took the initiative to walk towards Xie Jiaxi. Xie Jiaxi. Xie Jiaxi stopped, slightly stunned, and then forced a smile.
It's you. I didn't expect to meet you here. When did you come back? Zhang Jun asked.
Xie Jiaxi replied, "My brother got married the day before yesterday, so I took a leave to come back."
I see. Zhang Jun nodded and invited her, "Are you free? Let's go to the milk tea shop next door and chat.
I'll buy you milk tea." Xie Jiaxi pursed her lips and smiled, "I didn't expect you to be so proactive."
I'm going to ask you, do you want to pursue me? Zhang Jun smiled and said, "Isn't it normal for old classmates to chat up each other?"
Xie Jiaxi suddenly said seriously, "But I don't want to fall in love now, because, girls have awakened and are very independent now.
I have also awakened and pursue independence.
So, I will not easily accept a boy's invitation, even though we used to be classmates." Because the host approached me, a random reward was activated. This time, the reward is a 100 million yuan rebate for entrepreneurship. For example, if you hire employees, purchase equipment, or acquire industries, as long as the cumulative expenditure is within 100 million yuan, all of it will be rebated.
At this time,
Zhang Jun's aloof system suddenly stopped sleeping and started broadcasting sounds in his ears. Zhang Jun was sure that he had received the system reward, so he stopped talking to Xie Jiaxi and said, "You're overthinking.
I don't plan to fall in love with you. I just wanted to say hello to an old classmate. Chapter 24 I am really a rich man. Let us verify my capital."
Xie Jiaxi sneered. She didn't believe that Zhang Jun, who was obviously an ordinary person just by looking at his clothes, was chatting with her not because he wanted to fall in love with her or lust after her body.
But at this time, Xu Manli came here because she had an appointment with Xie Jiaxi in advance.
Seeing this, Xie Jiaxi hurried over and took Xu Manli's arm, saying boastfully, "Jia, you're finally here. Zhang Jun just came to chat with me and wanted to pursue me, but I didn't agree to him. Then, what's even more ridiculous is that I said I was an independent and awakened woman and asked him to give up such unrealistic fantasies, but he denied it and said he didn't have such thoughts."
Who are you kidding? Don't you think it's funny? Speaking of, Xie Jiaxi pointed at Zhang Jun and said, "Look, he's right here."
Zhang Jun was about to leave when Xie Jiaxi suddenly pointed at her and said this.
Zhang Jun couldn't help but frown, looked at Xie Jiaxi, and began to ask him politely, "Can you speak properly?"
Xie Jiaxi chuckled, "There's no need to talk nicely to a common man like you."
Zhang Jun. Jiaxi, you misunderstood. Zhang Jun is not an ordinary man.
He drives a Maybach worth tens of millions.
I just saw it at the mall. At this time, Shu Manli smiled and spoke to Xiajiaxi. Xiajiaxi was stunned. Real?
Xiajiaxi asked in disbelief. Shu Manli nodded, opened the photo on her phone, and handed it to Xiajiaxi. I also took a secret photo. Xiajiaxi took a quick look and saw that in the photo, Zhang Jun was leaning out of the driver's seat of the Maybach, looking at Yuxian, who was kneeling on the ground.
The kneeling girl should be her girlfriend.
He abandoned her, and she knelt down and begged him to stay.
So he's probably not a good man, but he's probably a scumbag.
As Zhu Manli spoke, she glanced unkindly at Zhang Jun, who was already walking forward. At this time, Xiajiaxi raised her head and refuted Zhu Manli. Manli, don't talk nonsense about things you haven't asked clearly. After all, this may hurt his reputation. Because, who knows, maybe this girl is just being sentimental and wants to pursue Zhang Jun in this way.
Shu Manli was stunned. I just said it's possible?
At this time, Xiajiaxi ran towards Zhang Jun and said, well, I'm sorry.
I misunderstood you just now. I apologize to you. Can you forgive me for the fact that we were classmates in high school for 3 years?
Zhang Jun ignored Xiajiaxi and continued walking towards where he parked his car. He now felt that it was a wise decision to seal his heart with cement before. Even though you may miss out on love, you will also encounter fewer weird things.
Don't be angry. How about I buy you some milk tea as an apology?
Xiajiaxi suddenly grabbed Zhang Jun's arm, shook it, and pouted to act coquettishly. Zhang Jun stopped walking, turned around to look at Xiajiaxi, and said coldly, let go of your hand.
Seeing this, Xiajiaxi quickly let go, and then asked cautiously, don't you like the way I just eased the situation? That's right. Haven't you awakened to women's independence? I would rather see you say you want to be independent. So, recover. Zhang Jun continued walking as he spoke.
Xiajiaxi quickly said, it is because I have awakened that I came to apologize to you.
Zhang Jun stopped and asked her with great interest, what do you mean?
Because I'm awakened, ordinary men shouldn't think of having a relationship with me just by chatting me up or asking me out.
I should believe that I'm worthy of a high-value man.
And for high-value men, I should take the initiative.
This is my awakening sense of independence. Isn't that right?
Xiajiaxi said seriously. Zhang Jun nodded after hearing this. I understand, but you misunderstood.
I am not a high-value man in your standards. You drive a Maybach, isn't that high value?
Xiajiaxi asked with a frown.
Zhang Jun smiled and replied, I rented it. Zhang Jun, if you don't like her, just say so.
Why treat her like a fool?
Where can I rent a Maybach in town? Can you recommend it to me? Shu Manli came over and started talking to Zhang Jun. Xiajiaxi also nodded in sudden realization, Manli is right. Zhang Jun also understood at this time and knew why Xiajiaxi's attitude was different before and after. But Zhang Jun was too lazy to say anything more. Feeling bored, he just walked towards his Maybach.
Shu Manli then pulled Xiajiaxi aside and said, I asked you to ask if there is any big shot who wants to buy our tea plantation.
How is your inquiry going?
Because Xiajiaxi has come into contact with many local wealthy businessmen. Therefore, Zhu Manli asked Xiajiaxi to help find out if there was any wealthy businessman willing to buy the tea plantation in their Bema village that was about to be abandoned by the current owner. And Zhu Manli came to see Xiajiaxi today precisely for this matter. Xiajiaxi pushed Zhu Manli's hand away impatiently and said, I asked, and no one is interested in your tea plantation.
Then, Xiajiaxi walked quickly towards Zhang Jun and asked with a smile, Zhang Jun, are you really driving a Maybach? Zhang Jun did not get into the car immediately. Instead, he walked towards Zhu Manli after hearing her words and asked, do you have a tea plantation to sell? Zhu Manli was feeling disappointed, so she smiled and asked Zhang Jun, why, are you interested? Zhang Jun nodded.
His grandparents are from Bema village, so he has a deep affection for the village.
Coincidentally, he has now received a 100 million yuan entrepreneurial rebate reward, so he plans to buy this tea mountain in order to get a rebate first. Are you interested in the tea business? Zhu Manli asked.
Zhang Jun smiled faintly, none of these, but I am willing to contribute to the development of my hometown.
I am willing to spend money for it. Zhu Manli smiled and said, it sounds like you are really rich now. Go ahead. How much is this tea mountain you mentioned? Do you need to verify your capital? Zhang Jun then asked about Zhu Manli. Zhu Manli said, the current tea mountain owner wants 2 million. I can persuade him to give you a lower price. After all, we are all old classmates. No need, just 2 million. Zhang Jun replied. Xu Manli couldn't help but laugh and said, you are really generous. Then I really verified the capital, so you don't have to play tricks on me. Then, Xu Manli said one more sentence. Zhang Jun opened his mobile banking account and gave it to Xu Manli. Check the balance of my bank card. 20 million.
Xiajiaxi, who was standing by, also stretched his neck and said something in surprise, and looked at Zhang Jun with blurred eyes.
Zhang Jun looked at Xu Manli. Do you believe that I have this ability now? Chapter 25. Now I discover Zhang Jun has many advantages. Xu Manli nodded. Then, Xu Manli smiled and said, then leave me your contact information so I can arrange a meeting between you and the boss. Can. Zhang Jun then added Xu Manli on WeChat. At this time, Xia Jiaxi cautiously asked Zhang Jun, can I add you too? No.
You should add high-value contacts. Zhang Jun said this and went back to the car and drove away in the Maybach.
Xia Jiaxi looked at Xu Manli with a melancholy expression and pouted. He seems to hate me. I can't help you.
Xu Manli spread her hands and said. Xia Jiaxi couldn't help but stamp his foot, frown and said, if I had known that he would greet me just now, I shouldn't have done that.
You
are still too careless. However, for someone like him who is so young and can drive such a nice car and have such assets, ordinary people like you and me are actually not worthy of him.
This isn't the student days anymore. Xu Manli patted Xia Jiaxi's arm and said, be more realistic. I don't agree with you.
We, the people of the new era, should believe in ourselves.
We all deserve to be treated better. Xia Jiaxi refuted Xu Manli's statement.
Xu Manli shook her head helplessly and said, but if you want to be treated better by others, you have to treat others well.
How can you just say that others are ordinary people without asking for the details of the situation like you did just now?
Xu Manli said this and left. Xia Jiaxi felt quite regretful after hearing this. But Xia Jiaxi gritted his teeth and Xu Manli came over.
Manli, can you give me his WeChat business card? Xu Manli was silent for a moment, then asked, why, do you really want to develop a relationship with him?
I think you're right. It's rare for him to have so many assets at such a young age.
At least among the people I've met, there are very few.
Even if they are second generation, they may be able to afford such luxury cars, but they can hardly have as much cash as he does. Besides, we were classmates, so I actually know him a little bit.
Now that I think about it, he actually has a lot of advantages, such as being a good student and being a bit handsome.
I also remember that he is also very helpful. In the past, when I asked him questions I didn't understand, he never refused. Even if I didn't understand after listening to him several times, he would still patiently explain it to me again. It can be seen that his emotions are also very stable, and the possibility of domestic violence is low.
The more I think about it, the more I feel that he actually has many advantages, so I don't want to miss it. Xia Jiaxi said sincerely. That's not what I meant just now. I meant. Xu Manli shook her head and said nothing more.
Because she remembered a saying, it is difficult to persuade a damned ghost with kind words.
Okay.
I'll send it to you.
But whether he is willing to add you or not, I don't know. Then, Xu Manli sent Zhang Jun's WeChat business card to Xia Jiaxi. Xia Jiaxi smiled and said, thank you. Xu Manli also drove away.
As for Zhang Jun, he parked the car at a place and went home.
As soon as I got home, Zhang Jun told his parents about buying an air conditioner for his grandparents.
His parents didn't blame Zhang Jun for spending money indiscriminately, but they asked Zhang Jun to make it clear that they didn't ask him to buy it.
Zhang Jun said he knew about this.
After dinner, Zhang Jun turned on his phone and told Xu Manli that he would go to Beima village tomorrow and was free, so he asked her to make an appointment with the boss. Not long after, Xu Manli replied saying that the boss would come to the village to meet him tomorrow afternoon. Zhang Jun therefore replied okay. After Zhang Jun chatted with Xu Manli, he saw someone else adding him as a friend.
Zhang Jun clicked it and saw it was Xia Jiaxi.
Zhang Jun did not pass. Xia Jiaxi was naturally disappointed when she saw that Zhang Jun had not passed the exam. By the way, Ran Zhangyang, Xia Jiaxi's high school classmate, is still pursuing Xia Jiaxi. As Xia Jiaxi's family had assets worth about 1 million, she never rejected him, but she didn't agree either.
She just kept him hanging. Jiaxi, are you asleep?
When Xia Jiaxi was feeling depressed, he saw that Ran Zhangyang sent him a message. In response, Xia Jiaxi replied with 2 words, "Not yet."
Can we talk about it? Ran Zhangyang asked.
But Xia Jiaxi thought that Zhang Jun had tens of millions of cash in his bank account, so she didn't even feel like trying to hook up with Ran Zhangyang, so she just replied, "I'm annoyed, let's not talk anymore."
Why bother? Ran Zhangyang asked. Xia Jiaxi confided, because Zhang Jun didn't accept my WeChat. Zhang Jun? Ran Zhangyang's heart sank. He didn't understand why Xia Jiaxi suddenly became interested in Zhang Jun.
In his impression, Zhang Jun was not a particularly outstanding boy, except for his good grades in high school. But now that he had entered society, this was no longer a prominent advantage.
But Ran Zhangyang still showed great restraint in front of his goddess, and only asked cautiously, "So you like him?" "Yes,"
Xia Jiaxi replied without hesitation. Ran Zhangyang felt as if a knife was stabbed in his heart, and he looked at his phone in silence for a long while.
"Zhangyang, do you have a way to get him to add me on WeChat?" "Let me try." Ran Zhangyang replied with gritted teeth. "Thanks." "You're welcome." The next day. The weather is still sunny. Zhang Jun drove the Maybach to Bema village. Bema village is a village not far from Dongnan town.
The village is surrounded by mountains and has a winding river running through it. Along the river, there is a single-lane village road. Because Bema village is relatively wealthy, after all, there are large tea plants behind the village. When Zhang Jun drove into the village, he saw mountains full of camellia flowers, basking in the sunshine under the blue sky. Zhang Jun did not drive the car too far into the village and just stopped at the entrance.
Because he wanted to take a walk in the village. After all, this is where he played as a child. Grandpa. Grandmother. And it didn't take long.
Zhang Jun arrived at his grandparents' house and saw the 2 old people smiling at him on the cement drying yard in front of their house. Zhang Jun not only bought air conditioners for his grandparents, but also brought some good milk and fresh meat.
"Just come here, kid." "Why bring these?" "That's why my grandfather started talking about Zhang Jun."
Zhang Jun said, "It's rare for me to come back to see you guys."
Grandpa smiled and said, "You don't need to bring anything." Speaking of. Grandpa came into the house with something.
Zhang Jun looked at his grandmother and said, "Grandma, I want to eat the fried bacon with garlic sprouts you made, and also the smoked sausages you made."
"I was in Hoodoo and someone handed me a sausage. After eating it, I thought of your smoked sausages. Do you have any more?" "Yes." "I'll keep it for you." "Grandma will make it for you." Grandma smiled and said this and then went into the house.
Zhang Jun did not go into the house. When he turned around to take a look at the scenery of the village, he saw the girl named Xiao Xiaomai, who had been given sausages in Shanghai in the past, passing by the path next to his grandparents' house.
"It's you. Are you from this village too?"
Zhang Jun was very surprised and asked about the girl with a smile. Xiao Xiaomai had thick black hair in a ponytail, and wore a beige sweatshirt with a pair of fat little tigers hidden underneath, revealing only the faint outline of the tiger heads. She wore a pair of wide-leg dark jeans and a pair of white casual shoes. She still lowered her head, so he can only see the slightly pointed white chin of the other person. When Zhang Jun asked her, Xiao Xiaomai just smiled shyly and said in a voice as thin as a mosquito, "No."
Chapter 26. The dog begs me to give his goddess a chance.
After Xiao Xiaomai answered, Zhang Jun nodded. But before he could continue to ask Xiao Xiaomai why she was in Bema village, Xiao Xiaomai had already flown up the slope like a gust of wind. Zhang Jun couldn't help laughing and shouted, "Hey!
Do you know Qingong? I haven't even asked you what you are doing in Bema village, but you've already run so far."
The girl was stunned for a moment, then hesitated for a while with a slightly apologetic look, then half opened her rosy lips as if she wanted to reply.
She is from the 2nd Brigade.
Her grandmother is currently working as a tea picker in our tea fields.
This girl is introverted and doesn't like talking to people. At this time, Grandpa came over with a pipe. Zhang Jun nodded, "I can see that."
When Xiao Xiaomai saw Zhang Jun's grandfather coming over to talk to her, she finally turned around and left with a shy look on her face.
Zhang Jun asked his grandfather Li Mingson, "Grandpa, does your leg still hurt?" "After the surgery last year, the pain is gone." Grandpa replied. Zhang Junzi still said something to his grandfather, asking him to do less farm work and take care of his health.
At this time, my grandfather just sat on a long bench, took out a pack of tobacco leaves from his pocket, broke off a section of tobacco leaves, and stuffed the section of tobacco leaves into the brass cigarette butt. Then he lit the pipe with an old kerosene lighter and started smoking with his almost toothless mouth, while looking forward with deep eyes.
I'm used to it. If I don't do it, I'll feel uncomfortable. At the same time, Grandpa just said these two sentences. Zhang Jun didn't say anything more.
He just sat next to his grandfather and looked at the rolling green hills in front of him and the clear water winding under the hills. Time seemed to pass very slowly all of a sudden, so slowly that he could feel his own breathing.
I don't know when. Zhang Jun smelled the aroma of bacon.
And this was because Grandma brought out the dishes and said it was time to eat. Zhang Jun hurried to help serve the rice and dishes, and complained that he didn't know the food was ready until his grandmother called him to help. Since going to the city to study, Zhang Jun rarely has time to eat with his grandparents, and even less after he started working. Almost only during the Chinese New Year, and he is with his parents and other elders and cousins of the same generation, which means that there is almost no time to be alone with them, but he still feels more emotional when he is alone with his grandparents. Therefore, this farm meal that Zhang Jun had alone with his grandparents felt very different. Not to mention the delicious bacon and sausage, even the rice tasted much sweeter. More importantly, in this October season with clear skies and red mountains, he was not sitting in front of the glass window of an office building, looking at the steel bars, concrete and soil, eating braised chicken rice that smelled like a plastic box, but was eating the fragrant bacon rice made by his grandmother, which naturally made him feel that he was living seriously rather than just surviving. For Zhang Jun, this is naturally the additional sense of happiness that the reward system brings him.
Otherwise, he is still working overtime in an office building in Shanghai. Not to mention having dinner with my grandparents on such a beautiful day, I don't even have the mood or time to make a phone call to my family. After dinner, Zhang Jun took the initiative to ask to wash the dishes. I don't know why. With his sense of happiness improved, he is more willing to do things for his family. He wasn't so diligent before. He started to be bad at expressing his love. Not only did he become lazy in making friends with the opposite sex, he also started to become indifferent to things like getting close to his family. Naturally, grandparents couldn't stop Zhang Jun from washing the dishes. But the two old people did not plan to sit idle. Grandpa said he would kill a local chicken and a local duck and let him take them back to eat with his parents. Grandma picked up the backpack and said she wanted to pick some vegetables for him to take back. It seems that his arrival has made his grandparents even busier. But Zhang Jun could feel that they were happy. Zhang Jun also has something to do in the afternoon. There were two things he had to do. One was to talk to Zhu Manli about the tea mountain, and the other was to install the air conditioner. But he only told his grandparents that he was going to meet Zhu Manli, and said that he also wanted to go out for a trip to meet his old classmates. He hasn't yet planned to mention installing an air conditioner for his grandparents, because he planned to give the two elders a surprise. When Grandma heard that he was going to meet his old classmates in the village, she washed the strawberries she had picked that morning and put them in a clean small bamboo basket, and asked him to take it to his old classmates. Zhang Jun knew that his grandmother was warm and hospitable. When he was young and cheerful, he was also willing to share with his classmates, which was also influenced by his grandmother. But this quality was lost long ago after he lost his ability in interpersonal relationships. Perhaps under the influence of his grandmother, he would inevitably pick it up again sooner or later. Because the air conditioner will not be installed until 3 o'clock in the afternoon, Zhang Jun went to Zhu Manli first. When Zhang Jun was a child living with his grandparents, he did play with Zhu Manli, but later he went to town to study and they gradually became less familiar with each other. Even though we became classmates in high school, we gradually became distant. After all, everyone's life path is different. Zhang Jun didn't have a deep impression of Zhu Manli, but he did know where Zhu Manli lived. This is because Zhu Manli's grandfather used to be the village party secretary and was a very prestigious person in Bema village. So, Zhang Jun knew where her home was. To be precise, it is Zhu Manli's grandfather's house. Basically everyone in Bema village knows about it. However, Zhang Jun did not drive to Zhu Manli's house. This is mainly because Zhu Manli's home is located on a hillside in the village, not far from her grandparents' home. So Zhang Jun followed the path that Xiao Xiaomai had just taken and walked behind his grandparents' house. On the way to Zhu Manli, Zhang Jun received a call from an old classmate. This old classmate is Ran Zhangyang. Zhang Jun was very lively and outgoing in high school, so he had the contact information of many old classmates, especially male classmates. Hey, old classmate, what's up? When Zhang Jun heard Ran Zhangyang calling him, his first reaction was that the other party wanted to borrow money from him, or was going to have some big event like a wedding and wanted him to give a gift. There's nothing he can do about it.
Almost all the calls from his old classmates are about these two things.
That's why Zhang Jun had this reaction.
But he still picked up the call.
After all, his life is much happier now, so he is not so afraid of being dragged into financial interests by his old classmates. Zhang Jun, can you pass Xie Jiaxi's WeChat message to her and apologize to her? Because you didn't approve her application, she's very sad.
Can you please give me a favor and approve her application?
Ran Zhangyang spoke to Zhang Jun in an almost begging tone.
After hearing this, Zhang Jun felt even more annoyed than when he heard the other party asking him to borrow money, because he felt like he was looking in the mirror when he saw himself as a bootlicker.
Please. At this time, Ran Zhangyang said one more sentence.
Chapter 27, I don't give a shit whether your goddess is happy or not.
Old schoolmate. If you want to ask me for something else, I can consider it. But I have to reject you on this matter without even thinking about it.
Because this will not help you develop your relationship with her, and it will make her disgusted with me in the future, which is neither beneficial to me nor to you.
So, why should I do such a stupid thing? I advise you not to do such a stupid thing. Zhang Jun started talking.
Ran Zhangyang said on the phone, but this will make her happy.
It's none of my business whether she's happy or not. Zhang Jun replied and hung up the phone.
But at this time,
Ran Zhangyang called back, Zhang Jun, don't be angry.
Although this matter is none of your business, I care about it very much. Just give your old classmate some face and add her. I don't want to see her sad. As long as you agree, I will treat you to a meal.
Aren't you back now? The meal is free.
I would rather not acknowledge you as my old classmate than follow you and do things that are a dog's licking.
As long as you haven't regained your self-esteem with Xie Jiaxi, don't call me. Zhang Jun hung up the phone again without hesitation.
The reason why he seemed so resolute was that the more he came into contact with Ran Zhangyang, the more he remembered his painful experience as a bootlicker. So, he didn't want to keep looking at himself in the mirror in front of Ran Zhangyang.
Fortunately, Ran Zhangyang didn't call again afterwards.
Perhaps for Ran Zhangyang, he gave up his self-esteem in front of Xie Jiaxi, but at least he did not give up his self-esteem in front of Zhang Jun.
Therefore, Ran Zhangyang would not be too flattering to Zhang Jun.
Especially after Zhang Jun said such harsh words.
About 10 minutes later, Zhang Jun arrived near Xu Manli's grandfather's house.
Xu Manli was already standing under a big cypress tree beside the drying yard in front of her grandfather's house, waiting for her.
Here. My grandma asked me to bring it to you. It's already washed.
After meeting Xu Manli, Zhang Jun handed a basket of strawberries to her.
Xu Manli took it with a smile on her face. Then I'll go and thank Granny Hu in person some other day.
I've long discovered that the strawberries she grows are the biggest and reddest. In that case, if the two old people have any headaches or fevers, please help them or tell me. After all, he's old and refuses to move to town. If anything unexpected happens, we can only count on you in the village to help take care of him. Zhang Jun took this opportunity to ask Xu Manli for help. Because he had learned from Xu Manli that she had returned to her hometown and found a job in the commune, so she would basically live in Beima village and accompany her elderly grandparents. Xu Manli nodded and said, "Don't worry, I won't eat these strawberries for nothing."
Speaking of, Xu Manli added, "Come in first. You're here a little early. Boss Lu hasn't arrived yet. You can only wait at my grandfather's house for a while." After Xu Manli said this, she took Zhang Jun into the living room of her grandfather's house.
As soon as Zhang Jun arrived, he saw Xiao Xiaomai was also here, sitting on the sofa, cracking melon seeds in her hand with her neat teeth.
Zhang Jun asked, "Why is she here too?"
Xiao Xiaomai lowered her head when she heard this. Just as she was about to answer, Xu Manli explained for her.
She is my junior in college. We became good friends because we happened to know each other from the same hometown. She came to hang out with me today. You know her? After Xu Manli introduced Xiao Xiaomai, she asked about Zhang Jun. Zhang Jun smiled and said, "We have met before in Shanghai." Speaking of,
Zhang Jun took the initiative to sit on the sofa not far from Xiao Xiaomai. But Xiao Xiaomai just moved his butt.
Zhang Jun saw this and asked Xiao Xiaomai, "Hey, did I provoke you? Why do you have to stay so far away? You're almost sitting on the armrest of the sofa." "No. I'm not used to it. Don't be angry."
After Xiao Xiaomai answered timidly, she pursed her lips.
Xu Manli sat directly between Zhang Jun and Xiao Xiaomai. "Don't bully Xiaomai."
"I didn't, she's the one showing off her disgust towards me," Zhang Jun said with a smile. Xiao Xiaomai hurriedly explained, I didn't, I just.
Speaking of.
Xiao Xiaomai blushed, and her eyes became a little moist.
She's just shy. Why are you so sensitive? Xu Manli spoke for Xiao Xiaomai.
Zhang Juanzi smiled and said, I know, I just teased her on purpose to make her more cheerful.
Xu Manli sneered, don't think you don't know, you just think she's pretty and want to pick her up. But don't blame me for not telling you, Xiaomai's sister is not someone you can mess with.
No matter how rich you are, if you bully Xiaomai, she will make you miserable. When she was in college, there was a scumbag who approached her but was punished by her sister. But this also brought side effects, which is that many boys have stayed away from her since then. Otherwise, she would not be single until now.
Xu Manli spoke at this time.
Xiao Xiaomai on the side pursed her lips slightly. I don't plan to pick up anyone, I just care whether each person can bring me greater value. Even if I see a beautiful woman, this is the first thing I think about now.
The body comes second, Zhang Jun said. Xu Manli sneered again.
Xiao Xiaomai glanced at Zhang Jun in surprise.
Believe it or not.
Zhang Jun leaned back on the sofa and took the biggest and reddest strawberry from the basket on the coffee table and put it into his mouth filled with sweetness.
This is a gift from your grandmother. Who told you to take it without my permission? Xu Manli was furious when she saw this. Zhang Jun said, it's just one, why be so stingy?
Xu Manli was busy protecting her strawberries, and moved to her and Xiao Xiaomai's side, staring at Zhang Jun like a thief.
Then,
Xu Manli stuffed one into her mouth first and ate it very unladylike, as if she was afraid that Zhang Jun would snatch it away, so she ate so recklessly. After eating this strawberry, Xu Manli took the initiative to say to Xiao Xiaomai, Xiaomi, eat it. I tell you, the strawberries grown by Granny who are so sweet.
No, thank you.
Xiao Xiaomai replied with a smile, then stole a glance at Zhang Jun, and then looked at the melon seeds in her hand. Seeing that although Xiao Xiaomai refused verbally, her eyes were fixed on the juicy red strawberries, Zhang Jun felt that she was interested in him. You don't want to eat strawberries, but I want to taste the melon seeds in your hand. Zhang Jun said something to her at this time. After hearing this, Xiao Xiaomai looked at the melon seeds in her hand again, then stood up and handed them to Zhang Jun. Zhang Jun poured all the melon seeds in Xiao Xiaomai's hand into his own hand.
Xiao Xiaomai stood there in a daze, looking at her empty hands.
She then glanced at Zhang Jun with a look of grievance.
Xu Manli also widened her eyes and looked at Zhang Jun. Chapter 28, Can what scholars do be called stealing? If you want to eat melon seeds, tell me. I bought them, but what's wrong with you taking them from someone else?
And he even grabbed all the melon seeds from the other person's hand. Xu Manli looked at Zhang Jun at this time and said indignantly on behalf of Xiao Xiaomai.
It's fine. I've eaten a lot, too. At this time, Xiao Xiaomai suddenly said a few words timidly and looked outside.
Seeing that Xiao Xiaomai was not angry at all, Zhang Jun found her more interesting and asked Xu Manli, is she waiting for that boss too?
That's right.
Her grandmother picks tea for the tea plantations here, but she hasn't received her wages yet. The boss is waiting to pay her after the tea plantations are sold.
Xu Manli replied at this time. Zhang Jun nodded after hearing this. At this time, Xu Manli's phone rang. Okay.
After Xu Manli finished the call, she turned around and said to Zhang Jun, the boss of Chashan is here.
Xu Manli asked Zhang Jun, this tea mountain is priced at 2 million. Do you really want to buy it at this price? You don't want to bargain? Zhang Jun smiled and said, no. 2 million is 2 million. Xu Manli frowned after hearing this, why don't you return one?
Otherwise, I'm afraid you won't want to run the business seriously, and the villagers who rely on this tea mountain to pick tea will have no livelihood. Don't worry, I won't cut off their wages. Zhang Jun replied with a smile.
He wasn't lying.
Because he has a 100 million yuan rebate fund for his startup. Therefore, as long as all his expenses on legitimate business operations do not exceed 100 million, the system will return all his expenses. He also knew that the salary income from this tea mountain plus other maintenance costs totaled less than 600,000 yuan a year. Even if the tea mountain did not make a penny, his entrepreneurial rebate funds could support the tea mountain for more than 100 years.
What's more, the tea mountain itself is profitable, but the profit is not huge.
As for Zhang Jun, he is not short of money now and is not very interested in starting a business. Therefore, since he encountered the profitable industry of tea mountain, he didn't care and just bought it if he wanted to. After all, it was equivalent to getting a profitable tea mountain industry at zero cost. Since it is obtained at zero cost, you naturally don't have to care about how much profit you make, as long as you make a profit.
Certainly.
Buying the tea mountain in Bema village also made Zhang Jun feel psychologically that he was helping the mountain village where he grew up. This gave him a sense of accomplishment that his growth here was not in vain.
I'm late. I'm so sorry.
Soon, the current tea mountain owner named Lu Nengren came here with a briefcase, wearing a leather jacket and Alcon black leather shoes. He started talking before he even entered the house.
After a while, LV Nengren walked into the room, was stunned for 3 seconds, and then asked Zhang Jun with a smile, "You are Mr. Zhang, right?" Zhang Jun, who was sitting on the sofa, nodded. Lu Nengren smiled and said, "You are so young. Young and promising." Immediately, Lu Nengren flattered again.
At this time, Zhu Manli, who had already stood up, said to LV Nengren, "Mr. LV, if you have no objection, let's go through the transaction process."
"What objection can I have?"
LV Nengren said with a smile, then nodded and looked at Zhang Jun and said, "As long as Mr. Zhang has no objection, we will go through the process now."
Lu Nengren chuckled as he spoke.
Zhu Manli had already told Zhang Jun that Mr. Lu was not satisfied with the profits from the tea plantation, but was more eager to get cash to do bigger business, so he was eager to sell it as soon as possible. Therefore, Zhang Jun knew that Mr. Lu must be very anxious to take action.
Zhang Jun didn't care whether he bought it too expensive or not, so he said, "Then let's go." Zhu Manli, who had obtained the corresponding authorization, represented the intermediary and allowed Zhang Jun and Lu Nengren to complete the transaction.
Lu Nengren also settled the wages of the tea mountain workers on the spot. Except for Grandma Qiao Xiaomai's salary, which was collected by Qiao Xiaomai herself, the wages of other tea mountain workers were collected by Zhu Manli.
"I'm late today. I'm sorry to have kept you waiting. How about this? I'll treat you and let's go to the Jinfu Hotel in town and book a private room. Manli, you and your classmates should go too."
At this time, Lu Nengren suddenly proposed to invite Zhang Jun and other three. Zhu Manli knew that Lu Nengren was trying to make friends with Zhang Jun, not because he really thought highly of her as the daughter of the old village director. Anyone in the business world who sees Zhang Jun spending 2 million to buy a tea plantation at such a young age will be interested in the relationships behind Zhang Jun.
But Zhu Manli did not refuse directly, but asked Xiao Xiaomai, "Do you want to go?" Xiao Xiaomai said, "I won't go, my grandma is waiting for me at home." "I don't want to go either." Zhu Manli said as she looked at LV Nengren and said with a smile, "Boss LV, you are a big businessman, we two little girls won't join in the fun." "It's okay. Since you are Mr. Sang's friends, you are my friends. I drove a commercial vehicle to the village today, so there is room for everyone." Lu Nengren started talking and asked Zhang Jun with a smile, "What do you think, Mr. Zhang?" "Thank you for your kindness, Mr. Lu. But I'm not free right now." Zhang Jun also rejected Lu Nengren.
Firstly, he doesn't want too many people to know him now. After all, he only has wealth now, but not enough power. Secondly, it was a rare occasion for him to come and see his grandparents, so naturally he wanted to spend more time with them.
Thirdly, he didn't want Lu Nengren to think that he was so easy to please.
So, Zhang Jun did not agree. Although Lu Nengren was disappointed, he became more interested in Zhang Jun because of this. He knew that Zhang Jun must be no simple person, otherwise he would not keep him at a distance. It was obvious that he was not qualified enough to enter his circle. Therefore, Lu Nengren was not angry, but just smiled and said, "Okay, if you need anything, call me." As Lu Nengren said this, he placed a business card on the coffee table.
Afterwards, Lu Nengren left. After Lu Nengren stood up, Zhang Jun took the signed documents and said, "I have to go back too."
"Wait, I'll take you there and take Xiaomai home at the same time,"
Zhu Manli said.
Xiao Xiaomai said, "No need."
"No."
Zhu Manli said something forceful, then glanced at Zhang Jun.
"I'm worried if you go back alone."
Then, Zhu Manli said she was going to the bathroom first. Zhang Jun took advantage of this opportunity to take a strawberry and started eating it.
Then, he gave one to Xiao Xiaomai and asked, "You really don't want to eat it?" Xiao Xiaomai shook his head.
"Zhang Jun, who told you to steal my strawberries?" Zhu Manli happened to come back at this time, holding a handful of melon seeds in her hand, and looking angry.
"Can what scholars do be called stealing? This is called taking."
Zhang Jun said this and stuffed another strawberry into his mouth.
Chapter 29 After Grandpa and Grandma know I have money. Zhu Manli sneered and handed a bag of melon seeds to Zhang Jun, "For you."
Seeing this, Zhang Jun smiled, took it and said thank you.
Then,
The three of them walked down the slope. When Zhang Jun and the two of them arrived at his grandparents' house at the foot of the slope, he also asked them to wait for him.
grandmother.
Then Zhang Jun called out and went into the house.
After a while,
Zhang Jun took out a basket of strawberries and handed it to Xiao Xiaomai, who was standing next to the prickly ash tree with her long legs straight and letting her black hair blow in the wind.
For you. Xiao Xiaomai couldn't help but be stunned. Shu Manli couldn't help but be surprised. Take it. What are you standing there for like an idiot? Zhang Jun emphasized his tone.
Xiao Xiaomai was frightened and quickly reached out to take it, holding it in both hands. For a moment, she even forgot to say thank you and just stood there.
After a while, Xiao Xiaomai asked, "Why give me this?"
Because you clearly wanted to eat the strawberries my grandmother grew, but you were afraid that Zhu Manli wouldn't have enough, so you kept refusing. But your eyes never lied. Zhang Jun laughed as he spoke, then he turned around and went back into the house.
Thanks.
After Zhang Jun left, Xiao Xiaomai said something in a soft voice, and then continued to look at the basket of strawberries in her hand in a daze. Zhang Jun just waved his hand to indicate that you're welcome. Shu Manli, who was standing by, was also stunned at this moment. She then walked up to Zhang Jun and stopped him. Can you please stop flirting with her?
Do you really have to let me expose your true nature as a scumbag and embarrass you? Did I tease her? Zhang Jun couldn't help but ask. Shu Manli said, if you hadn't flirted, would you have been so careful? I have warned you. You reminded me that her sister is amazing. But, I'm curious, why do you say I'm a scumbag? Zhang Jun couldn't help but ask.
Shu Manli said, I saw a pretty girl kneeling in front of your car at the town mall the other day, begging you to give her another chance. She was so sincere, but you still left resolutely.
Come on.
I was on a blind date and I just rejected the guy. Zhang Jun was speechless and said with his hands spread out.
Shu Manli asked Zhang Jun with a look of disbelief, you were so successful, but you also go on blind dates? Is it strange?
Zhang Jun laughed and said, think carefully with your brain.
If I were a scumbag, would I bring the woman I was going to abandon back to town?
I may have no shame, but my parents still have some.
2.
After thinking about it, Zhu Manli believed Zhang Jun's answer and then accompanied Xiao Xiaomai back home. It didn't take long for Zhang Jun to wait for the person who came to deliver and install the air conditioner.
Why install an air conditioner? It consumes so much electricity. Your grandma and I can just use a fan.
After knowing that Zhang Jun wanted to install an air conditioner for them, Grandpa still said this because he didn't want Zhang Jun to spend so much money. Grandma also said, yes, it would be great to save this money to get married and have children.
We two old people have been used to it for so many years. Return this air conditioner, kid.
After Grandma said this, Grandpa said another sentence.
Grandma also echoed, your grandpa is right, return it, we are not used to using it. Grandpa, Grandma, this can't be reversed. You'll get used to it after using it more. This is my gift to you. It didn't cost much.
Besides, you don't know that my salary has increased to 20,000 yuan per month. So, buying you an air conditioner won't have much of an impact. At this time, Zhang Jun had no choice but to lie and say that he could not quit, and used the fact that he had already had a salary increase to appease his parents. Since Zhang Jun said it couldn't be returned, Grandpa and Grandma had to accept the reality, and began to look at the air conditioner with its exquisite snow-white shell with joy.
Moreover, Grandpa then asked Zhang Jun excitedly, did you really get a raise? Zhang Jun nodded, yes. The kid has a promising future. Grandpa smiled and talked to Grandma about this. Grandma also laughed and said, yes, it's better than farming for us.
Your parents have not trained you in vain. Although a monthly salary of 20,000 yuan is not a lot for Zhang Jun now, it is enough to make his grandparents happy.
After dinner.
Because my grandfather had installed an air conditioner at home, he suddenly said he wanted to play cards, so he called Uncle Fei and Uncle Lu from next door.
When these two people arrived, they naturally asked about the air conditioner. Grandpa pretended not to care and said, my grandson bought it.
He got a promotion and his salary is over 20,000 yuan.
He just bought me an air conditioner and I can't return it. This is a good thing. It shows that your grandson is filial. As soon as his salary increases, he thinks of honoring you first. Uncle Fei knew what Grandpa meant, so he just followed his grandfather's instructions.
Uncle Lu on the side also echoed, yes, Zhang Jun grew up with you, and now he is becoming more and more promising, and you are also proud of it.
Grandpa was naturally very happy.
The grandmother who was eating melon seeds nearby was also happy to hear this. At this time, Uncle Fei even took the initiative to say, well, I have a great-granddaughter who also graduated from college.
She is about the same age as your grandson. Would you like me to introduce her to you? Wait until his parents come, then you can talk.
His grandmother and I don't care about that anymore.
Grandpa was speaking at this time.
Zhang Jun, who was outside the house looking at the bright starry sky in the countryside, just smiled faintly when he heard this. However, Zhang Jun didn't listen to these old people chatting for long because he came to her house again because of a call from Jumanli. Zhang Jun came to her house again, mainly to meet with the management who were currently running the tea mountain. The general manager of Beima Tea Mountain is actually Zhu Manli's uncle, Zhu Guoqing. Otherwise, Zhu Manli would not have known the previous Tea Mountain chairman, Lu Nengren.
Uncle Zhu, I don't have any other requests. I just hope that there won't be any layoffs. If profits can be increased, then increase them. If not, then maintain the status quo. As long as there's no loss, that's fine.
Because he and his grandparents are from the same village, Zhang Jun simply calls Zhu Guoqing uncle.
Zhu Guoqing laughed and said, you are a kid, you are very indifferent to the management of the tea mountain.
Influenced by his niece Zhu Manli, Zhu Guoqing also uses some words used by young people.
I didn't really want to do business.
I suddenly acquired this tea mountain company because I thought it was from Beima village. I grew up here and have long regarded this place as my hometown.
When I saw someone wanted to sell it, I didn't want it to fall into the hands of outsiders. Zhang Jun made up a reason and said. Zhu Guoqing nodded after hearing this.
What he actually hoped for was not to lay off employees. After all, there were few industries in the village, and apart from farming and working outside, this was the only industry that allowed the villagers to make money. Therefore, Zhu Guoqing was very grateful to Zhang Jun in his heart, and specially expressed his intention to invite Zhang Jun and his grandparents to dinner tomorrow. But Zhang Jun hoped that Zhu Guoqing's family would first hide the fact that he bought the tea plantation from his grandparents and parents. The reason was naturally that he had not discussed the purchase of the tea plantation with his family. So, he refused.
Why don't you discuss this with your family?
Zhu Guoqing was shocked after hearing this, and looked at Zhu Manli, and you, why don't you ask his parents? No, Dad, he's an adult now and makes so much money, so I don't think it's necessary to ask his parents.
Zhu Manli said with a smile.
Zhang Jun also laughed and said, she's right, Uncle Zhu, you just need to keep it a secret for me for now, I will find a suitable opportunity to tell them later.
Zhu Guoqing nodded, okay, the matter has already been settled, I'll keep it a secret for now, besides, you're still my boss now. The next morning, Zhang Jun used the excuse of strolling around the area to follow Zhu Guoqing to visit the tea mountain.
When he came back and was about to go to his grandparents' house, he saw Xiao Xiaomai standing on the side of the road and walking towards him with a plastic bag in her hand.
For you. Xiao Xiaomai lowered her head and handed the plastic bag to Zhang Jun.
She still spoke in a low voice, but the pair of fat tiger heads hidden under her long-sleeved shirt on her chest were jumping violently.
Zhang Jun couldn't help but ask, what is it?
Sausage. As Xiao Xiaomai said this, her face turned red and she ran away, disappearing in a short while.
Zhang Juanza opened the bag and took a look.
He saw 3 washed sausages wrapped in plastic wrap.
Bite.
Because the host is remembered by beautiful women, he will be awarded an industry promotion award. It is found that the host's current industry that can be upgraded is the tea industry, so the host is rewarded with a +10 fragrant tea flavor and a special effect of restoring the spleen and stomach. Chapter 30, Accompany parents to buy a house in a big city, pay in full. Zhang Jun was pleasantly surprised on the spot. Xiao Xiaomai's sudden gift of 3 sausages made him feel a warm current in his heart, which flowed from his chest to his limbs. He suddenly felt warm and comfortable. Because he could see that Xiao Xiaomai must have been very serious in preparing these 3 sausages for him last night, otherwise, these 3 sausages would not have been washed so clean and wrapped so well with plastic wrap. For Zhang Jun, the feeling of being remembered and taken seriously, especially by a beautiful girl, was really irresistible. His heart, which was sealed with cement, was suddenly covered with cracks.
Then, at the same time, the system also gave him a big prize for this.
The tea produced from his tea mountain has a +10 fragrant taste and also has the special effect of strengthening the spleen and stomach.
Doesn't this mean that the tea produced from his tea mountain will sell well in the future without any worries about sales? Zhang Jun was therefore even more delighted.
After all, he doesn't have to worry about the tea mountain making losses anymore. However, Zhang Jun had to admit that his system was not only aloof, but also obsessed with looks. He will only reward a beautiful woman if she remembers his needs and makes sacrifices for him. An ordinary girl like Zhu Manli remembered his desire to eat melon seeds and specially prepared a bag for him before he left, but she didn't get any system reward. But no matter what, this trip back to Bema village to visit his grandparents was indeed very rewarding for him. However, the only regret was that Xiao Xiaomai, who had specially brought him some sausages this morning because she heard him tell her grandmother that the sausages she gave him were delicious, ran away too fast after giving him the sausages, so Zhang Jun didn't have the chance to add Xiao Xiaomai's WeChat. Because he wanted to take advantage of the few days off to accompany his parents to buy a house in the city, Zhang Jun returned to town only in the afternoon of the next day after visiting his grandparents. When leaving Bema village, his grandparents insisted on seeing him off. But he didn't want the two elders to walk too far, so after persuading them for a long time, the two elders only walked him about 100 steps, and only returned home after they stopped and saw that the other person had disappeared. After returning to the town, Zhang Jun went to the city early the next morning, planning to use the money he won from the lottery to buy a commercial house in the city. This was something he had discussed with his parents in advance, and it was also what his parents were most concerned about at the moment. Not having a commercial house has always been a concern for my parents. Zhang Jun himself has always wanted to buy a commercial apartment with an elevator so that his parents can have a better life in their old age. Zhang Jun originally wanted to buy 3 business class tickets so that his parents could experience the feeling of sitting in business class on the high-speed rail. But my parents were reluctant to spend money and insisted on waiting until they bought a house before deciding whether to experience it. So Zhang Jun had no choice but to drive his father's Santana and take his parents to the city. As a municipality, Chongqing is certainly not an ordinary city. It has all kinds of skyscrapers and a prosperous city center. But it is difficult to navigate because of the city's complex terrain. Zhang Jun didn't dare to drive around the city by himself, so he simply called his childhood friend Guo Bowen, who worked as a real estate agent in the city, and asked him to drive him and his parents around and introduce the properties here. Guo Bowen was naturally happy to serve Zhang Jun's family. First, he had known Zhang Jun since childhood and had a good relationship with Zhang Jun's family. Second, Zhang Jun was willing to believe that he was a client worth exploring because he asked him to introduce a house to him. So, Guo Bowen enthusiastically drove Zhang Jun and his parents to visit the surrounding real estate projects. Accompanied by Guo Bowen, Zhang Jun and his parents first arrived at a new real estate project that had been opened not long ago. The name of the property is Yuxi Mingdi, which sounds very upscale. The so-called property manager, who is the sales lady, was also very enthusiastic. She wore a light-colored suit and a short skirt, put on beautiful makeup, and had a full smile. Because Zhang Jun came to buy a house with his parents, a saleslady came over and very politely called Zhang Jun's parents uncle and aunt, saying that they looked so young. She also said that his father must have been a handsome man when he was young, otherwise his face would not look so outstanding now. She also said that his mother must have been a beauty when she was young, otherwise she would not be so charming now. Besides, the saleslady also told Zhang Jun's parents that he was young and promising, and that if she didn't already have a boyfriend, she would want to marry him. Naturally, his parents' bones softened and their faces beamed when they heard this. After all, they are all honest people who come from the countryside and live in small towns. They have never heard such good words. Zhang Jun also touched his nose from time to time while listening to this, and was full of admiration in his heart, because to be honest, as a son, he had never said such disgusting words to his parents. However, his childhood friend Guo Bowen seemed to be accustomed to it and even followed suit, making his parents even more helpless. And when the property manager used a silver metal teaching pole to point at the beautifully decorated and dazzling sand table and introduced the property, my parents were fascinated. Words like pedestrian and vehicle separation, intelligent access control, elegant club, and Internet of Things security system sound very fashionable and make parents feel like they are listening to an introduction to the presidential residence. Guo Bowen revealed the real meaning behind these words to Zhang Jun, so Zhang Jun was not that surprised. But he could feel the excitement on his parents' faces. After all, for them, this is the fulfillment of their long-cherished wish of giving their son a new house. The key point is that this time their family is still prepared to buy the house with full payment. Naturally, parents will be more immersed in the excitement of buying a new house. When Zhang Jun's parents heard that there were plans for a subway, hospital, school, park and riverside in the surrounding area, they were delighted. After seeing the exquisite decoration of the model room, they couldn't help but ask Zhang Jun to book it immediately. Fortunately, his childhood friend Guo Bowen was there to persuade him, pointing out various hidden defects, such as the ionizing radiation from being too close to high voltage lines, the noise from being too close to the main road, the fact that it might take too long to hand over the house, and the huge uncertainty. After suggesting that he wait and see, his parents did not insist that Zhang Jun book the house immediately and decided to wait and see.
Then,
Zhang Jun and his parents, accompanied by Guo Bowen, looked at several other properties. However, since the property managers of each real estate project praised their own real estate very highly, described the future plans for the neighborhood in great detail, and displayed exquisitely beautiful model rooms, my parents began to become immune to these introductions. After being persuaded by Zhang Jun and Guo Bowen, they became more rational and no longer rushed to book a property, but decided to continue looking around. However, as the sun sets, it is getting dark. So, Zhang Jun and his parents, accompanied by Guo Bowen, visited several real estate projects and then went to a nearby restaurant.
Because Guo Bowen wants to treat Zhang Jun and his parents to a big dinner. The next few days, Zhang Jun and his parents started to choose a property with the company of Guo Bowen. Final. Zhang Jun and his parents unanimously decided to choose a property that Guo Bowen also thought was good. Moreover, the construction of this property is almost finished, and most of the work has been completed. The houses can be delivered in more than half a year. However, this apartment is not a cooperative property of the agency where Guo Bowen works, but a cooperative property of the agency where another friend of Guo Bowen works. But no matter what, this property did make Zhang Jun and his parents very satisfied overall. Because this property is neither adjacent to the main road nor near the planned subway station of the subway under construction, it is far away from factories, high voltage lines, railways, and main roads, but very close to large shopping malls and hospitals. There are also supporting primary and secondary schools nearby, and there are two of each, both high quality and ordinary, and they are mainly low-rise buildings and villas with 2 large balconies. But the price is relatively high. Fortunately, Zhang Jun has won 5 million in the lottery and received more than 3 million. Therefore, as long as Zhang Jun buys an apartment of less than 150 square meters, he can still buy a house here with full payment. Therefore, Zhang Jun finally bought a small apartment of 120 square meters in the property. Seeing the letter of intent to buy a house and the invoice for full payment, my parents were naturally very happy. They were grinning from ear to ear, and their faces were filled with expectations. Especially after looking at the model room again. The expectations of the two elders are much higher. I have to plant more flowers on the balcony in the future. Motherly Yu Mei therefore also talked to father about her future plans. Father Zhang Hongbing nodded, we need a rocking chair. We can drink tea on the balcony, bask in the sun in winter, and enjoy the lake view. More importantly, it would be even better if we have grandchildren running around next to us. So, under the red sunset, the two old people tirelessly imagined their happy old age life in the future. Chapter 31. After buying the house in full, my parents are really happy. But for Zhang Jun's parents, just looking at the model room and starting to imagine the future is not enough. Because after visiting the real estate site for most of the day, Zhang Jun's parents not only did not feel tired, but also insisted on walking to visit the surrounding schools. Zhang Jun and Guo Bowen had no choice but to obey the two elders' wishes and follow them. Zhang Jun saw from behind that his parents were walking side by side on the sidewalk shaded by the golden ginkgo trees, looking at everything around them. It was the time when the setting sun melted gold. The students started to leave school. Parents gathered outside the school gate and began to pick up students who were pouring out of the school like a tide. Zhang Jun discovered that his parents were also watching this scene carefully with smiles on their faces. His parents have begun to imagine themselves picking up their grandchildren from school, especially when they see other elderly people picking up their own children. My mother even asked my father very seriously, which one do you think is better, a grandson or a granddaughter? My father thought about it seriously and said, of course it's better to have one each. The mother smiled and said, that's right. My biggest regret in this life is that I don't have a daughter. I really hope to have a granddaughter to take care of her. The father nodded, and even when he looked at the little girl walking opposite who was led by an old man, his eyes were filled with gentle love and deep envy. I really envy you for making your parents so happy. At this time, Guo Bowie gently bumped Zhang Jun with his shoulder, smiled and said something to Zhang Jun, his eyes also full of envy. Zhang Jun said, I am just lucky. In order to let his childhood friend feel at ease to help him buy a house, Zhang Jun has already told him why he can pay the full amount for the house. That's why Zhang Jun said that he was just lucky. But it does make my uncle and aunt happier. Look at them, they are obviously more energetic than before. Guo Bowie frowned and sighed, I wish I could make my parents so happy someday. That day will come. Zhang Jun laughed. Guo Bowie just waved his hand and smiled bitterly. The parents, on the other hand, continued to watch everything around them happily.
When Mother Liu saw the more grand and lively shopping mall nearby, her eyes lit up and she seemed to be imagining herself shopping in the mall. Father Zhang Hongbing had already gone to stroll around the lakeside park outside the community, staring at the turquoise lake and the people fishing by the lake. He seemed to be imagining how it would feel to fish there in the future at sunset.
Night. Zhang Jun and his parents treated Guo Bowen to a hot pot meal to express their gratitude.
Guo Bowie naturally said it was nothing, and said that he and Zhang Jun were brothers, and Zhang Jun's parents were his parents.
Guo Bowie, who was very good at speaking, naturally made Zhang Jun's parents very happy.
However, Zhang Jun could see that his childhood friend was obviously forcing a smile. The nice words he said were indeed meant to show respect to his parents, but he was also more or less pretending to be friendly based on his professional habits. He probably wasn't that happy in his heart, otherwise he wouldn't be polite to his parents and to him at the same time. It was not like when he was a student. When he scored better than his childhood friend in exams, his childhood friend would directly express his jealousy and angrily ask him if he had secretly studied hard at home while he was playing games. Therefore, Zhang Jun felt that his childhood friend was just pretending to be sunny and hospitable. For this reason, after his parents returned to the hotel, Zhang Jun made a special appointment with Guo Bowen to have barbecue in the evening, and asked him to recommend a stall that served good barbecue. He decided to have a good chat with him in the absence of his parents. So, Guo Bowie drove to pick up Zhang Jun and took him to an open-air barbecue stall. When they arrived at the barbecue stall and started eating the barbecue, Zhang Jun asked while eating the barbecue, "How have you been recently?" "Don't mention it. I should have known better than to grow up." Guo Bowie also took a big bite of pork belly, opened a bottle of beer and handed it to Zhang Jun, saying, "I'm on a blind date recently." Zhang Jun took the beer, took a big sip and said, "Blind dates are normal.
I've been on 2 dates recently." "So how do you look?" Guo Bowie asked without even raising his head. Zhang Jun said, "It's all yellow." "And you?" Zhang Jun then asked. Guo Bowie's expression suddenly darkened. "It's a failure. I think it's going to fail soon." "That means it's not yellow yet." Zhang Jun laughed. Guo Bowie said, "It's really about to fail, because even though I've been in contact for a year and have spent 20,000 to 30,000 yuan, it's still always me who takes the initiative to talk to the other party, and usually the reply is only one word. I'm so tired. It's more tiring than chatting with the boss." After saying this, Guo Bowie took another big sip of beer. "Don't just drink alcohol, eat more meat." Zhang Jun hurriedly persuaded him and handed Guo Bowen a skewer of mutton. Guo Bowie took the mutton and ate it while complaining, "Sometimes I want to end it on my own initiative, but I am unwilling to do so." This shows that the other person has really grown into your point. Another reason is that we spent so much money, there are some costs involved. Zhang Jun frowned and asked, "But why did you spend so much money? Are you close to getting married?" "No way. The 20 or 30,000 is for her to go out and buy clothes and bags and so on. She said she likes traveling and shopping." Guo Bowie replied. Zhang Jun asked again, "Have you slept yet? We haven't even held hands. We've only met once, and we've never made an appointment. She always said she was busy outside." Guo Bowie smiled awkwardly. Zhang Jun was speechless. "You are such a fool. You spent so much money on others without any development." "I feel so myself." Guo Bowie said helplessly, and then said, "She recently wanted to borrow 200,000 yuan from her, saying that it would be used as a future betrothal gift. She said she was willing to marry me next year." "So are you going to agree or not?" Zhang Jun said without hesitation. "I don't want to agree. I don't think she really wants to marry me." After Guo Bowie said that, he added, "But I'm afraid that this will really fail." "Is she in Yucheng now?" Zhang Jun asked. Guo Bowie nodded, "Yes." "Well, find a time to meet her for lunch and tell her you're introducing her to your friend. If she refuses, just forget it and go find someone else to ask her to pay you back. If she refuses, there's really no need for you to be the one who takes advantage of her." Zhang Jun replied. Guo Bowie thought about it and said, "I'll try." Then, not long after, Guo Bowie said happily, "She agreed. After all, she still needs to borrow 200,000 yuan from you, and you want her to pay back another 20,000 or 30,000 yuan. She doesn't want to lose you so easily." Zhang Jun said with a smile. Guo Bowie also smiled bitterly, "You are right." The next day, After telling his parents, Jung Joon accompanied Guo Bowen to a restaurant to meet Guo Bowen's blind date, Dong Tian Tian.
When Dong Tian Tian came over, Jung Joon deliberately dropped his car keys on the ground, then picked them up again, revealing the Vacheron Constantine on his wrist.
Chapter 32. After showing off his wealth, he was suddenly asked to be supported by a beautiful woman. Dong Tian Tian didn't say anything, but just smiled and sat next to Guo Bowen.
After Dong Tian Tian came, Guo Bowen became shy and introduced Jung Joon in a gentle and polite manner.
Jung Joon also greeted Dong Tian Tian with a nod and a smile. Then, Jang Joon said he was going to the bathroom.
Unexpectedly, as soon as he came out of the bathroom, Dong Tian Tian appeared in the public area of the bathroom, stood in front of him, and smiled sweetly. "I heard Guo Bowen mention you."
"Really? He told you a lot,"
Jung Joon also said with a smile.
Dong Tian Tian smiled slightly and said, "Can you add AV?" "Can." After everyone went back home after dinner, Jung Joon received a message from Dong Tian Tian with a naked photo attached. "Can you support me? 1-year package, only 1 million.
Any pose and scene can satisfy you, and you can come at any time. Besides, if I don't support her now, it will be too late, because I'm getting married soon. I'll wait for the man to get me 200,000 yuan.
We're getting married next year." Jang Joon couldn't help but frown.
He had to admit that his childhood friend had indeed met a gold digger, and a gold digger who had no moral bottom line at all. But even so, Jang Joon felt that he had no right to make choices for his childhood friend. Therefore, Jang Joon did not reply to the message and scold Dong Tian Tian. He simply forwarded the pictures and screenshots sent by Dong Tian Tian to his childhood friend to let him know about it and explained the possible reasons why the other party did this.
But he did not advise Guo Bowen on what to do.
When Guo Bowen received Jang Joon's WeChat message and read the content of the message, and clicked on the screenshots and pictures, his lips twitched on the spot.
Then, Guo Bowen opened his phone and sent a message to Dong Tian Tian. "I have something to tell you." "Explain."
About 10 minutes later, just as Guo Bowen opened the refrigerator, took out a bottle of beer and started drinking, Dong Tian Tian replied with one word.
Guo Bowen took a deep breath. "Let's forget our business. I won't marry you. Don't contact me again." As Guo Bowen was about to block Dong Tian Tian replied to his message.
This surprised Guo Bowen very much. Because as far as he remembered, Dong Tian Tian would not reply to his message so immediately.
Especially cool.
When they met offline today, Guo Bowen asked Dong Tian Tian why she was slow to reply to messages, and Dong Tian Tian only explained that she was busy and slow to warm up. So, he was very surprised that Dong Tian Tian replied so quickly. After being surprised, Guo Bowen began to read the content of the message sent by Dong Tian Tian seriously.
"What do you mean? Just because I asked you to borrow 200,000 yuan, you don't want to develop a relationship with me?
I finally made up my mind to develop a relationship with you, but you suddenly gave up.
Are you treating me like this? You scumbag." Dong Tian Tian sent 5 messages in a row, and the content of the messages clearly accused Guo Bowen. Guo Bowen also blushed and simply forwarded the screenshot Jung Joon gave him to Dong Tian Tian. "Look for yourself. You said you wanted to marry me, but you asked me for $200,000.
Now you are sending your nude photos to my brother and asking him to support you.
How dare you call me a scumbag?
I want to find a woman to marry and start a family, but I'm not a fool.
You, a whore, have the nerve to call me a scumbag. Also, don't be so shameless.
If I push you too hard, I'll expose the fact that you're a whore to everyone, especially the people from your hometown."
Guo Bowen said. "Come on, little brother. I was wrong, please don't do this. I apologize.
I don't want that 200,000 yuan.
I can serve you for only 3,000. How about that? You also know my appearance and figure, so you should understand that I only do high-end work.
I usually charge 6,000, little brother."
Dong Tian Tian replied again within seconds.
She took the initiative to send a message to Jang Joon because Jang Joon deliberately bent down to pick up his car keys and exposed his watch during dinner today, which made her think that he was hinting that he was interested in her. But she didn't expect that Jang Joon was just testing her.
"Roll. I think it's dirty."
At this time, Guo Bowen replied to the message.
Dong Tian Tian added, "It's not dirty, I have had a physical examination. Is your business not doing well? You are so enthusiastic all of a sudden. Don't you know that I hate your heart? I don't want to find a prostitute, I just want to find a wife to live with." After sending a message, Guobowi deleted Dong Tiantian's WeChat. Dong Tiantian sent a message with the word OK and an aggrieved expression.
But she found that Guobowi had deleted her.
This made her very angry, so she opened Zhang Jun's WeChat message and wanted to curse Zhang Jun with gritted teeth. But Dong Tiantian stopped herself as soon as she opened the chat box and changed her approach.
I'm sorry, I shouldn't have lied to your childhood friend. However, after Dong Tiantian posted the message, she found that Zhang Jun had already deleted her.
Zhang Jun did delete Dong Tiantian in advance.
Because he found out that Dong Tiantian was chatting with her, the system did not give any reward. Therefore, there was no need for him to keep this person any longer. In his opinion, perhaps it was because Dong Tiantian had already fallen into depravity and no longer had the basis to reward him. Soon after, Zhang Jun received a message from Guobowi asking him to have a drink at the old place. Zhang Jun did not refuse. He knew that Guobowen must have a lot to talk to him. She said she had never been in a relationship, and I thought it was because she was introverted and slow to warm up, and didn't take the initiative. As a result, I didn't expect that she was just slow to warm up and not take the initiative in front of me, but after you showed off your wealth, she became so proactive, too proactive. Even after I exposed her, she was no longer cold and aloof to me, but became warm and gentle. When Zhang Jun met Guobowen at the agreed place, he saw that Guobowen had already drunk a lot of beer. As soon as he saw Zhang Jun, he pulled him to his side and started chatting. Zhang Junza patted him on the shoulder and said, "There's no need to be too sad about this. There will be a good girl waiting for you."
"That's right, I won't say any more. But I have to thank you. If it weren't for you, I would have to give out another 200,000. Guobowi said. Zhang Jun said, "Why are you saying this? But, by the way, how come you are so rich now? Didn't you say you only won 5 million? Guobowi asked at this time.
Zhang Jun pretended to be serious and replied, "Then I'll tell you, I have a super rich system, do you believe it?"
Guobowi was slightly startled, then he laughed, "I don't believe it. Then I said my car and watch were given to me by a rich woman, and I hooked up with a rich woman, do you believe it?"
Zhang Jun asked again with a smile on his face.
Guobowi thought about it seriously, then looked at Zhang Jun. "I really believe this. Because for people like you and me, there is no other way to get rich except by winning the lottery or this. So, how did you get that rich woman? Teach me." Guobowi said.
Zhang Jun said, "When I meet a suitable rich woman and introduce her to you, I will teach you."
"Thank you so much, bro."
Guobowi said this and poured Zhang Jun a glass of wine.
Zhang Jun clinked glasses with him. Guobowi became more sentimental due to the alcohol.
In addition, Zhang Jun, who grew up with him and went to the same elementary and middle school, was with him, so he asked Zhang Jun,
"Su Yufei, have you really stopped contacting me?"
When Guobowen asked this, Zhang Jun was slightly stunned and his thoughts instantly went back to the winter break of his junior year. He accidentally saw Su Yufei, whom he had licked for 5 years, feeding his classmate Duan Long in a KTV, and the scene suddenly appeared in his mind. Zhang Jun just smiled faintly. "We haven't been in touch for a long time. I saw her in Xie circle of friends.
She seems to be traveling in Yucheng right now."
As Guobowi was speaking, he saw Xie walking towards them, and with her were Ran Zhangyang and Su Yufei.
"Zhang Jun, Guobowi, you are actually here." Xie came over with a smile and started chatting with Zhang Jun and Guobowen. "Jiaxi." At this time,
when Su Yufei saw Xie coming to greet Zhang Jun, she couldn't help but shout out, with an impatient look on her face.
It was obvious that she didn't understand why Xie wanted to greet both Zhang Jun and Guobowen.
Zhang Jun also noticed Su Yufei at this time, and took the initiative to walk towards Su Yufei, and said with a smile, "Long time no see."
Su Yufei couldn't help but frown, revealing a look of disgust and said, "It's been a long time, I thought you really gave up, so you're not going to kneel down and beg me to get back together again, right?" Chapter 33, Take the initiative to strike up a conversation and get a big villa as a reward. "No, just saying hello."
Zhang Jun couldn't help but be stunned, his smile froze, and he felt very uncomfortable. But he still forced a smile and replied.
Then, Zhang Jun walked back and sat opposite Guobowen.
Guobowi patted him on the shoulder and handed him a skewer of meat that had just been served.
Zhang Jun took it.
At the same time, he found an access card in his pocket.
Zhang Jun couldn't help but feel secretly happy about this.
He knew that he would win the grand prize when he took the initiative to talk to his ex-girlfriend Su Yufei. Otherwise, he wouldn't have taken the initiative to strike up a conversation and only made himself look bad.
Oh. Su Yufei was surprised for a moment, then responded, then looked at Zhang Jun and said, "That's good." Xie Jiaxi also heard that Zhang Jun was Su Yufei's bootlicker and had dated Su Yufei for a period of time. He also knew that Zhang Jun had humbly tried to keep Su Yufei when she wanted to break up with him to be with a rich second-generation classmate. So, when she saw Zhang Jun coming to greet Su Yufei, she was a little nervous, fearing that Zhang Jun still wanted to continue pursuing Su Yufei. And when Zhang Jun said that he had no intention of adding Su Yufei back, which meant that he had no intention of getting back together with Su Yufei, Xie Jiaxi naturally breathed a sigh of relief. After all, she is now beginning to have feelings for Zhang Jun. Especially now, after taking a closer look at Zhang Jun, she found that Zhang Jun is much more elegant than when he was a student. When Guo Bowie saw Zhang Jun take the initiative to greet Su Yufei and make it clear that he would not beg the other party to add her contact information back, he smiled with relief. He knew that his childhood friend had really let go of his old obsessions. Zhang Jun had indeed let it go. Now he just wanted to see the villa he had just been awarded. That's right. He had already taken a look and saw that the location of the house shown on his access card was in a villa area in the city. For this reason, Zhang Jun really wanted to go and see. Because he hasn't experienced it inside the villa yet. He even planned to bring his parents to experience it, under the pretext that a friend had lent the place to him to stay for a while. He just told his childhood friend about his system in a joking way, in order to test the reactions of his reliable relatives and friends. As a result, he found that his childhood friend did not believe it, and even preferred to believe that he had hooked up with a rich woman. This made Zhang Jun feel that his parents might be even more reluctant to believe that he had a system. If he suddenly told his parents, it might make them uneasy, thinking that he had obtained so much wealth illegally. To this end, Zhang Jun decided to borrow the money under the name of a friend. "Jiaxi, let's go. Didn't we agree to accompany Su Yufei to see the river view?" At this time, Ran Zhangyang walked over and had no intention of greeting Zhang Jun and Guo Bowen. Instead, he urged Xie Jiaxi to leave. But Xie Jiaxi pursed her lips and suddenly looked at Zhang Jun with a serious face. "Well, Zhang Jun, I formally apologize to you. I was wrong that day in my hometown. I shouldn't have said that to you and disrespected you. I hope you can forgive me." Seeing this, Ran Zhangyang clenched his fists, his expression became serious and displeased. Because this was the first time he saw Xie Jiaxi apologize to a boy on her own initiative. This made Ran Zhangyang quite jealous, so he looked at Zhang Jun with an unfriendly look. Guo Bowie was naturally shocked and looked at Zhang Jun. He also didn't expect that Xie Jiaxi, who he thought was always arrogant, would apologize to Zhang Jun. That's right. In Guo Bowie's impression, Xie Jiaxi was indeed arrogant. Because when he returned to his hometown, he also met Xie Jiaxi. At the beginning, when he took the initiative to say hello because they were old classmates, he was ridiculed and mocked by the other party because of his poor family background. Therefore, from then on, even if Guo Bowie met Xie Jiaxi, he no longer greeted Xie Jiaxi, and even looked down on Ran Zhangyang, who was still following Xie Jiaxi like a dog. Even just now, when he saw Xie Jiaxi and others, he did not take the initiative to stand up and greet Xie Jiaxi and others. But what surprised Guo Bowen was that Xie Jiaxi would take the initiative to greet him in Zhang Jun. And now, Xie Jiaxi would take the initiative to apologize to Zhang Jun, which naturally surprised him even more. He even wanted to ask Xie Jiaxi, "Your stinky mouth has not only mocked Zhang Jun, but also me. Why do you only apologize to Zhang Jun and not to me?" Zhang Jun was searching the internet for the location of the villa awarded by the system and did not have time to respond to Xie Jiaxi. Xie Jiaxi had no choice but to stand there, looking sincere and humble. Ran Zhangyang became even more jealous when he saw this, and he also wanted to let Xie Jiaxi see that he cared about her more, so he reprimanded Zhang Jun. "Zhang Jun, you are a man after all, how can you be so ungenerous? Jiaxi has already apologized to you. What can you do if you say you forgive him? Jiaxi, you've already apologized. He can forgive you or not. Let's go." Ran Zhangyang even persuaded Xie Jiaxi for this. He now hated Zhang Jun and this place so much that he started to pull Xie Jiaxi's arm. Xie Jiaxi dodged. And Xie Jiaxi also said to Ran Zhangyang, who was stunned by her avoiding him, with disgust and cold voice, "Why do you want to butt in on what's going on between me and Zhang Jun? Who are you to me, and who are you to Zhang Jun? What qualifications do you have to stand up for me? Besides, did I let you take the lead? Besides, what qualifications do you have to teach Zhang Jun a lesson? Don't you know that the most important thing between people is mutual respect?" Ran Zhangyang, I'm very disappointed in you. After Xie Jiaxi reprimanded Ran Zhangyang, she turned away. Ran Zhangyang was even more surprised. He didn't expect that Xie Jiaxi was not grateful to him for this, but scolded him instead. At the same time, Ran Zhangyang was also extremely sad and angry because Xie Jiaxi said that he was not qualified to stand up for her, as if he had been stabbed in the heart. But Ran Zhangyang was confused and didn't know what to do because Xie Jiaxi blamed him for acting on his own and didn't let him step forward. He felt guilty for stepping forward. Jiaxi, I'm sorry, I just don't want you to get hurt. Ran Zhangyang had to apologize. Xie Jiaxi said coldly, I have no grievances. The one who should be wronged now is Zhang Jun. I apologize to Zhang Jun, but you didn't help me to ease the relationship with Zhang Jun and let him forgive me. You still said this. If others say this to you, will you feel comfortable? If you still want to be my friend, apologize to Zhang Jun. Xie Jiaxi said. After hearing what Xie Jiaxi said, Ran Zhangyang had no choice but to grit his teeth and look at Zhang Jun. Zhang Jun, I'm sorry. I shouldn't have said that to you just now. Also, please forgive Jiaxi. She sincerely wants to be forgiven by you. Chapter 34, after being confessed to by a beautiful woman, he won another big prize. Zhang Jun looked at Ran Zhangyang and felt as if he saw his former self. This made him sneer and say, it's all in the past. I don't have time to argue with you. As Zhang Jun spoke, he looked at Guo Bowie, who had already stood up. If Xie Jiaxi hadn't suddenly reprimanded Ran Zhangyang, he would have almost punched Ran Zhangyang. Lao Guo, let's go back first. We are almost done eating. Okay. Guo Bowie nodded and pointed at Ran Zhangyang. Ran, remember to be careful with your mouth in the future. Also, I have something to say to you, warm men come after dogs. After hearing this, Ran Zhangyang became furious and raised his fist to fight with Guo Bowen. But Xie Jiaxi suddenly stopped Zhang Jun, who was about to leave, and came over with the phone in both hands. Then can you add me back on WeChat? After all, we are all classmates. Xie Jiaxi smiled prettily as she spoke, and then looked at Zhang Jun humbly, is it okay? And therefore, Ran Zhangyang had to temporarily put aside the idea of arguing with Guo Bowen, and looked at Xie Jiaxi with surprise and sadness. He didn't expect Xie Jiaxi to be so humble as to add Zhang Jun's WeChat. And he really wanted Zhang Jun to refuse, and even wanted to ask Zhang Jun not to agree to send Xie Jiaxi a V message at this time. Su Yufei was also shocked, and she couldn't help but come over and ask Xie Jiaxi directly, Jiaxi, you are not going to tell me that you like Zhang Jun? Su Yufei asked the question that Ran Zhangyang had always wanted to ask but didn't dare to ask. Therefore, Ran Zhangyang looked at Xie Jiaxi more seriously and took a deep breath. Guo Bowie also looked at Xie Jiaxi curiously, and then glanced at Zhang Jun. Although he had already guessed that Xie Jiaxi might have some feelings towards his buddy, he still wanted to hear the answer from Xie Jiaxi himself. Xie Jiaxi answered Su Yufei's question without hesitation, yes, but he doesn't like me because I disappointed him. As Xie Jiaxi spoke, she curled her lips and looked at Zhang Jun. His eyes were full of regret. Because Zhang Jun's temperament was improved because Qin Xinyan had approached him before. Therefore, when Xie Jiaxi looked at Zhang Jun carefully, the more he looked, the more he felt that Zhang Jun had a striking temperament. In addition, she was determined to marry a wealthy man and achieve social mobility, so naturally Zhang Jun's personal charm would be further magnified in front of her. This caused Xie Jiaxi to almost have a physiological reaction, and her whole body became more moisturized and warm, and even her eyes were filled with a lot of tenderness and affection. When Xie Jiaxi said this, Ran Zhangyang found it difficult to accept it at first. Now he felt as if 1,000 arrows were piercing his heart. He had to pinch his palms hard with his fingernails to suppress the loss and anger in his heart. He really wanted to question Xie Jiaxi, why was Zhang Jun so cold to her, but she suddenly said she liked him. He gave her so much meticulous warmth, but she didn't care about his feelings at all. Otherwise, she wouldn't have admitted that she liked Zhang Jun without thinking about whether she would feel uncomfortable after hearing it if she was there. But Ran Zhangyang had to restrain himself, because he could see that Zhang Jun seemed to have no feelings for Xie Jiaxi, so he felt that he still had hope that Xie Jiaxi would choose him in the end. Therefore, he still didn't want to show his irrational side in front of Xie Jiaxi, which would cause Xie Jiaxi to be unwilling to be friends with him, making him completely lose hope. Except Ran Zhangyang. Su Yufei also found it difficult to accept what Xie Jiaxi said and had to look at Zhang Jun seriously. She found it hard to accept because of her selfish nature. She didn't want the man who had only pleased her to be liked by her best friend. This made her feel as if something of hers was being taken away by someone else.
After looking at Zhang Jun carefully for a few times, she couldn't help but admit that Zhang Jun was indeed much more charming than before. But Su Yufei still habitually put herself in the role of the goddess being flattered by Zhang Jun, and also wanted to declare her sovereignty, so she took the initiative to say to Zhang Jun in an imperative manner.
Zhang Jun, I don't allow you to add her on WeChat. Otherwise, don't even think about me paying attention to you for the rest of your life. Guo Bowie couldn't help but stop and looked at Su Yufei with even more surprise. He really didn't expect Xie Jiaxi to like Zhang Jun, and he didn't expect Su Yufei to be unable to accept it. Because in his mind, anyone could like Zhang Jun, except Xie Jiaxi. In addition, in his mind, no one could accept that Zhang Jun had a girlfriend, not even himself, but Su Yufei could not possibly not accept that Zhang Jun had a girlfriend. After all, in his opinion, Su Yufei's dislike for Zhang Jun was obvious to all. Therefore, Guo Bowie was very surprised. Ding! Because the beauty took the initiative to chat up with you, the host has a chance to repair his skin and eyesight to improve his appearance. Ding! Repair completed. Because Su Yufei took the initiative to talk to Zhang Jun, even though it was in a commanding tone, it was also considered a chat, so the system suddenly appeared at this time and gave Zhang Jun a reward. Zhang Jun suddenly felt that the itchy pimple under his nose that had suddenly appeared after he ate the spicy grilled sausage suddenly disappeared. Zhang Jun couldn't help but touch it and found that the pimple was gone. At the same time, he found that his eyesight had improved a lot and he could see his surroundings more clearly. This made Zhang Jun quite happy. This also made him realize that Su Yufei had already taken the initiative to talk to him, and there was naturally no need for him to have any further contact with Su Yufei. After all, according to the system rules, when he comes into contact with the same girl, he only needs to chat with her once. In addition, as long as the girl takes the initiative to chat with him once, there will be no more rewards later. That's why Zhang Jun thought that contacting Su Yufei again would only remind him of the painful memories in the past, and the system would not reward him anymore. After all, he had already taken the initiative to talk to Su Yufei once, and Su Yufei had also taken the initiative to talk to him. According to the system rules, there would be no reward if they talked to each other again. If Zhang Jun still wants Su Yufei to bring him rewards, he can only make Su Yufei willing to actively meet his needs or have physical contact with him. Zhang Jun also knew that Su Yufei didn't like him, so it was impossible for her to make sacrifices for him. He also had no intention of getting in touch with Su Yufei. After all, any contact would remind him of the past. Therefore, Zhang Jun decided to fulfill Su Yufei's request and let her ignore him, then he smiled and opened his phone. Since there is such a good thing, I must join in. Zhang Jun added Xie Jiaxi's WeChat as he spoke. Xie Jiaxi was naturally smiling happily. But Su Yufei's face turned very ugly. Because this was the first time that Zhang Jun did not do what she wanted. Ran Zhangyang also had an unpleasant expression on his face. But no one paid attention to him. He was the only one standing under the lonely street lamp outside the barbecue stall, staring at Zhang Jun with jealous eyes. At the same time, he felt that the surroundings were becoming increasingly cold. Su Yufei shed tears after her face darkened. Zhang Jun! How dare you do this to me? I want you to delete her WeChat message immediately, delete it immediately. Otherwise, I will really ignore you for the rest of my life. Su Yufei stomped her feet and glared at Xie Jiaxi with anger in her eyes. Chapter 35, Bring your parents to see your own villa. Then I can't delete it. Zhang Jun said this and left with his hands in his pockets. He didn't know why, but he felt very happy when he saw Su Yufei angry. This almost made his face turn into that of a crooked-mouthed dragon king. As for the consequences of him accusing Xie Jiaxi, he didn't think it would be too bad. He was just afraid of being entangled by the other party. This was also the reason why he didn't include Xie Jiaxi before. But Zhang Jun changed his mind and thought that as long as he treated her coldly, it wouldn't have much of an impact, and Xie Jiaxi would give up sooner or later. Moreover, even if Xie Jiaxi also follows Dong Tiantian's example and posts nude photos, that is no big deal. He could just enjoy some beautiful nude art. Anyway, the one who will be hurt is not him, but Ran Zhangyang. After Zhang Jun left, Guo Bowie followed. Zhang Jun, don't regret it. I will definitely ignore you. Su Yufei looked at Zhang Jun's back as he left and shouted loudly. Tears started to flow again. But Zhang Jun ignored her. Su Yufei's breathing became rapid. I feel even more wronged. Then, because Zhang Jun ignored her, Su Yufei looked at Xie Jiaxi and said to her with a cold face, Xie Jiaxi, if you still want to be my best friend, delete her immediately. I finally added him back, why did you delete him? Xiaojiashi asked back. After saying that, Xiaojiashi looked at Zhang Jun's back with an obsessed look on his face. Because she just discovered that Zhang Jun seemed to be even more handsome. She didn't know whether it was because Zhang Jun added her on WeChat that made her feel better, and because there was a stronger filter when she looked at Zhang Jun, or whether Zhang Jun was really good looking. Anyway, she found that Zhang Jun's skin was very good, not so dull, and his eyes were bright and clear like pearls. This made her feel that she seemed to like Zhang Jun more, so she looked at Zhang Jun's back for a long time and was unwilling to leave. Then I thought that Zhang Jun was young and rich, and he was also helping the development of his hometown's industry. She couldn't help but get even wetter, thinking about ovulating and moistening Zhang Jun, and even began to fantasize about where she and Zhang Jun would hold their wedding in the future, how many children she would have after marriage, and whether to send the children abroad to study. Bang! But when Xiaojiashi was fantasizing, his eyes suddenly went dark, and then stars appeared and his face felt hot and painful. Su Yufei slapped her. The main reason was that Xiaojiashi's eyes when she looked at Zhang Jun were too infatuated, which made Su Yufei even more furious. There is a feeling of being betrayed. So, Su Yufei completely lost her composure. Xiaojiashi was naturally furious. Su Yufei, are you sick? You and he have already broken up. I like him, what does it have to do with you? You can like anyone, but you can't like him. Otherwise, don't even think about being my best friend anymore. Su Yufei threatened coldly. Xiaojiashi shed tears and sneered, if you don't want to do it, then don't do it. Who would be willing to be a best friend of a selfish person like you? You abandoned Zhang Jun and wanted to be with Duan Long, but in the end you abandoned him because Duan Long's family went bankrupt. Don't say that many men look down on you, I look down on you too. Xiaojiashi said this and turned and left. Ran Zhangyang hurried over and said, Jiashi, don't be angry. Su Yufei might have lost her composure because she was so angry. After all, you two have been good friends for many years. You can't become estranged because of this incident. Whoever wants to be friends with someone as unreasonable, overbearing, and rude as her is a dog. And hit me. Which side are you on? Xiaojiashi yelled at Ran Zhangyang with tears in her eyes, then covered her face and walked away quickly. Of course I'm on your side. Ran Zhangyang caught up and asked with concern, does it still hurt? Do you want to go to the hospital? After hearing what Xiaojiashi said to her, Su Yufei clenched her fists in anger, and then walked in the opposite direction, muttering to herself sadly. You may say I'm selfish, but I just want to find the love that truly belongs to me. What's wrong with that? Apart from the facts, you are not wrong? Zhang Jun and Guoboan were a little drunk here. They put their arms around each other's shoulders and walked forward on the neon road dimly lit by light and shadow, and they couldn't help but smile at each other. Now we have finally said goodbye to the past. Guoboa even thought about how he had finally taken the initiative to end the blind date with Dong Tiantian, and how Zhang Jun had taken the initiative to force Su Yufei to ignore him to prove that he had completely let it go, so he suddenly stopped under the streetlight and said this to Zhang Jun with a smile. Zhang Jun followed with a smile and said, it's time to let it go. After saying that, the two continued walking forward and then returned to their respective residences. The next day, after persuading his parents not to go back in a hurry and taking the opportunity to play in the city for a day, Zhang Jun brought his parents to the villa he was awarded. When Zhang Jun took out the access card and told his parents that a friend in Yucheng gave it to him and lent it to him for temporary accommodation, his parents had to believe it. They even asked where this friend was and why he didn't bring him to meet them and treat him to a meal. But Zhang Jun said that his friend was busy and had already gone to Shanghai. After hearing this, his parents did not ask any more questions, but were looking forward to seeing the so-called villa. The residential area where Zhang Jun's villa is located is called Nanshu Yaju, a riverside villa area in the city. It is surrounded by lush greenery, birdsong and flowers, yet not far from the city's commercial center, making it a quiet place in a bustling city without losing convenience. So, Zhang Jun and his parents took the subway here. When Zhang Jun and his parents arrived at the villa area, he was first attracted by the environment. Looking at the villas hidden among the green leaves, he became excited and full of anticipation to experience the villas. Zhang Jun discovered that his parents were also looking up at the villa area with excitement on their faces. So Zhang Jun hurriedly took his parents to swipe their card and walked in. However, this scene was seen by Xiaojiashi and Ran Zhangyang, who happened to be on their way to the mall. Xiaojiashi's eyes widened immediately, and he muttered to himself, it turns out that they have their own villa in the city. Ran Zhangyang was also very shocked, and felt even more uneasy.
After all, if Zhang Jun was really too outstanding, he would feel even more unqualified to compete with him.
Therefore, Ran Zhangyang was even somewhat unwilling to believe what he saw, and asked himself, didn't they say that his family is very ordinary?
But it may be that he is young and promising.
Have you forgotten that he went to Shanghai to work hard in recent years? Maybe he has achieved something and is young and promising. Ran Zhangyang, can you put away your jealousy? Is it so difficult to admit that others are excellent?
Xia Jiaxi frowned as he spoke, and turned to talk about Ran Zhangyang.
Chapter 36, He really hooked up with a rich woman? So angry.
Ran Zhangyang was so angry that he could only purse his lips and lower his eyes, and he forced himself to suppress the jealousy in his heart, and said to Xia Jiaxi very seriously.
Jiaxi, I'm sorry. But it's not that I don't want to admit it, I'm just asking out of curiosity. Forget it.
I believe Zhang Jun won't care whether you are willing to admit it or not.
Let's go.
Xia Jiaxi said this and walked towards the mall. Ran Zhangyang followed dejectedly. At this time, Ran Zhangyang saw that Xia Jiaxi had already walked onto the zebra crossing and was still walking while looking at his mobile phone, so he hurriedly followed her, looking at the traffic on both sides with a nervous face, fearing that Xia Jiaxi would be hit by accident. I just checked the group information of my previous class group and found that Zhang Jun is 2 years older than me. When Ran Zhangyang came over, Xia Jiaxi smiled and said something to him.
Ran Zhangyang felt uncomfortable when Xia Jiaxi mentioned Zhang Jun again.
But Ran Zhangyang thought of what Xia Jiaxi said about her liking younger brothers more, so she didn't want to date him, so he asked, so do you like someone older or younger than you?
Of course it's a big one. Who doesn't want to have a boyfriend who is like an older brother?
Xia Jiaxi replied. After hearing this, Ran Zhangyang was stunned for a long time and stood there in a daze. After a while, he muttered, but you clearly said that you like your younger brother more. It was not until the green light turned red and the cars parked in front of him honked twice that he came to his senses and chased after Xia Jiaxi. While Xia Jiaxi and Ran Zhangyang were walking towards the mall, Zhang Jun also accompanied his parents to the villa that the system had rewarded him.
Son, how did you get to know such a rich friend?
I can actually afford to live in such a nice villa. As soon as my father Zhang Hongbing came in, he looked at the marble murals on the entire wall, opened his eyes wide, and started talking. Mother Li Yumei also looked up at the large crystal chandelier that was hanging directly from the third floor to the living room on the first floor and said, yes, how much money does it cost to live in a villa like this?
Zhang Jun was secretly delighted and could not help suppressing the urge to tell his parents the truth. He blurted out. I met him at work.
I didn't expect him to want to be my friend.
Maybe it's just because we have similar interests.
After hearing this, the parents didn't ask any more questions and just looked around the room.
Father Zhang Hongbing couldn't help but touch here and there.
Seeing this, Mother Li Yumei slapped her father's hand and said, don't touch it randomly, or you'll get it dirty. My father had no choice but to put his hands behind his back and look around.
Dad, Mom, please sit down and rest for a while.
There's no need to look around now.
Zhang Jun said.
Li Yumei did feel a little tired, but she didn't sit down. She only walked to the restaurant and sat on the dining chair at the end. Seeing this, Zhang Jun asked, Mom, why are you sitting there?
I'm afraid that I might dirty such a nice sofa and make your friend angry.
Li Yumei replied with a smile.
It's fine. My friend said he was planning to replace the furniture and appliances anyway, so he let me build it as I pleased. Otherwise, he wouldn't have given me the access card and asked me to bring you here to stay and cancel the hotel room.
Zhang Jun made up another lie.
I see.
Li Yumei sat back down after hearing this, and then sat down carefully just like Zhang Jun did in Gubeiping, touching the leather of the sofa with both hands, and said,
so soft.
These rich people's sofas are really different.
Lao Shang, come and sit down and take a look. As Li Yumei spoke, she shouted to Zhang Jun's father Zhang Hongbing, who was walking towards the basement. Zhang Jun's father came back after a long time and said to Zhang Jun, son, your friend's wine cellar is really huge.
And outside the wine cellar, there is a private fishing platform.
I want to cast a rod there. Then go and see if he has any fishing tackle or bait. He said that we can use whatever is here because he plans to throw it away and get new ones. Zhang Jun said.
After hearing this, Zhang Jun's father sighed at the arrogance of Zhang Jun's friend and hurriedly went to look for him. Soon, Zhang Jun's father really found the fishing gear and bait. While agreeing with the fishing gear, he actually went to the fishing platform, fished in the clear and bright autumn sunshine, and lay on the fishing chair, enjoying himself.
After a while,
Zhang Jun's father caught several fish, causing a middle-aged man wearing a fisherman's hat who was also fishing on a private fishing platform to shout,
"Hey, neighbor, you have pretty good skills, can you give me some pointers?"
Zhang Jun's father actually started chatting with that person. Meanwhile, Zhang Jun's mother, Li Yumei, had already arrived at the villa's garden. While looking at the roses and hibiscus in the garden, she said to Zhang Jun, who was strolling in the garden with her, "It's easier to plant flowers in an open-air garden than on a balcony.
Otherwise, they wouldn't grow so well.
But it's a pity to only plant flowers in such a large garden.
It would be better if we could plant some vegetables."
Zhang Jun just smiled slightly at this.
At this time, Zhang Jun received a call from Guobowi.
It turned out that Guobowen heard yesterday that his parents were going home tomorrow, so he wanted to treat them to a meal before they left, and he had already booked a place. Zhang Jun asked him to come to the villa and said they had already checked out.
Guobowi was very surprised after hearing this. "Villa? Yes, it's my friend's villa," Zhang Jun replied. Guobowi couldn't help but sigh. "Zhang Jun, you're not really hooking up with a rich woman, are you?" Zhang Jun said, "Based on our relationship, would I lie to you?" Guobowi thought about it and agreed.
After all, Zhang Jun has always told him who he likes since he was a child.
But people grow up and change.
So, Zhang Jun would also lie in front of Guobowen.
At noon, Guobowi drove to Zhang Jun's villa, and couldn't help but look at the villa and said in amazement,
"It seems that Zhang Jun really hooked up with a rich woman. After all, I didn't even know there was a villa here.
Zhang Jun, how can I survive like this? We are both equally handsome, why do you have a rich woman and I don't?" Guobowi became angrier the more he thought about it.
He couldn't help but hit his steering wheel and then walked out of the car.
But as soon as Guobowi came out, he saw Su Yufei passing by. Guobowi couldn't help but lower his head, pretending not to see it, and quickly walked out of the villa door.
He thought that his brother Zhang Jun had nothing to do with the other party, so there was no need for him to cause trouble in front of them.
Guobowi. But what Guobowen didn't expect was that Su Yufei took the initiative to call him. Guobowi couldn't help but stop and looked back, then asked Su Yufei with a smile, "It's you, what's wrong?" Su Yufei asked Guobowi coldly, "Can you tell Zhang Jun not to like Xiejiaxi?"
Chapter 37. My childhood friend boasted that I was worth over 1 billion.
Guobowi was stunned and asked subconsciously, "Why?" "There's no reason.
He can like anyone except Xiejiaxi." Su Yufei replied without allowing any argument. Guobowi smiled and said, "I can't agree to this, because first of all, you and my buddy have no relationship anymore, and secondly, it's my buddy's right to like whoever he wants, and I have no right to interfere, unless he likes someone I like."
Su Yufei was speechless. Guobowi turned around and told the security guard that he was a visitor. Su Yufei was about to explain why she didn't want Zhang Jun to like Xiejiaxi, but when she saw Guobowi about to enter the villa area, she couldn't help but walk over and asked Guobowi curiously, "You have a villa here, the villas here are not cheap, right?" "I don't have a villa here.
Zhang Jun has a villa here, and he and his parents happen to be here, so I came to meet him and his parents." As a buddy who grew up with Zhang Jun, Guobowi naturally knew something about Su Yufei, so he deliberately said that Zhang Jun had a villa here, and wanted to see Su Yufei's reaction.
After hearing this, Su Yufei felt mixed emotions.
Even though she had a lot to say, she couldn't open her mouth and just stood there frozen.
"I was afraid you didn't know the exact location, so I came out to pick you up."
Zhang Jun suddenly brought his parents to the gate of the villa and started talking to Guobowen with a smile.
"Hey, Bowie, you said it's not easy for you to make money, you've already invited someone, why are you inviting someone again?" "Yes, we should invite you." Zhang Jun's parents started talking with a smile.
Su Yufei was about to call Zhang Jun with her mouth wide open, her teeth showing, but when she saw Zhang Jun's parents also appear, she didn't dare to speak again.
Guobowi had already walked in accompanied by Zhang Jun, and said to Zhang Jun's parents, "What's wrong with inviting you to a few meals?
After all, I often go to your house for free meals when I return to town.
It's good enough that aunt and uncle don't find me annoying. How could I find you annoying?" Zhang Jun's mother Li Yumei was talking and laughing when she noticed Su Yufei. Moreover, Li Yumei couldn't help but ask Guobowi, "Bowie, who is that girl outside the door? She is very beautiful and is looking at you. Do you know Zhang Jun?"
"I know him, he's my high school classmate."
After Guobowi answered with a wry smile, he glanced at Zhang Jun.
His father Zhang Hongbing also smiled and said, "She is very beautiful, almost as beautiful as you were when you were young."
Li Yumei glared at her father, then said to Zhang Jun, "Please invite him in, after all, he is a classmate."
No, Auntie, she has something else to do. Besides, she and I just happened to meet here, and Zhang Jun and I are not familiar with her.
Guo Bowie answered for Zhang Jun.
Zhang Jun followed suit. That's right, Mom, we really don't know her well. Inviting her would only make her embarrassed.
After hearing this, Li Yumei gave up.
Zhang Hongbing said, "You are crazy about having a daughter-in-law. Such a beautiful girl, who dresses so well, how can a family like ours marry her?"
My son is not bad either. Li Yumei then defended herself. Besides, your family conditions were very ordinary back then, and I didn't despise you, did I? Can our times be the same as today's? I won't tell you anymore.
When Zhang Jun, his parents and childhood friend Guo Bowen went to their villa, Su Yufei also left. But the scene just now made her feel melancholy and complicated. At the same time, she was also surprised by Zhang Jun's sudden display of wealth. She was so surprised that she wanted to know what had happened to him in the past few years when he hadn't licked her. If only he were still begging me to get back together. This way, I can ask him legitimately.
Su Yufei couldn't help but mutter to herself.
At the same time, she didn't want Xie Jiaxi to get Zhang Jun anymore, so when she thought of Xie Jiaxi's behavior yesterday, she clenched her fists again in anger.
Xie Jiaxi.
After Zhang Jun, his parents and Guo Bowen returned to the villa, Guo Bowen naturally also admired it and looked here and there in amazement. After they chatted for a while in the villa, Guo Bowie drove them to have a meal. Afterwards, Zhang Jun took his parents to visit the city's tourist attractions. Because they bought a new house, and paid for it in full, and also experienced the villa, my parents were naturally happy and relaxed. They took pictures of whatever they saw beautiful, and even blamed each other for not taking good enough pictures of them. They looked more and more like two children. Naturally, Zhang Jun also served as their photographer a few times. But in the end they also disliked his photography skills. Zhang Jun had no choice but to watch them happily taking photos and checking in, while playing with his mobile phone, looking at the surrounding scenery, and occasionally capturing the happy moments of his parents. While Zhang Jun was playing with his phone, he saw that Xie Jiaxi had sent him a message an hour ago.
Zhang Jun, I noticed that you are older than me, so can I call you brother?
After reading the content of the message, Zhang Jun replied with 2 words.
Casual.
When Xie Jiaxi saw Zhang Jun replying to her message, she was so happy that she replied immediately, "Brother, can I treat you to a meal when I have time?"
No, I'm going home tomorrow. Zhang Jun replied.
All right.
Xie Jiaxi sent a disappointed and aggrieved expression. It's really a pity for me that I couldn't treat my brother to dinner.
Zhang Jun could only sneer when he saw this. Because he remembered that Xie Jiaxi had told her before that she wanted to be an awakened and independent woman. Therefore, he had to admit that the contrast between before and after was a bit big. Xie Jiaxi herself did not feel the contrast was great, and at this time she said to Ran Zhangyang, who was walking with her on the street, "Ran Zhangyang, let's go back tomorrow."
Ah, didn't you say it was going to be fun for 3 days? Ran Zhangyang asked. Xie Jiaxi frowned and said, I feel like there's nothing fun to do in the city. I suddenly want to go back to town.
If you want to play, just play by yourself.
Okay then, I'll rebook the ticket. Ran Zhangyang replied disappointedly, then picked up his phone and asked, Are we really not going to tell Su Yufei if we go back early? Could you please not mention her? Are you annoying? Xie Jiaxi immediately became angry.
Ran Zhangyang hurriedly apologized, Okay, I won't mention Su, I won't mention her, I'm sorry, Jiaxi.
Su Yufei also sent a friend request to Guo Bowen. After seeing it, Guo Bowie approved it.
Because he didn't know whether Zhang Jun really intended to contact Su Yufei, he planned to ask Zhang Jun when the time comes and then decide whether to delete it.
After Guo Bowie received Su Yufei's WeChat, Su Yufei sent a message to Guo Bowie, saying, Bowie, has Zhang Jun been very successful in recent years?
Of course. He met a noble man in Shanghai who appreciated him and became an important partner. Now his net worth alone has reached over 10 billion. I've already told you that my brother has potential, but you still don't believe me.
Guo Bowie started bragging on Zhang Jun's behalf. However, he didn't brag.
He also searched for Zhang Jun's information, and found on the internet that Zhang Jun's name was among the important shareholders of Tianhe Company, a famous unicorn company. He didn't care whether this person was Zhang Jun himself or not, and directly said to Su Yufei that this person was Zhang Jun himself, and even took a screenshot of the company's equity structure list and sent it to Su Yufei.
There is no other reason. He just wanted to see how much Su Yufei would regret.
Su Yufei was looking at her phone with her mouth wide open, and she didn't come back to her senses for a long time.
Chapter 38. The future daughter-in-law appears? The mother is overjoyed. The next day,
Zhang Jun and his parents stayed in the villa for one night, played for a day, and bought some goods that were not easy to find in the town. Then they left the city and returned to the town.
Hua Bowie did not come to see them off because he was busy with work.
He just asked Zhang Jun to remember to go to Hudan University to check on how his brother was doing in college when he returned to Hudu to work.
Zhang Jun agreed and thought of Shin Ningwei, whom he met at Hudan University. However, after returning home, Zhang Jun accompanied his parents back to Beima village the next day to visit his grandparents.
Because Zhang Jun has to return to Shanghai tomorrow, and his parents have bought some clothes, shoes, socks, and other gifts for his grandparents, so he needs to go back to Beima village to visit his grandparents. By the way, the parents also plan to show the grandparents the brochure of Zhang Jun's new house and the photos of the model room they took, to make the two old people happy. When Zhang Jun and his parents arrived at their grandparents' house, they saw Xiao Xiaomai and Zhu Manli there. When Mother Li Yume saw two young girls at her grandparents' house, her eyes lit up immediately, and she immediately asked Xiao Xiaomai and Zhu Manli with a smile, "Who are you?" She is the granddaughter of village chief Xu, her name is Zhu Manli, and she just came back recently. She is Manli's friend, from the neighboring Dadayan village, and she came to visit Manli.
Grandma smiled and spoke. Xu Manli and Xiao Xiaomai also greeted them with a smile. "Hello, auntie, hello, uncle." "Hello, hello." Li Yume quickly agreed with a smile, and her eyes became more gentle when she looked at the two girls, especially when she looked at the uneasy Xiao Xiaomai, and then she turned around to look at Zhang Jun. Zhang Jun touched his nose, looking surprised. He didn't expect that Zhu Manli and Xiao Xiaomai would be at his grandparents' house. "They came to see me. I sprained my ankle yesterday, and they took me to Jinshan Hospital, and then took me back. Today they came to visit me specially. They are two very kind girls." Grandma was sitting on the sofa at this time and replied with a smile. The two just smiled. "Is that so? Thank you so much." Li Yume also smiled and talked to the two of them, and said to them, "Sit down. How about we have lunch here at noon?" "Still no, auntie." Xu Manli stood up and refused with a smile. Xiao Xiaomai also stood up. Li Yume came over and put her hands on Xiao Xiaomai's shoulders and pushed her back to the sofa. "No. You guys have helped us so much, how can you not have a meal? Especially you, Zhu Manli, you didn't even tell your aunt when you came back, and now I want you to have a meal, but you're being so polite." After Li Yume said this very seriously, she looked at Zhu Manli and deliberately turned her face black, blaming Zhu Manli. Zhu Manli actually felt a little embarrassed. Plus, she was a foodie to begin with, and she knew that Zhang Jun's mother's cooking skills were well known in the village. She also thought that Xiao Xiaomai's grandmother was being taken to the city for a checkup by her uncle and didn't have to go back, and her grandfather was accompanied by her uncle, so she had no choice but to sit down and look at Xiao Xiaomai. "Then let's eat here?" At this time, Xiao Xiaomai glanced at Zhang Jun. "Oh, Mom, the sausages I brought back that day." Before Zhang Jun finished speaking, Xiao Xiaomai nodded and said to Li Yume, "Thank you, auntie." Li Yume happily turned around and walked towards the kitchen. "Dad, can you kill another chicken? I want to make spicy chicken for the children." "Yes, yes." Grandpa Li Yusong said to the two girls, "You don't know, the spicy chicken made by your aunt is delicious, otherwise Zhang Jun wouldn't like to go home so much." Seeing this, Zhu Manli couldn't help but shout, "Auntie, don't bother too much, just keep it simple." "No trouble. Mr. Zhang, show the kids how good you are at catching a whole fish. And bring back some beer when you buy fish." Li Yume called Zhang Jun's father from outside. Father Zhang Hongbing also agreed and hurriedly took out the car keys and said, Okay. I'll drive there right away." Then, Zhang Hongbing also said to Zhu Manli and Xiao Xiaomai, "Just wait for uncle to show you his skills." Then, Zhang Hongbing patted Zhang Jun on the shoulder and said, "You young people should have a good chat together." Zhang Jun couldn't help but shake his head, and then he walked over to Zhu Manli and Xiao Xiaomai and said, "We still have a while before dinner, let's go to the tea mountain to have a look." "Okay." Zhu Manli stood up. Xiao Xiaomai also stood up. After saying goodbye to his family, Zhang Jun walked towards the tea mountain with them. At present, the tea mountains in Beima village have become his property. Zhang Jun naturally had to take a closer look. My uncle said that the autumn tea picked a few days ago suddenly sold well. Many buyers said that the tea was more fragrant than before. He also tried it himself and found that the taste of the tea was indeed better than before. My uncle doesn't know what's going on either. He can only attribute it to the fact that the climate encountered during the growth of autumn tea this year may be different from previous years. However, you are lucky.
You encountered a good market right after you acquired this tea mountain. Xu Manli told Zhang Jun about the business situation of the tea mountain. Zhang Jun didn't care much about the business conditions of the tea mountain, because he had already received rebates from the system for purchasing the tea mountain. But Zhang Jun was still very happy after hearing what Xu Manli said. He knew that this was because this was the reward given by the system when Xiao Xiaomai gave him 3 sausages in return.
To this end,
Zhang Jun couldn't help but glance at Xiao Xiaomai, who was following behind him.
Xiao Xiaomai immediately lowered his head. Look at what she is doing. Don't forget my warning. You can't have any ideas about our Xiaomai. Xu Manli said vigilantly at this time. Zhang Jun said, if he doesn't look at her, then he's looking at you. Are you as pretty as her? Besides, my parents are targeting her, why didn't you remind them? Xu Manli was not angry, she just forced an explanation. Aunt and uncle obviously wanted to thank us. Come to think of it, I really have to thank you for this.
Zhang Juanzi suddenly said something seriously.
Then you should thank Xiaomai. She was the one who found it. I just happened to have a car. Xu Manli said.
Before Zhang Jun could say anything, Xiao Xiaomai said, you're welcome.
I just happened to see it. Okay, no thanks then.
Zhang Jun stopped talking at this point and said to Xu Manli, who was standing in front of him, ask your uncle to find an authoritative drug research institute in the city to do an experiment to see if there are any special effects.
This way, we can promote it better.
Xu Manli nodded and agreed, and continued walking forward. It's raining, the road is slippery, be careful. When Zhang Jun felt that Xiao Xiaomai was about to approach him, he suddenly turned around and said, be careful, the road is slippery.
Ah!
Because Zhang Jun turned around suddenly, Xiao Xiaomai subconsciously stepped back and almost fell backwards. Zhang Jun immediately grabbed her hand and pulled her into his arms. But Xiao Xiaomai was in a hurry to push Zhang Jun away and stepped out with both feet, but she accidentally stepped on a protruding stone beside her with her right foot and immediately sprained it. Xiao Xiaomai's eyes suddenly filled with tears, and she felt extremely aggrieved. Zhang Jun felt quite apologetic when he saw this. Because he turned around on purpose just now. He wanted to take advantage of Xiao Xiaomai and also wanted to get the reward. After all, according to the system rules, there are rewards for holding hands with girls, and the girl Xiao Xiaomai in front of him makes him want to take her for himself.
Ding!
The host holds the hand of a beautiful woman and is rewarded with a special massage and bone setting technique.
Chapter 39. After winning the award, the beauty was bullied by me. Zhang Jun was slightly stunned.
He didn't expect that after he held Xiao Xiaomai's hand, the system would reward him with this.
The key is that I don't plan to be a technician.
But Zhang Jun had to admit that this system reward came at the right time.
Because Xiao Xiaomai sprained her ankle because of his teasing. Why are you walking so fast?
Zhang Jun just said something to Xiao Xiaomai, and then helped Xiao Xiaomai sit on the blue stone slab beside him.
Xiao
Xiaomai raised her tearful eyes and looked at Zhang Jun. She wanted to say something, but Zhang Jun sat beside her at this time and lifted her right foot in his arms. You sprained your ankle, right?
Let me take a look. After hearing what Zhang Jun said, Xiao Xiaomai shut up and didn't say anything more.
Zhang Jun held the warm and elastic leg with one hand and took off the pair of socks with cartoon patterns on Xiao Xiaomai's feet. Then he saw a foot that was as white as snow and as tender as jelly.
Zhang Jun couldn't help but want to touch it immediately.
Xiao Xiaomai curled her slender toes slightly, her face flushed as she asked Zhang Jun in a low voice, why are you staring at my feet?
I'm checking the injury. Fool.
Zhang Jun flatly denied it and said something back to Xiao Xiaomai. Xiao Xiaomai had no choice but to bury her head lower, allowing Zhang Jun to hold her legs in his arms and gently stroke her ankles with his hands. However, Xiao Xiaomai couldn't help but shrink her neck and twist it a few times.
Don't move. It's so annoying that I can't touch your feet.
No, it affects my ability to observe your injuries.
Zhang Jun immediately reminded Xiao Xiaomai. Xiao Xiaomai shyly said, itchy. Hold on even if it itches.
As Zhang Jun spoke, he began to carefully observe Xiao Xiaomai's slightly swollen ankle. Xiao Xiaomai just said and pursed her lips even tighter. Zhang Jun thought that it was because the system rewarded him with top-grade massage and bone-setting skills. Therefore, he could now clearly identify the meridian points on Xiao Xiaomai's foot. He also fully understood the anatomy of Xiao Xiaomai's sprained foot and could massage Xiao Xiaomai to correct it naturally. Xiao Xiaomai only felt a warm feeling coming from his feet, and the pain was much reduced. Seeing Xiao Xiaomai almost fall down, and being helped by Zhang Jun to sit on the bluestone nearby, and having her socks taken off by Zhang Jun, Zhumanli's eyes widened and her face became more and more serious, and she walked quickly towards Zhang Jun and Xiao Xiaomai. But when she saw Xiao Xiaomai change from a face full of grievance and shyness to a face full of enjoyment while receiving Zhang Jun's massage, she suppressed her anger and did not flare up again. She only asked Xiao Xiaomai, "Why did you sprain your ankle? It's all your fault for walking too fast. She was in a hurry to catch up with you, so she sprained her ankle." Zhang Jun began to blame Zhumanli. Zhumanli and Xiao Xiaomai both widened their eyes. Zhumanli even took a deep breath and pointed at herself, "Blame me? If not you, who else can I blame?" Zhang Jun turned around and asked Xiao Xiaomai without blushing or beating his heart, "Are you feeling better?" "Much better. Thank you." Xiao Xiaomai nodded. A well-behaved face. As for Zhumanli, she felt really apologetic because of what Zhang Jun said, and also because she saw that Xiao Xiaomai's ankle was still a little swollen and her eyelids were covered with tears. She walked over to help Xiao Xiaomai put on her socks, and said, "Why don't we go back first and come back to visit the tea mountain in the afternoon?" "Good." Zhang Jun stood up and bent down in front of Xiao Xiaomai, saying, "I'll carry you back." Xiao Xiaomai was a little hesitant. "Hurry up. Can you still walk by yourself?" Zhang Jun suddenly said. "Don't be so mean. I'll just come up." After Xiao Xiaomai said this, she tiptoed towards Zhang Jun's back with her left foot and put her fat tiger head on Zhang Jun's back. Zhang Jun immediately felt the warm and soft feeling, and his back suddenly stiffened. It seemed as if a fire rushed from the top of his head down to his crotch. Suddenly, a special fragrance appeared at the tip of his nose, which made him feel empty inside. Xiao Xiaomai hooked her arms around Zhang Jun's neck, letting her legs be dragged by his arms, and followed him down the mountain like he was riding in a sedan chair. Zhumanli followed and looked at Xiao Xiaomai and Zhang Jun, feeling even more guilty. She felt that the reason Zhang Jun was able to take advantage of Xiao Xiaomai was probably because she walked too fast. Zhang Jun walked while listening to the system prompts. Because the host successfully had further physical contact with the beauty, he will be rewarded with a chance for his wish to come true. Please think of a wish in your heart and then recite it silently. The system will help you realize this wish. This made Zhang Jun very happy. He didn't expect that he would win a big prize by touching Xiao Xiaomai's feet. Only this time it's no longer a half-hour reward for being lucky, but a one-time chance for a wish to come true. But Zhang Jun didn't intend to express this wish immediately. He should only express his wish when he urgently needs to achieve a certain goal. "Don't move." Not long after, Zhang Jun noticed that Xiao Xiaomai was moving around on his body, so he called out to her. "We're almost there, should I come down?" "Okay?" Xiao Xiaomai asked timidly from behind. Zhang Jun said, "Not good. Do you want me to massage your feet a few more times?" Zhang Jun continued. Xiao Xiaomai had no choice but to continue lying on Zhang Jun's back obediently. "Zhang Jun, can you be gentler to our Xiaomai? Although Xiaomai sprained her ankle because of me, it is your honor to have the opportunity to carry such a beautiful girl like Xiaomai on your back, okay?" Zhumanli then stood up for Xiao Xiaomai. Zhumanli said as she walked towards Xiao Xiaomai, "Xiaomai, let me carry you." "No. I'm not much lighter than you." Xiao Xiaomai rejected Zhumanli at this time. Zhumanli was a little surprised. Because this was the first time Xiao Xiaomai rejected her. However, Zhumanli did not say much. She just walked up to Zhang Jun and said through gritted teeth, "You are so lucky. How about you come?" Zhang Jun asked. "I don't want to." Zhumanli whispered to Zhang Jun, "I'm warning you, if you bully Xiaomai again, I'll tell her sister." "How did I bully you?" As Zhang Jun was speaking, he saw his grandfather come out, take a look, and then run back. Not long after, his parents and grandparents all came out and looked at them as if they were seeing something strange. Mother Li Yumei even held a spatula in her hand, looking excited. My father was still wearing an apron. Grandpa pushed Grandma and gasped for breath. "Zhang Jun, what's wrong? Don't you know how to take good care of these two girls? You let them get hurt." Li Yumei even pretended to be angry and blamed her son at this time. Zhumanli stepped forward and said, "Auntie, it wasn't Zhang Jun's fault, it was me who caused Xiaomai to accidentally sprain her ankle." "Yes, it's her fault." Zhang Jun pointed at Zhumanli and sneered at his mother. Chapter 40 Finale. "That's all right." Li Yumei replied, then walked over to Xiao Xiaomai with concern in her eyes and asked softly, "Xiaomai, how did you get hurt? Is it serious?"
Do you want Zhang Jun to drive you to the hospital?
Xiao Xiaomai shook her head. It's not serious, auntie. Besides, it was my own carelessness. Xiao Xiaomai said this and glanced at Zhang Jun.
That's good. That's good.
Li Yumei glared at Zhang Jun and warned him, you don't know how to take good care of a girl.
Hurry up and carry Xiaomai to the sofa. Remember to be gentle. Well.
Zhang Jun quickly agreed, carried Xiao Xiaomai to the sofa, and asked, Mom, is the meal ready?
I'm hungry. Hungry, starving ghosts are reincarnated. It's not ready yet, just deal with the biscuits first.
Li Yumei said a few words at this time, then smiled softly and asked Xiao Xiaomai and Shumanli, are you hungry?
Do you want to eat a few pieces of spicy chicken first to taste the saltiness? Shu Manli nodded continuously. Zhang Jun said, let me taste it. They can't taste it. You are not allowed to taste it. Once you try it, you can't stop.
I haven't settled the score with you for not taking good care of them.
Li Yumei directly rejected her son. Zhang Jun couldn't help but complain, how biased. Fortunately, I don't have a sister.
If I had a younger sister, I would have never enjoyed any motherly love, but only loving beatings and scoldings. As Zhang Jun spoke, he grabbed the biscuits he bought for his grandmother and made do with them. Seeing this, Xiao Xiaomai said to Zhang Jun embarrassedly, I'm sorry, I didn't expect Auntie would be angry with you because of my sprained ankle.
Fine.
If you feel bad, remember to wear black stockings tomorrow, so that when I massage your feet tomorrow it will be more effective. You need to massage your foot for 2 days before the swelling goes away. That's what my teacher told me when I took acupuncture and massage as an elective in school.
Zhang Jun replied.
Xiao Xiaomai was slightly startled after hearing this, and after a while she asked Zhang Jun innocently, then wearing black stockings is better, is that what your teacher also said?
What black silk?
Shumanli had just finished tasting the spicy chicken and came over here, holding a pair of chopsticks and a small bowl of spicy chicken in her hands, and that's why she heard what Xiao Xiaomai said.
Don't ask questions like that, little brat. Zhang Jun directly reprimanded Zhu Manli. Shu Manli was shocked by the overly explicit content of the conversation between Zhang Jun and Xiao Xiaomai, and was also afraid that a simple and kind girl like Xiao Xiaomai would be deceived by Zhang Jun. However, she was immediately furious because of Zhang Jun's words. However, since they were at Zhang Jun's grandparents' house, she could only hold back her anger and whispered. Who is the kid?
I'm only 2 years younger than you. 2 years younger is still younger. Don't forget, in terms of relatives, you are still my cousin.
Zhang Jun said.
In the farming era, intermarriage in the village was very common. Therefore, Zhang Jun's grandmother also has the surname Zhu, and people with the same surname in the village are basically descended from the same ancestor. Therefore, strictly speaking, Zhu Manli should call Zhang Jun's grandmother aunt and call Zhang Jun cousin.
But wheat is smaller than me. Zhu Manli argued.
Zhang Jun glanced at the tiger head outline on Xiao Xiaomai's chest and said, she's not little. At least in my eyes, she's more mature than you. She's more like an adult.
And you're becoming more and more ignorant. Now you don't even call me cousin.
Shu Manli got even angrier after hearing this, and said with heavy breathing, Zhang Jun, you'd better just say that I'm not as sensible as Xiaomai.
Stop staring at me. Do you guys like looking at breasts?
Seeing that Zhang Jun was staring at her chest, Xiao Xiaomai shyly protected her chest and asked with a blushing face.
Zhang Jun turned around and said, no, I usually don't look around.
Shu Manli curled her lips, then handed the chopsticks and small bowl to Xiao Xiaomai, and said with a smile, Xiaomi, try the spicy chicken made by Auntie, it's delicious.
Thanks. Xiao Xiaomai took the chopsticks and the small bowl and really tasted it. Zhang Jun also smelled the spicy chicken and its aroma.
After all, these were free-range chickens raised by my grandfather in the countryside, and Li Yumei's cooking skills were pretty good, so the taste of the chickens really made Zhang Jun drool. You can't eat too much spicy food, let me try some for you. Zhang Jun just said something to Xiao Xiaomai and went to the kitchen to get a pair of chopsticks. After hearing this, Xiao Xiaomai was about to hand the small bowl of spicy chicken to Zhang Jun. Seeing this, Zhu Manli said, Xiaomai's injury is to his feet, not his stomach.
I think you want to eat it, right? Speaking of. Shu Manli took the bowl from Xiao Xiaomai's hand and handed it back to Xiao Xiaomai. I brought this for you, don't give it to him. Manli, I really can't eat too much spicy food.
At this time, Xiao Xiaomai said something seriously.
Shu Manli couldn't help but be stunned. Why don't you give him a taste?
Xiao Xiaomai then asked about Zhu Manli. Xu Manli felt frustrated that she was the outsider, so she said, "It's up to you."
Manli, you are so nice. Xiao Xiaomai said this with a smile, then gave the bowl to Zhang Jun. Mom, you put too much peppercorns. It's not your best. Zhang Juanza shouted towards the kitchen while eating. Auntie, we didn't think there were too many peppercorns. This is the best spicy chicken we've ever had. Xu Manli shouted back in response. I knew you would find fault. Eat it if you want. As long as Manli and Xiaomai like it. Li Yumei replied from the kitchen. Zhang Jun shook his head speechlessly. Seeing this, my grandparents laughed secretly. Not long. The family and the guests Xiao Xiaomai and Xu Manli started to eat together. At the dinner table, Li Yumei still took good care of the two girls and picked up a lot of dishes for Xiao Xiaomai and Xu Manli, especially Xiao Xiaomai. Zhang Jun could see that Xiao Xiaomai was quiet and gentle, and was very much liked by her mother. But he also understood who had influenced him to be Su Yufei's bootlicker before, and it was obviously his mother. After dinner, Li Yumei and Zhang Hongbing asked Zhang Jun to continue playing with Xiao Xiaomai and Xu Manli instead of asking him to wash the dishes. Even after Li Yumei finished washing the dishes and Zhang Hongbing finished cleaning the yard, she took Zhang Jun's grandparents outside the house, deliberately not disturbing the three of them. But this just made Xu Manli feel more like a big light bulb. Because she clearly felt that Zhang Jun was interested in Xiao Xiaomai, and her good friend seemed to be reluctant to accept him. Under the psychological influence, she couldn't help but observe the two of them a few more times, and then she suddenly felt that the two were actually quite a good match, because she found that Zhang Jun was actually quite good looking, and the key was that he and Xiao Xiaomai were from the same village, so Xiao Xiaomai and Zhang Jun were not considered to be marrying too far away. As she thought about this, she suddenly wanted to knock them both out. Xu Manli deliberately left the living room under the pretext of going to the bathroom, then hid in the dark and observed the two of them. And not long after, she quietly saw Zhang Jun taking off Xiao Xiaomai's socks and stroking them, which made her eyes widen and her heart began to beat fast. Zhang Jun was massaging Xiao Xiaomai's ankle while asking, "What did you do last time you went to Shanghai?" "Interview." Xiao Xiaomai replied. Zhang Jun asked, "Did you pass the interview?" Xiao Xiaomai nodded, "I will go to Shanghai to work in 3 days." So, the two met in Shanghai afterwards, confirmed their relationship in the same month they met, and got married at the end of the year. Zhang Jun is very grateful for his system. End of the book.